Chapter 101, Chapter 101. Third Person's POV. Peter, Gwen, MJ, and Lydia Hardy, Felicia's mother, were inside Felicia's hospital room, waiting for her to wake up, as the doctors had informed them she could awaken at any moment. They all sat in silence as the heart monitor occasionally beeped. After a few more minutes, Felicia's eyes started to flutter, and she slowly began to open them, causing all of them to practically jump up from their seats and surround her. Felicia let out a small whimper as she rolled her head to the side, trying to get used to the lights. She slowly opened her eyes and saw everyone surrounding her. Seeing their worried expressions, Felicia couldn't help but want to make a joke. What a crazy party, am I right, guys? But even though Felicia tried to joke about the situation, they still saw the way her lips quivered as she spoke, which broke their hearts. Lydia immediately hugged Felicia, tears in her eyes. "It's all right, honey. You're safe, you don't have anything to worry about," she said as tears rolled down her face. "What are you talking about?" "I'm okay," Felicia was going to reaffirm that she was fine until tears started rolling down her face, turning into sobs. "I was so scared," she sobbed as she clung to her mother. "Thank you, Peter. Thank you," she cried. Gwen's and MJ's eyes started to water hearing her cries, while Peter just looked down and nodded his head. "We'll leave you alone with your mom. We'll be right outside if you need anything," Peter said reassuringly. Peter then looked towards the others as they left the room, leaving Felicia some time with her mother. As they exited the room, MJ and Gwen wiped their eyes, cleaning away the tears that were slowly building up. Just then, Harry appeared rushing towards them. As he arrived, he handed back their items. "What happened? How is she? Is she all right?" Harry asked, looking pretty worried. Peter nodded his head, leading them away from the door. "She just woke up, her mother is there with her." Harry let out a sigh of relief. "That's good. So, what happened after we left?" Gwen asked. "Even when we shut everything down, they didn't want to leave, so they left us no choice but to call the police. Once they arrived, it became a huge mess. People were getting tackled left and right, some were arrested for possessing drugs. They even called an ambulance for the guy Peter beat up. He should be here in one of the rooms, getting treated." Their eyes widened upon hearing that. Before Peter had a chance to move, Gwen and MJ put a hand on his chest, stopping him. He looked at them with an awkward expression. "Am I that predictable?" "Yes," they all said at the same time, even Harry agreeing. "But we can't let him get away with this scot-free," Peter said in annoyance, clenching his fist slightly. "And he's not," Lydia said, her words containing deep emotions as she stepped out of the room, wiping away tears from her face. She smiled gratefully towards Peter. "Thank you once more, Peter, for looking after my daughter." "How is she?" MJ asked anxiously. "She fell asleep once again, she exhausted herself crying," Lydia said, smiling towards MJ before looking back at Peter. "As I was saying, Felicia might not have told you, but I'm a lawyer, and a pretty good one at that. So, I'll make sure he pays for what he did to my daughter, that you can be sure of," Lydia said, her eyes igniting with fury. She calmed herself down and looked towards the others softly. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some calls to make." "It still leaves a bitter taste in my mouth just not doing anything," Gwen muttered, a sentiment they all could agree with. MJ then turned towards Harry and asked, "How's Lizzie doing?" Harry closed his eyes and let out a sigh. She feels guilty about the entire thing. She thinks that if she just cancelled the thing, none of this would have happened. After a few more minutes of their discussion, Lydia came back. "I think it'll be all right if you guys go home for now. It's getting late, and you kids can come back together tomorrow. Tomorrow she might already be discharged from the hospital, so there's nothing to worry about." "Are you sure?" Gwen asked. Lydia just nodded her head. It's nice to see Felicia has made some friends that care about her deeply. Reluctantly, they started exiting as they knew Lydia was right, it was best for them to come back tomorrow. They got into Peter's car, and Peter started driving them all home in silence, none of them being in the mood to talk or discuss anything. After dropping off Harry, Peter then dropped off MJ, giving each other a sideways cheek kiss as goodbye. Peter and Gwen then headed towards their hideout. Once they arrived and Peter parked his car, he immediately went to his computer section. Arya, search through the camera and everything about a teenager coming in with a broken face at the hospital we were just at. To shorten the search, he was checked in today, a few minutes ago. After a few seconds, Arya pulled out the files that read his full name, age, date of birth, and his address along with much more information. Ryan Graham, so that's his name. Gwen muttered. Search for anything illegal about him, like records where he almost went to prison and things like that, Peter asked, typing away at the computer. After a few minutes, more information appeared. Gwen heard her own knuckles pop from how angry she clenched her fist upon reading the information provided. What do you mean he has a list of times where he was charged with rape but was suddenly dropped? Gwen asked with a venom-filled voice. It looks like his dad is rich, he's buying his way out of these crimes. Peter said with an apathetic expression, his fingers fastly moving along the keyboard. After he was done, which took him close to an hour, he said, Arya, acquire Lydia Hardy's phone number. After a few seconds, Peter says it appears, send her all the information we just acquired, it has all the crimes he has committed alongside any shady and illegal dealings the father had committed, Peter said, commanding Arya and informing Gwen of what he is sending, which caused her to smirk with a bloodthirsty look. Lydia was next to Felicia, rubbing her hair with a sad and loving look when she felt her phone ring. As she opened it, she read everything inside. After a few minutes, she stared at her phone in disbelief, then grinned before looking at her phone with apprehension. She let out a small chuckle before shaking her head. What a scary and frightening kid, to think he was able to acquire all of this in such a very short time. It looks like I owe him big time for this. This would be more than enough to make him pay for what he did. I don't care if I suddenly make them homeless and watch them starve in the streets. They will suffer the consequences. Chapter 102, Spider-Man 102. Third person's POV. Peter continued typing away at his computer with a serious expression. Gwen, noticing this, asked, What are you doing, Peter? Bringing down their entire family. Did you know they've been involved in illegal businesses and shady deals since the guy's grandfather started their business? The more I read, the deeper it goes, Gwen, they're human traffickers. From his uncle to his aunt and cousin, they sell human beings for whatever purposes, Peter said, his voice growing colder and filled with disdain. Gwen furrowed her brows as she examined everything passing through the screen, which displayed purchases, messages, and locations. I see. Gwen muttered through gritted teeth, it's no wonder he thought he could take advantage of Felicia and do as he pleases. He doesn't see people as people but objects that someone could buy and discard. Have you located most of the addresses? Gwen asked as she retrieved their suits. Peter didn't reply immediately, but after a few seconds, he nodded his head. Yeah. His hand shot back without looking and caught his suit. As Peter put on his suit, both of them started to leave their hideout. Call your dad. I don't trust anyone else but him to keep the survivors safe after we rescue them, or keep the bad guys in check and prevent them from escaping. As they exited, Peter's eyes flashed with blue lightning as he propelled himself off the ground using his electricity. Gwen, seeing this, let out a sigh. He's really angry, huh? But I can't blame him. I feel the same way. Gwen's eyes grew colder as she did the same, using a blast from her ice abilities to launch herself after Peter. They swung through the night with great efficiency, as it had become second nature to them. People out in the night cheered and waved toward them with enthusiasm, especially seeing how determined they appeared. They knew the reason they felt safe walking the streets at night was because they had Spider-Man and Ghost Spider watching their backs and ensuring their safety. Some cars or trucks honked a greeting as they passed by. Normally, Peter and Gwen would have stopped to appreciate the gesture, but their minds were solely focused on one thing, the mission. Gwen immediately called her dad. After a few rings, he answered. Hello. What's wrong? I thought you were going to a party. George asked from his phone. Are you alone? Gwen asked. George, hearing the wind in the background, immediately sensed something related to their secret identities was up. I'm in my office alone. What's wrong? We've discovered a human trafficking ring. We're going to need some help securing the people being held, Gwen explained urgently. George's face scrunched up slightly. He wanted to stop her, his fatherly instincts demanding so, but he knew she wouldn't listen and would charge ahead anyway. All right, I'll be on my way. Send me the location. All right, I'll see you later, Gwen said, ending the call. Peter and Gwen turned invisible as they approached their destination. They quickly arrived at a 3-story white house with a blue roof. Surrounding the place, Peter and Gwen searched for any openings where they could enter. After investigating, they spotted a door leading down to the basement at the back of the house. Gwen whispered, "Do you think they're down there?" "Wait, let me check." "I've been practicing something," Peter said, closing his eyes. Peter heightened his senses, tuning out the surrounding noise and slowing down his perception, focusing solely on one of his senses. He sensed the electricity inside the house until he started detecting an outline of people further down. His eyes snapped open. "They're down there," Peter said seriously. Gwen looked at Peter in confusion. "What did you do?" "Thanks to my electricity, I'm a bit sensitive to their frequencies, so I'm able to detect bioelectricity, though I need to really hone in on it. Also, there's someone else in the house, just one person," Peter informed her. "I see. I think I should be able to do the same with my abilities, but instead of detecting bioelectricity, I'll be able to detect heat signatures," Gwen thought to herself. Peter shot webs toward the cellar door and yanked it open with his super strength, causing dust to escape from underground. Gwen didn't bother using the stairs and jumped downstairs, with Peter following right after. As they entered, Gwen had to hold herself back from throwing up or going into a blinded rage. There were people of all ages and races, each tied in cages that resembled those for animals. Some were as young as 5 years old, while others appeared to be teenagers. As Peter clenched his fists, they glowed blue with electricity, but he calmed himself down and focused on freeing the captives. Peter and Gwen squeezed the locks until they broke apart, yanking open the cage doors and starting to untie everyone gently while reassuring them. "Are you superheroes?" asked a young girl with messy black hair and missing front teeth, looking at Peter and Gwen in amazement. Her face was dirty from her ordeal. Peter smiled at her, his eye lenses moving in a way that indicated a smile. "Yes, I'm Spider-Man. See the symbol on my chest? And that lady over there is my partner, Ghost Spider. What's your name, little lady?" Before the girl could respond, a man dressed in black appeared with a gun near a teenager's head. "Oi, you must be those freaks, the spider couple. What the hell are you doing here? This isn't a place for you to enter," he said, cocking the gun and pressing it harder against the shaking teenager's head. Peter and Gwen raised their hands, exchanging a look before swiftly shooting their webs. Peter's webs aimed toward the teenager, while Gwen's targeted the men. Upon landing, ice began to spread from their impact points, enveloping both the men and the webs, rendering him incapable of escaping his frozen cocoon. While Peter pulled the teen to safety. Chapter 103, Chapter 103. Third Person's POV. Peter and Gwen then started leading the others out from their underground prison. But as they were climbing out, Peter stopped them. "Wait, I can detect more bioelectricity outside, and I didn't hear any police sirens, did you?" Peter asked Gwen. The eyes of her mask narrowed, showing her emotions as she shook her head. "I didn't." Peter and Gwen turned invisible, surprising the others. They then heard Peter's soft words, "Don't make a sound, and wait till we come get you." They all nodded their heads in understanding. Peter and Gwen stepped out and saw men with guns heading towards their direction. They must have been hiding or laying low in a direct place from the house, Peter inferred. The men, making their way towards the basement, heard the sound of rushing footsteps but didn't see anyone in front of them. Before they could make the connection to Spider-Man and Ghost Spider, 2 of them were immediately knocked out cold. "Normally I have a whole joke set up to tell you guys, but you kinda angered me, so just have the punchline instead," Peter said as he knocked another one out. They started shooting at the place. One of their guys got knocked out immediately from where they heard Peter's voice. But he was already onto his next target due to his quick agility. Peter punched one in the stomach so hard he ended up throwing up. Gwen went along and started freezing some of them in place before knocking them out. It quickly ended due to their great coordination. Just then, they heard the sound of police sirens, making Peter and Gwen scoff and giggle. "They sure have comedic timing." "I'll give them that," Gwen teased. Peter just shook his head, undoing his invisibility. He went and got everyone out from the basement after making sure there wasn't anyone else who could have caused harm. Some started crying immediately after stepping outside. I sobbed. I was beginning to lose hope I would never see the outside world. Hearing their cries and sobs, Peter and Gwen clenched their fists but didn't say anything and let them bask in their newfound freedom. The police cruiser appeared, and out came George Stacy, accompanied by Yuri Watanabe. "Spider Cop reporting for duty," Peter said in a deep voice, doing a military salute. Yuri rolled her eyes while George looked like he wanted Peter to spontaneously combust. "There's another man in the basement, no need to worry, he's captured nicely," Gwen said reassuringly. "You guys can rest assured, I can vouch for these officers. They'll make sure to get you all back safely," Gwen assured them. They all nodded their thanks. "Thank you, Ghost Spider and Spider-Man," they expressed sincerely. The girl with the missing 2 front teeth went and hugged around his waist, tears in her eyes. Peter hugged the girl and patted her head. "Be sure to be more careful in the future and not get yourself caught up in such situations, okay, Missy?" The girl backed away slightly, giggling at being called Missy, and nodded before joining the others who were being escorted. "There's still more. This just so happened to be the closest one to us at the moment we found out," Peter informed them. "The biggest one is in a mansion a couple of minutes from here," Gwen said, recalling the information she had read. "We'll quickly head over. We'll send the location to you guys later." "Spider Cop out," Peter said the last part in a deep voice and propelled himself away with his webbing. Ghost Cop." "No, up and away," Gwen said, unable to think of a name that suited the theme. "Wait." Yuri and George called out to them to share any other information they might have, but Peter and Gwen were already a mile away, causing them to let out tired sighs. "Tonight's going to be a long night," George said. "Ha ha ha, up and away," Peter mimicked Gwen. Gwen blushed. "Shut up. I couldn't come up with something unique, okay?" Peter just laughed and kept repeating the phrase every time he shot his web. They soon arrived in front of a mansion. "You know, we've never gone in guns blazing before," Peter said, standing perched on a light post. "That's because it never ends well for us," Gwen replied. "Want to give it a go?" Peter asked. "No, not really," Gwen said with a sigh. "But I doubt you'll listen to me." "I'll listen if you truly want to do it stealthily," Peter said, tilting his head. Gwen nodded. "Good, then let's go with stealth." They both turned invisible and sneaked inside the mansion. As they maneuvered stealthily, they became confused. The place was packed with people carrying high-level machinery. All of their watches started flashing red, "Intruder," repeatedly. Peter's and Gwen's eyes widened. They hadn't expected such high technology. As alarms flashed, the people became more alert. They took out their weapons, which glowed purple. Just what are they hiding here that they're so equipped? Peter wondered. Peter noticed they wore purple-colored goggles, which caused them to turn towards his and Gwen's direction. "It looks like my judgment was wrong, we should have gone in guns blazing," Gwen said, undoing her invisibility. Their spidey senses flared as one of them threw what appeared to be a grenade toward them. Seeing this, Peter quickly reacted and shot a web towards it to send it away. The object landed on the ground and opened up, revealing a tiny speaker. It appeared harmless, but Peter and Gwen dropped to the ground, holding their heads in pain as the speaker emitted a high-frequency sound designed to affect spiders. Arya took control of their suits and blocked the sound, but by that point, they were being blasted by laser rifles. Luckily, their suits resisted the damage, but it couldn't withstand it forever. Peter shot an electro web towards the speakers, frying them so they wouldn't affect them anymore. As they shook off the disorientation, their spidey senses warned them of danger, causing them to jump away with flips. In their places, a purple glowing gauntlet broke through the floor before rushing towards them. "Is this an intervention?" Peter yelled, dodging laser bullets and gauntlets. "No, but we are well equipped in case you ever showed up, Spider-Man," one of them yelled, throwing a punch. Peter caught the punch, but as he did, his spider senses warned him of danger. The gauntlet created an outward blast, sending Peter flying back and destroying the wall. "Okay, this just turned unexpectedly serious," Peter muttered. Gwen, seeing that, started turning the floor into ice to try and trip some of them. She jumped to the side, and from above on the second floor, flamethrowers rained down, destroying the ice she created. "Okay, someone is definitely creating weapons to deal with us," Gwen said in annoyance. "I'm surprised it took them this long," Peter said, webbing himself towards her. They stood back to back and moved around, surveying their surroundings. "You were expecting this?" Gwen asked as she watched some of them throw away a cartridge and insert it back into their laser rifles. Yeah, and based on the purple-colored weapons, I have an idea who it is, Peter replied as they both started dodging the lasers coming their way. Peter and Gwen rushed in opposite directions towards their opponents. Peter covered himself in lightning while Gwen covered her hands and feet with ice. Gwen went fist to fist with a gauntlet before sending a wave of ice towards it, freezing it up before it could do anything, and then kneeing the guy in the stomach, causing his eyes to roll back. Gwen jumped out of the way as a laser shot towards where she stood. And who is it? The Tinker, Peter replied as he charged his fist and jumped, smashing the floor and sending a blast of electricity everywhere. Unfortunately, all it ended up doing was damaging some of the weapons, since their outfits were resistant to electricity and cold. Chapter 104, Chapter 104. Third Person's POV. Was the Tinkerer on the list? Gwen asked as she continuously backflipped, dodging the lasers. Peter did a leg sweep and, at almost lightning speed, moved his leg on top of the falling man before slamming him down on the floor, knocking him out. Yup, Peter replied. Seeing them communicating and the way they were behaving, one of them shouted, "Take us seriously, damn it." Another one followed up with, "Once we defeat you, we will be known as the guys who defeated the spider couple, and many will fear us." Gwen and Peter stopped what they were doing and looked at each other before they both started laughing. "Ha ha 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 ha, you can't be serious," Peter said, pretending to wipe the tears from his eyes on his mask. "Hee hee 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 hee, you guys have a better chance at successfully starting a carnival," Gwen giggled, covering her mouth. Hearing their mocking laughter, they grew enraged. "Die then," someone shouted before firing multiple laser shots. As Peter and Gwen dodged, Peter then said, "Go Spider, it's time to get serious. They think we can be easily defeated." Gwen could hear the smile in Peter's voice, which caused her to smile as well. "Good, because I've been practicing something and have been wanting to try it out," Gwen replied. "What a coincidence, so have I," Peter said as he charged up lightning around his hands, slowly turning it into a bright glowing ball of lightning. Peter then jumped as someone tried to attack him from behind using the gauntlets and fired the lightning ball towards the guys wielding a flamethrower. I call this move chain lightning. Peter's lightning had more oomph which, unfortunately for the guys on top, managed to penetrate their insulated suits, damaging them enough where it wouldn't cause permanent damage or burn marks but would knock someone out. As it fried one of the guys, the lightning ball moved like it had a mind of its own and jumped towards the nearest person before jumping to the next while the ball grew smaller in size and dissipated. Peter's chain lightning works on the premise of bioelectricity. It jumps to the nearest bioelectricity source until it grows too weak to continue. Towards the end, when it's weak, although it may not knock someone out, it's enough to leave them stunned and paralyzed for a few minutes. Meanwhile, Gwen dodged a laser and stuck to the side of the wall, then started running alongside it. Pressing her hands together, she slowly separated them and formed a staff made entirely out of ice. As lasers trailed behind her, she jumped from the side of the wall and slammed one of them across the face with the staff, knocking them out. She performed a leg sweep and slammed them down to the ground before pressing the staff on their stomach. Ice spread from her staff to the stomach and to the floor, trapping them in place. She detected two gauntlet-wearing men. Using the staff as a vaulting pole, she kicked one of them in the chest before he could do anything. As the other one threw a punch, Gwen used her agility to counter it. She spun around and slammed the ice staff against the gauntlet, sending it to the ground. She released enough ice to make it stop working before wielding the staff across the guy's chin, knocking him out as well. Peter shot a web down and landed on top of one of them before spider legs popped out from his back. He covered himself in lightning and started knocking out every one of them, with Gwen soon following his lead. Slowly, the flashes of purple light started to become less and less as Peter and Gwen became in sync with one another. Peter threw a lightning punch, increasing its speed, knocking out his last guy, while Gwen chucked her pole towards her last guy, which ended up sending him flying against a wall. As he pressed against the wall, the staff melted onto him, freezing him to the wall. "Did I ever mention how badass you are and how sexy you just looked?" Peter asked, tilting his head. "It's always nice to hear it," Gwen said with a smile. "Now let's go, we have some people to free." "First, let's disarm all of them and tie them up before anything," Peter said, as his lenses scanned all of their bodies, detecting all electronics they had on them. Peter and Gwen quickly went about it while webbing up everyone toward the end. Peter then closed his eyes and tried to detect bioelectricity, upon getting what he wanted, he turned towards Gwen. "I think I found them, but it's very faint," Peter said as he started running, with Gwen following close behind. They soon arrived at what appeared to be the main offices of the men who lived there. Gwen looked around, confused. "There's nothing here." Peter closed his eyes again and opened them almost immediately. He went to the side of a wall and threw a punch at it. The wall broke due to Peter's strength, revealing a large metal door that appeared to be locked. Seeing this, Gwen looked surprised. Peter went toward the door, and with his strength, the door started to be pried open, the metal compressing itself as Peter kept opening it up. With one last pull, the door swung open, revealing a staircase leading downwards. Upon reaching the bottom, the sight left Peter and Gwen speechless. They found cells with people wearing robes similar to patients in a hospital. Some of them had deformities, which mostly shocked Gwen. "What is this?" she asked, unable to believe her eyes. "I think we just stumbled upon a mutant experimental site," Peter replied. A red alarm resounded and flashed throughout their surroundings. What if that door was blocking Cerebro from picking up their signal? Sigh, that might mean the X-Men must be on their way, Peter thought to himself as multiple footsteps approached their direction. Peter turned towards Gwen. "Start reciting scientific formulas in your head." "What? Why?" "Although I implanted a neurotransmitter into our masks and adjusted it to block out mind readers, I don't know how strong it is. We don't know how powerful these people are. One of them could very well read our minds and figure out our identity. Reciting the formulas could confuse them enough so they couldn't learn anything," Peter rapidly explained. Gwen nodded in understanding and jumped towards the ceiling, dodging bullets coming their way. People wearing lab coats appeared, wielding weapons and clicking their tongues. "We shouldn't have hired those useless gangster bums, they weren't even able to take out 2 mutants dressed up as spiders." Actually, we're not mutants," Peter said, raising a hand. "I don't care what you are, you inhuman freaks. I'm not that either. That's a whole nother race you're talking about." "Racist," Peter quipped, sticking out his spider legs. From the blue tips of the legs, webs shot up and clung to them, taking them by surprise. Before they knew it, a shot of electricity traveled through the webs, tasering them. Peter and Gwen dodged more bullets and guns before swiftly knocking them out, which was a lot easier than before. Peter then turned towards the mutant prisoners. "Now then, anyone want volunteers on who wants to leave this place?" They all raised their hands. Chapter 105, Chapter 105. Third person's POV. Musical notes. Musical note, follow the leader, leader, leader. Follow the leader. Musical notes. Musical note, Peter sang as he led all of the mutants out of the mansion. Gwen carried all the scientists in her web, while Peter grabbed the webbed-up weapons. As they stepped outside, they heard the sound of a jet approaching their direction. Peter turned towards Gwen. "They're here." Gwen nodded with a serious expression as she watched a black jet appear out of thin air and land in front of them. As the hatch opened, a woman with red hair wearing a black and yellow X-Men outfit rushed towards Peter and Gwen excitedly. "Image. Can I get your autograph?" she asked with a hopeful glint in her eyes. Yeah, sure," Peter replied, surprised by the request. "Now, Jean, be respectful, they're on duty," a beautiful dark-skinned woman with white hair replied. Image. Behind her, a 5 feet 3 inches hairy man with a scowl on his face walked. "So who do I gotta fight?" he asked, taking a sniff around. "Oh, wow, you're short," Peter blurted out unexpectedly. "What was that?" The man growled as sharp metal claws escaped from between his knuckles. "Sorry," Peter quickly covered his mouth, trying to diffuse the tension. To change the subject, he turned towards Jean. "So, do you have a pen or something?" Jean disappointedly shook her head. "No." "How about a picture?" "That can be a substitute," Gwen suggested, causing Jean to perk back up. She took out her phone and handed it to the dark-skinned woman. "Can you take a picture of us, Miss Storm?" Storm looked towards Peter and Gwen for confirmation, which they nodded in response. "All right, but only one, we have things to do, Jean," Storm said, taking the phone. Jean got in between Gwen and Peter, making the iconic hand sign, and they followed suit. After the flash, Jean grabbed her phone. "Oh, Kitty and the others are going to freak out when they learn I met Spider-Man and Ghost Spider." Storm sighed and looked towards Peter and Gwen apologetically. "Sorry about her, she's a big fan. I didn't know we were that well known, Peter muttered before changing the subject. Anyway, I hope you'll be able to take care of them, he said, pointing towards the mutants they rescued from the lab. Leave it to us, Storm replied with a serious expression, and thank you for your help. Meanwhile, Wolverine was still glaring at Peter for his earlier comment. Anytime. Anyways, you guys better hurry, the cops will be here any minute now, Peter advised. Storm nodded. Are they? She stopped mid-sentence and put a hand to the side of her head. The professor said he isn't able to speak with you guys telepathically, but he offers his thanks, and you're welcome to come by the private school of the gifted and talented if you so wish. I see. We'll take him up on his offer later in the future, Peter nodded, inwardly relieved. Good, the blocker works. Just then, the sound of police cruisers started appearing, causing Storm to turn towards Jean and Wolverine, guide everyone inside. Jean stopped fangirling and closed her eyes before sending everyone a telepathic message, which calmed some of them down and led them inside the jet. By the opening of the jet, two people Peter recognized as Cyclops and Beast stood, guiding the rest inside. Sorry for leaving on such short notice, the less interaction we have with the authorities, the better, Storm explained before bidding her goodbyes. Jean waved goodbye as well. It was nice meeting you guys, she shouted. They watched as the hatch closed before the jet sped away. After a minute, cops and police cruisers surrounded the place. Peter and Gwen then explained the entire situation to George and Yuri before they swung away with the weapons in tow. Peter and Gwen arrived back at their secret base. After storing the weapons, Peter went to search for the Tinkerer. How did you know the Tinkerer is the one behind the weapons? Gwen asked curiously. He was one of Spider-Man's earliest villains. He studied Spider-Man for a bit before making weapons to sell to the underworld and criminals who were against him. And since we've been stopping a lot of criminals and their schemes, his weapons sold very well and quickly, which is exactly what he wanted. Gwen let out a sigh. We're going to be spending the entire night cleaning the streets of these weapons, aren't we? Unfortunately so, my love, Peter replied with a sigh of his own. Oh. What? Peter asked, looking at Gwen in confusion. I don't know, just hearing you call me my love felt weirdly nice. Peter chuckled in amusement before getting back to business. All right, it says here that the Tinkerer ran a repair shop as a front for his real business, and his real name is Phineas T. Mason. The name of his repair shop is Phineas Fix-It. Arya, run a search and see if all the information matches with what we have. So tell me, did you find either of them hot or attractive? Gwen suddenly asked, causing Peter to stop what he was doing. Seriously? Peter asked, bewildered. So you knew who I was talking about immediately? Gwen said with a smirk. Well, for one, who else could you possibly be talking about? The scientists we just met. And second, why are you setting me up for failure? Gwen just went and put her arms over Peter's shoulders before pressing her face against his. I'm only joking, it was just to tease you. Peter looked at her with some suspicion. So you can tell me, honestly, who you found hot between the two? Gwen said casually. Peter scoffed, yeah, nice try, Missy. Let's just say when it comes to ice cream, I almost always choose chocolate. Gwen playfully slapped the back of Peter's head. Peter, seriously. Blame yourself for wanting to know, okay? I'm free of blame. Gwen rolled her eyes before Arya interrupted their moment. There are some similarities but also some differences as well. For one, the Tinkerer in the other universe is an android, a man-turned machine, while in this one, it's just an old man, Arya said as she pulled up two images. What are the chances of this man being responsible for the distribution of weapons? Gwen asked, still pressing her face against Peter's. It's honestly pretty high, based on the footage I was able to gather and study. There have been people with criminal records coming and going from his store. Peter nodded. And where is he right now? From what I was able to gather, he hasn't left the store yet, even though it's pretty late. That leaves us with two possibilities. One, he has other exits in the store which he uses to leave, and two, he spends nights tinkering away in his store till morning comes, Arya informed Peter, causing him to nod. Peter let out a tired sigh. Well, what are we waiting for? We have a Tinker Bell to catch. Chapter 106, Spider-Man 106. Third person's POV. WHPSSSHH. WHPSSSHH. Both Peter and Gwen appeared on top of a building overlooking the repair shop at the corner of the street. "Wait, I wanted to try something," Gwen said, stopping Peter from advancing. Peter looked at her curiously and gave her the go-ahead. Gwen closed her eyes and started focusing her senses. It took her a few minutes, but images started to appear in her mind, images of people all appearing as if she was looking at them with thermal vision. She was able to detect Peter's heat signature right next to her, as well as the heat signatures of people walking below them and briefly some of those in their cars before they quickly disappeared. Gwen then focused her attention solely on the repair shop. She turned towards Peter. "The thing I was trying to do worked, but I wasn't able to detect anyone inside the shop." Peter nodded. "He's probably underground then. We have to sneak in and take a closer look." Peter and Gwen jumped from the building where they stood and turned invisible midair. As they landed, Peter said, "All right, do your thing." Although Peter couldn't see it, Gwen nodded and approached the keyhole of the shop. From Gwen's fingertip, white ice slowly formed. As it formed, Gwen inserted the ice into the keyhole, causing it to take the shape needed to open the door. Gwen twisted her finger, and the door made a click before slowly widening. Peter and Gwen silently sneaked their way in. In front of them was a front desk with tools and cogs scattered about, along with a radio in the corner and a cash register to the side. Behind the desk, a closed door had a sign that read, "Workshop." Various types of machines were hanging around in display, like watches, radios, and household items, giving it the aesthetic of a regular old repair shop. "Now that we're closer, want to try again?" Peter whispered. Gwen didn't respond as she closed her eyes and focused on detecting anything emitting heat. "Under us," she whispered in a low tone. "I can detect someone moving around." Peter nodded. "Now we just have to find the entrance. Activate ARIA X-ray." There wasn't anything out of the ordinary in the room. "Maybe it's in the workshop behind the desk," Gwen suggested. Peter nodded in agreement, and they both jumped over the desk and tried the door. With a simple turn, the door opened, revealing a regular mechanic workshop with small tools and broken gadgets on a table. There were pieces of metal, bolts, and screws scattered everywhere. Seeing no one around, Peter once again activated the X-ray. Arya outlined a hidden door by their feet. Although invisible, Peter and Gwen looked towards each other slightly as they slowly and softly opened the hidden door. As it opened, Peter and Gwen jumped down, their spider sense flaring, warning them of the approaching danger. Peter and Gwen deactivated their invisibility and leaped to the side, narrowly dodging lasers that came their way. They looked towards their attacker and saw an old man. He had wild white hair signifying his age, wrinkled skin, a large bushy mustache that hid his upper lip, and metal goggles with a purple glint. "If it ain't the spider couple, you found me too quickly," he snarled, pointing a gun in their direction. "Come on, old man, isn't it past your bedtime to be playing with toys at this hour?" Peter said with a smirk. "This is perfect," the old man blurted out suddenly, as if he had just gained an idea. "If I defeat both of you, I'll show everyone how great my creations are. There will be hundreds lined up, and I'll be rich." Gwen let out a fake sigh, placing a hand on her hip and looking reproachfully at the Tinkerer. "Grandpa, are you off your medications again?" The Tinkerer pointed his gun towards them and started shooting lasers, causing them to dodge. "Make all the jokes you want, I'll be the one having the last laugh." "Ha ha ha ha." He laughed maniacally as he followed them with the laser gun, shooting. As they dodged all the laser bullets, Peter shot a web at the gun and yanked it out of the old man's hands. "Okay, Grandpa, that's enough reminiscing about the war. Tell us a different story." The Tinkerer placed a small speaker beside him, causing it to emit a sound that affected only spiders. "Then listen to this." Peter and Gwen paused, holding their ears. "I forgot about that part," Peter grunted. "No fair, old man, you're using your hearing aids to your advantage," Gwen grunted. The old man took out a flamethrower, but before he could activate it, Peter shot an electric web disabling the speakers. Gwen leaped over and snatched the flamethrower from his hands before shooting a cold web towards him. Ice started to spread around the webs, making the hold on him tighter. "God damn it. Curse you, Ghost Spider and Spider-Man." Tinkerer yelled as he fell to the floor, unable to move due to the webs. The Tinkerer started throwing curses towards Peter and Gwen. Peter shot a web towards the old man's mouth, causing him to emit loud muffled mumbles and grunts. "Careful, Gramps, I don't want you throwing your hips out because you're struggling too hard now, Peter said as he picked him up and put him on his shoulders. Gwen then gathered all the weapons and gadgets and placed them over her shoulders before winking towards the Tinkerer. Sorry, these babies are being confiscated. The Tinkerer thrashed and screamed in desperation and hate as he glared towards Gwen. Peter and Gwen then jumped out of the underground workshop and exited the shop. Gwen and Peter decided to separate for a bit. She went back to the lab to store everything while Peter went toward the police station. The old man was letting out muffled screams and cries as Peter swung with him on his shoulders. People below them saw this scene and slowly pulled out their phones. Some recorded it, and some. "This is 911, what's your emergency?" the operator responded. "Yeah, hello, I think I just saw Spider-Man kidnap an old man and swing away." "Excuse me? Can you repeat that again?" the 911 operator asked in disbelief. As Peter landed in front of the police station, two officers dressed in blue stared weirdly as Spider-Man carried a tied-up old man on his shoulder. "Good morning, officers," Peter casually greeted them as if they were old friends. "It's the middle of the night, Spider-Man, what are you doing?" one of them asked bravely. "It's past 11:59, which means it's morning," Peter answered as he walked towards them with a slight skip in his steps. The partner of the other guy intervened, "We're not talking about that. We're talking about the crying old man on your shoulders." "Ah, him. I forgot about him for a second," Peter said as he put him on the floor. "Well, guys, meet the Tinkerer." "You're talking about the underground weapons dealer that goes by that name?" one of the officers asked. "Bingo, but no prize. He recently made weapons to go against us, so we had to find him. Here you go." Before they had a chance to say anything, Peter saluted them. "Keep up the good work, officers," and charged up a jump before joining up with Gwen. A few minutes later. "Sigh, now for the hard part of the night," Peter said. Gwen let out a sigh of her own before nodding in agreement. "Cleaning the streets of all these weapons that are out there." And that's exactly how they spent the rest of the night until the sun started to rise. Chapter 107, Chapter 107. Third Person's POV. Peter and Gwen arrived at their hideout, each carrying bags of weapons on their shoulders. As they entered, they dropped the bags to the floor and slumped into the nearest seats, exhausted. Pulling down their masks, they both had visible bags under their eyes. "Arya, what time is it?" Peter asked wearily, too tired to check his phone. "It is currently 10 a.m., Arya responded. "Due to what you were doing and how busy you were, I failed to relay a message you received 3 hours ago from Felicia Hardy's mother." Peter sighed. "Be a dear and read it out loud." "I am texting you to inform you that Felicia is now out of the hospital and is currently resting at home. If you want to visit her and make sure she's all right, you can do that by stopping by. I'm sure you already have our address." Before Peter could respond, his phone began to ring, and a large monitor displayed MJ's caller ID. "Answer," Peter replied tiredly. "Hey Tiger." "Hey Red," Peter responded. "Where are you right now?" "I came to get you so we can go visit Felicia, but you didn't answer your window, and when I tried the front door, Aunt May said you didn't arrive home last night." "Are you with Gwen?" "Kinda." "Just wait a little bit, Red, we'll come and pick up." "All right." MJ sounded a bit confused before hanging up. Gwen covered her mouth as she yawned. "Shower together?" she asked, too tired to formulate a proper question. Peter lifted a thumbs up, grunting as he stood. "This is going to take me to an early grave," he complained. Gwen nodded in agreement, letting out another yawn as she stood up. After they showered, they were too tired to think or do anything sexual, except for a few pecks here and there. Once dressed, Peter grabbed his bag, and they got in the car to meet MJ. When they arrived, MJ was leisurely waiting for them, and as she got in, she looked at Peter and Gwen in surprise. "Wow, you guys look exhausted. What happened?" Even though they had both showered, the signs of tiredness never left their bodies. "Oh, hunting someone down and ending their careers," Peter said, technically not lying. MJ misunderstood Peter's statement, thinking, did they spend all night researching the guy who went after Felicia? Is that why they're so tired? Although she wasn't entirely wrong, that wasn't exactly what Peter meant. A few minutes later, they appeared in front of Felicia's door as they knocked. Felicia answered, She wore silk silver-white shorts with cut sides and a black tank top while her hair was tied in a ponytail. She looked towards Peter and Gwen. You guys look like shit. Did you guys spend the entire night fucking or something and didn't get enough sleep? Thanks, Felicia. How nice of you, Gwen said with an eye roll. Felicia then stuck her leg to the side, stopping a black cat with bright green eyes from escaping. She went and picked it up before introducing him to everyone. Everyone, meet Mr. Whisker. Mr. Whiskers, meet everyone. Now come on in, she said, stepping to the side. She then led everyone to her room. Her room was the typical definition of a teenage girl's room, with posters and a bed adorned with a few stuffed cat animals. Is that a Spider-Man and Ghost Spider poster? Since when did they start making those? Since when did we allow people to make those? And I know we've been Spider-Man for about 3 or so months, but isn't our influence a bit much? Am I underestimating the influence I had on people these months? Peter thought, confused, with Gwen having a similar thought process. Wow, you really have a thing for cats. MJ said as she looked around. Don't judge me, she casually said while shrugging her shoulders. Sit anywhere you like. Felicia went and laid on her bed, to which MJ and Gwen joined her, while Peter went and sat on the floor, leaning back against the bed. So, how's life? Felicia asked as she grabbed one of her stuffed animals, which caused the others to chuckle, naturally starting a conversation. As Gwen and MJ checked up on Felicia, Peter reached into his bag and pulled out his computer. While typing, Felicia rolled her eyes. I don't need your pity, wait. Parker, did you seriously just come to my home, my room, and just start doing homework? Felicia sat up, put a hand on her chin, and pondered aloud. I don't know if I should be offended or impressed. Peter grew a bit embarrassed as he rubbed the back of his head. Sorry, Cat, but if it makes you feel any better, I'm not doing homework, I'm writing down plans and formulas for some things I'm planning to invent. I'm sorry. Did you just call me Cat? And what could you possibly be making? Felicia asked, as she had heard Peter was a genius but only had a rough idea how much of a genius he was and wanted to learn more. Yeah. I mean, you clearly love cats and have the green eyes of one, so, Cat. And I'm just designing and figuring out how it operates, Peter said as he finished typing something. As he was done, he put the laptop on the bed and hit the spacebar. On the screen, a rough blueprint appeared, a blueprint of a watch. Peter then started to explain. Basically, just by tapping on the watch, it could shoot a laser that could potentially knock someone out cold. Felicia's lips slightly curled up when she heard that. Aw shucks, you care that much about me, you went and created a weapon just for me. I don't know if I should feel touched or scared. What do you mean by, potentially? MJ asked curiously as she looked over what Peter wrote. Peter just pointed at the Spider-Man and Ghost Spider posters. I highly doubt these would work on a guy like Spider-Man. This is for your average Joe of a guy. They nodded in understanding as Peter took back the laptop and continued working. So this is what they meant when they mentioned you were smart, Parker. Now I'm curious, who's smarter, you or the famous Tony Stark? Felicia teased. Peter stopped what he was doing and slowly turned to look at her, offended. Did you seriously just doubt my intelligence and ask me if another man is smarter than me? Felicia then started moving like a scale. I mean, on one hand, one has a multi-billion-dollar company, and the other one doesn't. Peter put a hand towards her, motioning her to stop. You did not just go there. I think she just did. MJ teased, fanning the flames. Oh no, Gwen said with a sigh before quickly reaching over and putting a hand over his mouth. Lots and lots of mumbling went on behind Gwen's hand. We're going to be here a while. What just happened? Felicia asked. Peter really hates it when you compare his intelligence to somebody else's and would go on close to an hour tangent on why you're wrong. Harry had the unfortunate incident of being at the brunt of it when we first met. As Peter went on, Felicia looked towards her with worry. Is there any way to turn him off? Gwen nodded. You're supposed to admit you're wrong and that no one is smarter than he is. Seriously. Unfortunately so. Both Gwen and MJ said at once. Fine. No one is smarter than Peter Parker. I was wrong in my earlier question of even thinking of comparing the two of you, Felicia said in a flat tone. Seeing Peter nodding, Gwen removed her hand. I'm glad my reasons were enough to convince you. Next time, don't ask such foolish questions. Felicia's lips twitched, unsure how to react to Peter's shameless statement. Chapter 108, Chapter 108. Third person's POV. As they sat in comfortable silence together, each person engrossed in their own activities, Felicia unexpectedly burst into laughter. They all turned to look at her in confusion. Listen to this, she said with a large grin, turning up the volume on her phone. He's a menace, I've been telling you, a menace. Jonah Jameson's voice blared from Felicia's phone. Gwen and Peter exchanged a glance before tuning in. But no. No one wanted to believe me. But here's the proof, people. Just last night, Spider-Man was seen swinging through the city with an old man on his shoulder. That old man was heard screaming and crying for his life. There have been reports saying he was wrapped up in Spider-Man's web, which caused the old man's screaming to become muffled. That Spider-Man has no respect for the elderly. If Spider-Man can mistreat an innocent old man like that, imagine what he could do to you. Imagine what he could do to your children. Huh? What do you mean the old man wasn't innocent? What harm could an old man possibly do? Betty, are you playing with me? Are you saying that the old man was a famous underground weapons dealer? Why didn't you say that earlier? Clears throat. Well, I still say he's a menace to our society. Even if that old man was a criminal, it's not Spider-Man's job, or anyone's job, for that matter, to treat him roughly except for the police. We've seen Spider-Man catch cars with his bare hands with such inhuman strength. Imagine what he could do when fighting that old man. Huh? What do you mean he appeared uninjured? So you're saying Spider-Man went to capture such a famous weapons dealer and did so just by tying him up in a web, putting a bow on him, and delivering him to the police? We will now be moving into the section of today's broadcast where you get to call us and tell us any grievance you have with our menace of New York City. Ring ring. Would you look at that, it seems we have an eager caller with us today. Let's find out what our heroes have done now, shall we? Click. Welcome, caller. A new voice appeared, the voice of a little girl, a voice Peter and Gwen recognized. Leave them alone, you big bully. Peter and Gwen exchanged a smile and continued to listen. Stop saying mean things about Spider-Man and his sidekick, the Ghost Spider. Ha 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 ha. Peter, upon hearing this, couldn't help but laugh until he toppled over, clutching his stomach. Gwen wore a plain expression, her eyebrows twitching by the second. Felicia paused the video and turned towards Peter, looking at him in confusion. Sorry. I'm just imagining Ghost Spider's expression right now upon being called a sidekick. MJ and Felicia chuckled, finding the thought of Ghost Spider throwing a tantrum upon being called a sidekick amusing. Gwen secretly took a deep breath to calm herself down, hearing her friends practically laughing at her, though two of them didn't know any better. Gwen gave Peter a look that said, I'll deal with you later, which caused Peter to look at her apologetically. Then Felicia resumed the video. Listen, little girl, you don't know, Jameson started off before being cut off by the little girl. Don't you say I don't know what I'm talking about because I do. Just last night Spider-Man and his sidekick saved my life. Sniff, did you know that I was locked up in a scary place for a long time, thinking I would never see the light of the sun again? Spider-Man guided me and everyone else out towards the light. He's my hero, my savior, so stop talking bad about him. Hiccups. Peter looked down upon hearing that, not daring to look up. He then heard the voice of an older woman on the phone a bit farther away. It's okay, sweetie. Let me talk to him as well, okay? Here, Mommy, the little girl sniffled. The voice of the woman then became clearer. Listen here, I don't know what you have against Spider-Man or Ghost Spider, but from what I've been hearing, they're both very good people doing the best they can for this city. Gwen looked down towards Peter and smiled but froze upon seeing Peter looking down, squeezing his own thighs to stop himself from shedding tears. She saw the corner of Peter's lips quivering as the woman continued. Spider-Man and Ghost Spider aren't just her heroes. They're my heroes as well, and everyone else's. They reunited my little family together once more that was on the verge of falling apart, so please. I beg of you, stop trying to tarnish their name and make them out as bad people because they're not. We see them out there every day, every morning, even sometimes at night, putting themselves in harm's way to protect us, to make sure this city is safe. No one likes to listen to their heroes be constantly blamed for something they're not or didn't do. After she finished speaking, she hung up the phone, her voice shaking towards the end as if she was on the verge of crying as well. Jameson didn't say anything to that. Just when he was about to change the subject or end the broadcast, the phone started ringing once more. "What do you?" Jameson was once again cut off before he had a chance to say anything. This time it was the voice of a man. "Listen, man, I've been listening to your stuff for a while, but all you've been talking about is how bad Spider-Man and Ghost Spider are. But you haven't given us any evidence as to why or how. They're heroes, and I have the evidence to prove it. We all do. We've seen how he fought against that green monster in the school, then with the metal rhino. Did you know that during that attack, the metal rhino ran across the bridge, throwing cars off of it? Instead of ignoring them and continuing to chase after the villain, Spider-Man stopped completely and focused entirely on the people. He stopped the cars and saved the people from plunging into the ocean, pulling them all up, making sure everyone was okay and well accounted for before returning to chasing the villain. The crazy part? Spider-Man still caught up to him and took him down." Jameson didn't reply and just ended the broadcast, which caused Felicia to start laughing again. Peter finally composed himself and was genuinely touched by all of that. "Spider-Man sure is loved, huh?" Peter said, leaning back on the bed. Gwen smiled as she softly ruffled his hair. Felicia scoffed, "What have you been living under, a rock?" "Of course he is. What do you think this is, a comic book where the hero fights and doesn't get the recognition they deserve?" "That isn't the case with Spider-Man?" Peter asked, as that was how he assumed it was. "Wow, you must have really been living under a rock. Although they've only been active for a short while, people pay attention. They aren't blind. They're very judgmental, they see how hard Ghost Spider and Spider-Man protect them, so they deem them worthy of recognition. People think they're the coolest thing ever. Even I think they're cool. My favorite one between the two is Ghost Spider. She's basically showing that even women can be superheroes if they want to. She's very popular among the women in the world." Gwen was shocked to hear that, as she really wasn't expecting that. They've never really stopped to see the effects they had on people. So, this was very eye-opening for both of them. Just before they could continue their conversation, Peter's stomach started to rumble, which reminded Gwen that she herself hadn't eaten. "Chinese food, anyone?" "I'll pay," Peter said, a bit embarrassed. "Dude, I'll freaking love you for life if you get me some Chinese food right now," Felicia said with a hungry look. "Looks like what they say is true, the way to a woman's heart is through her stomach," Peter said with a smile as he took their order before calling. Chapter 109, Chapter 109. Third Person's POV. As they ate their Chinese food, Felicia looked at all of them in confusion. "Weren't the two of you supposed to go on a date today or something?" "Oh damn, you're right, I completely forgot about it," Peter said casually. It took him a moment before he turned towards MJ and started to immediately apologize, realizing how his comment sounded. "I'm so sorry, that wasn't what I meant was..." Seeing Peter trying hard to defend himself and stumbling over his words, MJ chuckled and rolled her eyes. "Don't worry about it, Tiger, it's all right. I even forgot about it myself." Peter put a hand to his chest and let out a sigh of relief. Felicia let out a sigh of her own, but it was one of resignation. "I still can't get over the fact you're practically going to start building your own harem." "I'm surrounded by weird people, I swear." Peter scoffed. "Whatever you say, cat lady." Felicia looked offended by that statement and pointed her fork at Peter. "I'll have you know I only own one cat. I'm far from being a cat lady. And you only need to kill one person to be labeled a murderer." "Your point?" Peter scoffed. "What kind of comparison is that?" Gwen asked, looking at Peter weirdly. Meanwhile, MJ choked a bit on the dumpling she was eating before she proceeded to laugh at the comparison. Felicia simply rolled her eyes and grumbled a bit. "Those two are very different things, and you know it." Peter shrugged his shoulders. "They're both labels to me." "Yeah, because killing someone and owning a cat are so very similar, Parker," Felicia said sarcastically. They all kept bantering among themselves for another hour, finishing their Chinese food and just lazing around. Then Felicia practically threw them out after they overstayed their welcome. "All right, you've been bothering me long enough. Go home already." You guys already made sure I was alright, and you two have a date to go to. Even though she said that, they all knew she was joking and just wanted to spend time by herself. Respecting her wishes, the others started to leave while saying their goodbyes. Felicia then looked at MJ and said, "You better call me later and tell me how the date went." MJ smiled and nodded. As they got in the car, MJ looked towards Peter and said, "Can you drop me off at home? I'll call you when I'm ready." Peter nodded and did as he was told. During the drive, Peter kept thinking about what to do for their date, as he hadn't really thought about it. When they arrived at the Watson residence, an idea had already formed in his mind. He turned towards MJ and said, "We're something comfortable." MJ smiled and nodded before saying goodbye to Gwen. Then the two drove back to their hideout. Gwen fell asleep on the way due to how tired she was from the previous night. Peter softly chuckled, looking at her sleep as his lips curled up slightly. He unconsciously started to drive a bit slower. When they arrived, Peter slowly picked her up from the car and took her to their room in the hideout. After tucking her in, Peter went back to the lab and did his own thing while waiting for MJ's call. Peter first started checking out the weapons he had acquired during his earlier expedition. He disassembled them and began examining every part. These cartridges hold electricity. As it passes through the gun, it's guided to the nozzle where it compresses into laser shots. I should be able to make watch batteries that hold more electricity than this and make a tiny enough nozzle that could be hidden in the watch, Peter muttered and immediately started to get to work. It took him a few minutes and a bit of trial and error to get everything right and ready. When he did, he grabbed the neural transmitter and got some spider bots, which were already built, to create everything much quicker than he could have done it. Peter made 5 watches in total and made sure they were accessible and looked well made. Peter then put one on. By turning the outer part of the watch, I can change how high the voltage is gathered and how strong it's going to be, he muttered as he turned it slightly before touching the screen and shooting a quick blue laser towards his own hand. Pew! Peter closed his eyes and opened and closed his hand before shaking it. Yeah. This should be able to knock out a person. After he was done, he took it off and put it to the side. He then grabbed their masks, which were scattered around, and flipped them inside out. "Arya, I thought of something earlier during our night out when we were hunting the Tinkerer. Honestly, if this works, I'm even scared of the possibility of what we could accomplish," Peter said with a hand on his chin. A hologram of a tiny Arya appeared by his work table. She looked towards Peter, her little head tilted to the side. "What is it, Daddy?" "Well, there are 2 ideas. The first one isn't as impressive as the second. When we're invisible, I find it really inconvenient to talk with Gwen. I feel like it minimizes our stealth. So, I was thinking, what if I connect our neural transmitter, but instead of sending commands to objects, we send messages to one another? We should be able to receive them in our own heads and not even need to talk out loud," Peter explained. Arya copied Peter's posture, placing a hand under her chin, which Peter found adorable. "It's a good idea and shouldn't be too difficult to add and fix up," Arya said. "I should be able to quickly come up with a suitable blueprint for it if you like." Peter nodded. "Blueprints are nice. I can always see if we miss something with them." "What's your second idea?" Arya asked curiously. "This one is a bit difficult to put into words, but I'm thinking about a helmet based on the neural transmitter that would let us enter our own minds," Peter explained. Arya's eyes widened. "You mean like those VR headsets in fiction?" Peter nodded, his expression serious. "Imagine the possibilities. We could train our unconventional skills or develop new ones. For example, Gwen always wanted to try performing surgery. She could practice in there and develop her skills until she practically becomes a master or the best renowned surgeon without needing to practice on real people. Or our own inventions. I've always wanted to try building something crazy, but I'm mostly scared of what could happen if I mess something up. I could accidentally create a black hole if I'm not careful." Arya looked at Peter in confusion. "What idea do you have that could cause a black hole?" Peter smiled. "An artificial sun, practically a ball of endless energy." "I'm sorry, Daddy, but, are you crazy?" Arya practically shouted. Peter continued to smile. "In science, to achieve greatness, we all have to be a little crazy, don't we?" Arya let out a little giggle, covering her mouth. "Hee, I guess you're right. Want to hear the best part?" Peter teased. There's more. Arya asked. We should be able to meet in the VR world and physically make contact with one another. What the fuck are we waiting for? We have things to build. Arya said, fire igniting in her eyes. Arya, Peter's strict tone called out. Language, young lady, or you and I are going to have a serious discussion. Arya looked down in shame. Sorry, Daddy. I was just really excited, she said sadly, as this was practically the first time she had ever been reprimanded by her father. Peter's stern expression softened a little as he tried to rub her little cheeks. It's all right. I understand. I'm a little excited as well, so I don't totally blame you. Arya and Peter then got to work. The first project was finished rather easily. After a few tests here and there, Peter found that it worked just as he intended. But as he started working on the second project, his phone rang. It was MJ, and it was time for his date. Chapter 110, Chapter 110. Third person's POV. Hey Red, what I'm about to ask is really weird, but your mom isn't home, right? Peter asked with an awkward smile. On the other side of the call, Peter heard MJ giggle. No, she isn't. She's at work and won't be back until much later tonight. Peter heard MJ's teasing tone, which made him smile. Good, see you in a bit, he said, ending the call. Peter then got dressed in something casual before heading out. He first stopped by the store to get something for their date. As he shopped, he thought back to what Arya and he had been discussing about the neural transmitter. There's something else I didn't tell Arya. Another plan I have for it. Although I'm not sure if I really should go for it. When Venom comes, and I know he will because that's my luck, I could use it to erase his consciousness and replace it with Arya, or a new AI. But do I truly want to do that? After all, Venom hasn't technically done anything wrong so far, and Venom has always been my favorite villain. I don't really think my own conscience would let me. Peter kept thinking over the dilemma as he bought the things he needed. As he got back into his car, he shook his head. I'll think about it later. I better just focus on MJ. When he arrived, he rang her doorbell. When she opened the door. Oh wow, he muttered, seeing what she was wearing. She had on a black tank top that emphasized her figure with black jean shorts. MJ smiled upon hearing him and let out a little giggle. Were you planning on seducing me by choosing to wear that? Because it's working, Peter said, raising a thumb. MJ scoffed and invited Peter inside. Stop being silly and come in. What's in the bag, anyway? As he entered, he started to explain his thought process. You know, I was having a hard time deciding where to take you and how I wanted to spend the day with you. I also didn't want to be surrounded by people and just wanted it to be the two of us, alone. So, for our date, I decided we're going to be baking together. He put the bags on the kitchen counter and pulled out flour and baking pans. MJ looked at Peter with a straight expression, causing Peter to grow nervous. His smile grew weary as he lowered his arms. Bad idea. MJ walked up to Peter, patted his face, and pulled his cheek affectionately. You're so cute, I swear. Peter reached into the bag and pulled out 2 aprons. I got us matching aprons, he said awkwardly. MJ started to laugh at the aprons and wrapped her arms around Peter's waist. Baking, huh? Just the two of us? It actually sounds fun. I'm down. Oh, thank God, Peter let out a large sigh of relief and put a hand on his chest. I really didn't know how you were going to react. MJ rolled her eyes. I don't really care how we spend the day as long as we spend it together. Peter lowered his head and gave MJ a kiss. And you call me the cute one, he teased. MJ had a satisfied expression after the kiss, causing Peter to chuckle before he grabbed the aprons. He put MJ's on her and tied it around her back. MJ smiled, grabbed the other apron, and put it on Peter herself. It's like we're a married couple. So, what are we making, Master Chef? MJ teased. There's a lot we can make. I bought a lot of things. We can make brownies, cheesecake, cupcakes, regular cake, chocolate cake, strawberry shortcake. We can honestly make whatever your heart desires, Little Red. MJ crossed her arms and put a hand on her chin, tapping her lips. Those all sound so good right now, but the brownies sound the best, MJ decided after a bit of pondering. Peter nodded and laid out all the ingredients on the kitchen counter. As they started to prepare everything, MJ stopped and said, "Wait a minute, I know what'll make this experience better." MJ rushed out of the kitchen, causing Peter to grow confused. A minute later, he heard the sound of a piano begin to play. Peter started tapping his foot to the rhythm. MJ slid back into the kitchen, pretending to hold a microphone in her hand. Musical note, you could never know what it's like, your blood, like winter, freezes just like ice. Musical note. Peter started laughing before joining in and singing alongside MJ. Musical note, and there's a cold, lonely light that shines from you. You'll wind up like the wreck you hide behind that mask you use. Musical note. As they sang and danced around the kitchen, they poured in the flour with the eggs and milk before whisking away. Musical note, and did you think this fool could never win? Well, look at me, I'm comin' back again. I got a taste of love in a simple way. And if you need to know while I'm still standin', you just fade away. Musical note. MJ and Peter then came close together back to back as MJ put the messy whisk between them like a microphone. Musical note, don't you know I'm still standin' better than I ever did. Lookin' like a true survivor, feelin' like a little kid. And I'm still standin', after all this time, pickin' up the pieces of my life without you on my mind. Musical note. As they danced, Peter took hold of MJ and spun her around, causing her to giggle before bringing her back into his arms. As she was close, Peter wiped his floury hands on her cheeks and nose, causing her to look at him aghast. "No, you didn't, Peter B. Parker," she exclaimed, while Peter just danced and sang around her. Musical note, I'm still standin', yeah, I'm still standin', yeah, musical note. MJ watched with her messy face, a hand on her hip, and a small smile growing on her face. Seeing that Peter had his eyes closed while whisking chocolate batter, an idea formed in her mind. She grabbed a handful of flour before going behind Peter and tapping him on the shoulder. When Peter turned around, MJ had her palm out and blew on it, sending a blast of powder covering Peter's face. MJ started laughing loudly, holding her stomach before proceeding to sing while pointing a finger at his powdered nose. Musical note, and if our love was just a circus, you'd be a clown by now. Musical note. As she sang that part, Peter blinked a few times, causing powder to fall off his eyelashes, which made MJ laugh to the point of tears. Peter spread his arms, causing MJ's laughter to freeze. "Wait, please." She turned to run away, but it was too late. Peter gave her a bear hug from behind. MJ started kicking her feet in the air as she laughed, and Peter picked her up, rubbing his cheeks against hers. As he put her down, he started rubbing flour on her forehead as well, which caused them to stop and look into each other's eyes. They both giggled before they went and kissed each other once more. As they were kissing, MJ backed away and held up a finger before turning to the side. PHT, your lips had flour on them, sorry, she awkwardly said after spitting to the side. Then she passed her thumb over her own lips. Peter just laughed while covering his face, which set MJ into her own fits of giggles. Many songs and dances later, the brownies were done. They sat by the kitchen counter with the brownies and a drink by their side. They pressed their brownies together as if making a toast before both took a bite. MJ covered her mouth as she chewed. "It's not bad. It's actually really good." As they ate their share of brownies, Peter rested his arm on the counter and leaned on it, watching MJ enjoy herself with a small smile of his own. Seeing the way Peter was looking at her, MJ started to grow embarrassed. "What?" she shyly muttered. "Nothing, I just realized I truly do love you." Even though she was practically blushing a storm and was happily celebrating inwardly, she let out a scoff. "It was about time you realized." Peter chuckled and pulled her chair closer to him. He gave her a kiss on the lips, which caused MJ to close her eyes and savor every second of it. She held onto his cheeks, while Peter held her waist. As Peter let go, he pressed his forehead against hers. Before he had a chance to say what he wanted, MJ was the first to start. "I love you. And this just made me realize how much I truly do." We did something as simple as baking, and I practically had the time of my life, MJ softly smiled. Before I ask you to officially become my girlfriend, there's something you should know, something I've been hiding from you, Peter said, gaining a serious expression. MJ grew nervous. What is it? Peter let out a small breath as he prepared himself. He jumped up from where he stood and shot a web towards the ceiling before appearing upside down in front of MJ. MJ practically leapt up from her seat herself, staring with her eyes widening. She covered her mouth in complete and utter shock. You're. Peter nodded his head with an awkward expression. That's right, I'm Spider-Man, surprise, he said, as his feet stuck to the webbing and he did little jazz hands. Holy shit. MJ practically screamed before covering her mouth once more. Chapter 111. Third person's POV. Oh fate, how it works in mysterious ways. Just one thing needs to align with another event, and it can lead to unprecedented changes that no one would have seen coming. Due to Aria's excitement and secret wish to have physical contact with her father, she focused her entire attention on how to improve the neural transmitter, trying to bring Peter's idea to fruition. Because of her lack of attention, she failed to keep an eye on people she was supposed to, people who would be a menace and a threat to the spider couple. Case number 1, Dr. Otto Octavius. Otto was in his lab, seated with quivering lips. He reached over to his desk and grabbed the cup of coffee in front of him. As he lifted it up and brought it close, his own hands failed him, causing him to drop the cup. It crashed against the hard ground, shattering and spilling coffee everywhere. Otto smashed his desk in frustration. Curse this body, curse these useless limbs of mine. I don't know why I bother trying. I always end up disappointed. I'm practically doing the same thing over and over again, trying to gain a different outcome. Otto then stood up and wiped his desk clean in frustration. As he accidentally stepped on a piece of glass, he reached down, grabbed a broken piece, and threw it at the wall, where a newspaper was hung, a newspaper featuring Norman Osborn. And it's all his fault. He was scared of my genius when we were in college together. He was jealous of my potential. When we started Oscorp together, he grew anxious that I would one day take over completely. So he hired some men to come and cripple me. Although he might not say it and deny it over and over again, I just know it was him. Otto covered his mouth and let out a chuckle. He, but worry not, for I will have my payback, Norman. Although the mobility in my hands has been reduced, it isn't enough to completely stop my genius. Otto walked to a bookshelf and put his back against the side of it before he began to grunt and push it to the side. As Otto moved the bookshelf, it revealed a door. As he opened it, he started walking down the dark stairs. My own lab is almost being shut down. They are this close to stopping providing me funds, but it matters not. Not after what I will accomplish. Everyone will then know the name Otto Octavius, he thought as he appeared in an even more developed lab. A laboratory disconnected from everything, where no one would ever hope to find it. On the walls of the laboratory hung a dark green skin suit, from which 4 metallic tentacles spread out. In front of the outfit lay a large table with a big comfortable-looking chair. He pulled the chair back and sat down. In front of him, on the table, was a small chip with some soldering irons next to it. Otto took a deep breath and started to shake his hands. Before he began, Otto used every bit of his willpower to keep his hands steady. He would stop every so often and take small breaks before continuing. After approximately 2 hours, he put down his equipment, sweat streaming down his face and forehead. There, that should do it. I hope, but I can't anymore. I don't know how long my hands will hold. The more I use them, the more I damage them and they stop working. I can't go any further, this is all I could accomplish. Let's hope it's enough. Otto grabbed the suit from the wall and put it on with some difficulty. Then, he reached over and grabbed the small device, taking another breath before attaching it to his neck. Ha ha ha. Otto cried out in pain, his mechanical limbs swinging wildly while he crashed against the walls of his hidden lab. He felt like thousands of bolts of electricity were coursing through his body, and he and his mechanical limbs were becoming one, while he was too weak to stop it. The pain soon stopped, which caused him to calm down slightly. I'm hearing voices, Otto mumbled, holding his head in confusion. The mechanical limbs moved in front of him like they had a mind of their own. Ah, it's from you guys. Yes, I get it now. We have become one. We are now one and the same. Otto then started to give commands to the arms, which they quickly moved as he instructed. Ha 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 ha. Now Norman will pay. But wait, Otto stopped. I mustn't be foolish. The new up-and-coming spider couple. Once I start making a ruckus and going for Norman, they will come for me. They will try and stop me. I must prepare to stop them. With these new limbs, making and creating new inventions should now be something I excel at. Case number 2, Maxwell Dillon. At the same time, elsewhere in Oscorp, Maxwell Dillon walked with his head down, unable to look anyone in the eyes, carrying a bag of tools in one hand and a ladder in the other. He accidentally crashed into someone, causing both of them to tumble and drop everything. Damn it. Watch where you're going, you filthy nobody, the scientist cursed, seeing Max was only wearing an electrician's outfit. So sorry, Max nervously said as he helped the scientist pick up the notes he had dropped, before retrieving his own things. The scientist scoffed, yeah, you better be. My time is precious, unlike some people, he mumbled towards the end, looking at Max with disdain. Max apologized again while the scientist walked away. Max then headed to the spot he was called for. When he went through a door, he saw a pool filled with electric eels. Looking around, he put a hand on his chin. They mentioned something about a lower than normal power output. As he looked around, he saw some wires connected to the pool of electric eels and grew amused by them. They looked pretty awesome. He followed the wires up and saw how some were weirdly placed. I think I know the problem now, he muttered as he set up the ladder and climbed up. When he reached the top, he saw how tangled and tight the wires were. How can anyone let it get to this? So irresponsible. He started to disconnect some of the wires, causing some electricity to flow towards his fingers and making him flinch slightly. Luckily, he was wearing gloves to protect him. When he reached the last wire, the electricity surged like a thunderbolt due to the amount of power it had been storing. The lightning bolt hit him square in the chest, sending him flying into the pool of eels. The eels released electricity all at once, causing Max to scream in pain. Instead of making noise, bubbles escaped his mouth as he was underwater. He cried in pain as electricity flowed through him. He held his neck, trying to stop his screams so he wouldn't run out of air, but the pain was too much. All he could do was shake and scream as the eels started to tackle him. His skin began to peel off, replaced not by muscle fibers but by blue electricity. I'm going to die. No, please. I can't die. I still haven't become someone I can be proud of, someone acknowledged by everyone. I can't die, he screamed in his head. But it was useless as Max sank to the bottom of the pool. More and more of his skin peeled away, and he closed his eyes, unwillingly accepting his death. After a while, his eyes snapped open, glowing bright blue. He practically shot out of the water, and as he reached the surface, he let out a scream. Ah! His voice sounded electric and unfamiliar to him. He looked at his blue hands. What just happened to me? He couldn't help but ask. Case number 3, Mark Raxton. Mark Raxton was an assistant scientist to Dr. Spencer Smythe. They were both seen with goggles on, standing in front of a large device that looked like something out of a sci-fi movie. It had swirling points aimed at the center, where a metal disc lay on the ground. On the disc was a jar of silver liquid metal. Is everything clear, Mark? Dr. Spencer asked. Yes, sir, everything looks to be operational. Good. We're about to make history, Dr. Spencer grinned before pulling a lever and hitting a red button. The sci-fi machine charged up, emitting a golden light that transformed into a beam of energy hitting the silver metal. Slowly, the silver metal started turning golden. Once it was fully gold, Dr. Spencer turned off the machine. Seeing the bright, golden metal, he let out a genuine, happy laugh. Ha 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 ha. Amazing. Dr. Spencer turned towards Mark. Do you know how much of a service we would have done once we give this to the government? We would be treated like heroes. Wait, give it. Mark asked, his brow furrowing. Do you have any idea how much money that thing could sell for and you want to give it to the government? He shouted in anger. We became scientists not for the monetary value but for what we can discover and how much we can help people. Mark immediately interrupted. Giving this to the government isn't something for you to simply decide. The decision is as much mine as it is yours, Mark said as he grabbed Dr. Spencer's collar. We can set ourselves up for life, make our problems go away, and you just want to give it away. No way. I won't permit it. Mark screamed, agitated, with a hint of greed in his eyes. He pushed Dr. Spencer back with great force, causing the doctor to accidentally hit the switch before hitting his head and knocking himself out. Mark didn't realize the machine was turned on as he ran towards the liquid gold, greed burning in his eyes. I'll be rich. I'll sell it on my own and keep all the money to myself. Then I won't even have to share it. As Mark reached down and took hold of the liquid gold, the rays of golden energy struck him with full force, causing the jar to explode and spray him with the entire liquid gold. Ah! He screamed as the liquid gold coated his entire body from head to toe. Dr. Spencer quickly regained consciousness and sprang into action, seeing what had happened. He ran to stop the device, causing Mark to drop to the floor with a loud metallic sound. Mark's entire body now glowed a bright golden color, with steam rising from his figure. He groaned, trying to comprehend what had just happened. Slowly, he stood up, feeling a strange new power coursing through his veins. Mark, are you okay? Dr. Spencer asked, rushing to his side. Mark looked at his hands, now shimmering with a golden hue. He flexed his fingers, feeling the liquid metal respond to his thoughts. A wicked grin spread across his face as he realized the potential of his new form. I'm more than okay, Dr. Spencer, he said, his voice echoing with a metallic timbre. I'm magnificent. Dr. Spencer stared at him, torn between fear and awe. Mark, we need to get you help. We don't know what that transformation has done to you. Mark laughed, a harsh, metallic sound. Help? I don't need help. I'm powerful beyond imagination now. And as for your precious government, they'll be the last to get their hands on me. Without another word, Mark turned and walked out of the lab, leaving Dr. Spencer behind. Each step he took left a faint golden footprint. What have I created? Dr. Spencer lamented with horror. And thus is how fate works. Just that little lack of attention caused the cosmic forces to swirl, creating new opponents and adversaries for our spider couple and his friends. Why do I say friends? Read and find out, winky face. Chapter 112, Chapter 112. Third person's POV. MJ had to take a step back and sit down. She put a hand over her forehead and looked down. She looked back up and saw Peter smiling at her awkwardly while still hanging upside down. Then if you're Spider-Man. Gwen must be. Holy, another wave of shock came over MJ. How, when, why? I have too many questions. MJ exclaimed. Peter got down and scratched his cheek, a bit embarrassed. So all this time, you two were the web-swinging duo. MJ said softly after a few minutes, coming to terms with the idea that Peter and Gwen were the two spider people. How did it happen? How did you get your powers? MJ asked, her eyes burning with desire to find out more. Oscorp, school trip, bitten by a spider, Peter briefly explained. MJ began to recall their earlier school trip to Oscorp. She then nodded. You and Gwen both disappeared that day. Makes sense. MJ then narrowed her eyes. Who else knows about this? Uncle Ben, Aunt May, Gwen's dad, and Harry. What? You told Harry before you told me? MJ asked, a bit hurt that she was practically the last one among their friends to know. No, Harry found out by accident. We didn't mean to tell him. If it was up to us, you would have been first before Harry. No offense to Harry. Knowing what she was going to ask next, Peter continued, remember how sometimes during class Gwen and I would rush out? Well, during one of our excursions, I ended up being injured pretty badly. When we came back and met up with you guys, Harry slapped my back as a greeting, right where the injury was. His hand was stained with blood, and you can guess the rest. I get it, but couldn't you have told me when he found out? MJ pouted a bit. Gwen actually wanted to tell you then since it was only fair, but I said no. Peter awkwardly mumbled as he looked to the side, unable to meet MJ's eyes. Out of everything that MJ heard, this was the most shocking. She grabbed Peter by the collar of his shirt and started shaking him back and forth. What do you mean, no? As Peter was being shaken, he grabbed MJ's hand to stop her. I just felt that we shouldn't be telling everyone so fast. Who knows what danger that could lead to? Plus, it didn't feel like the right moment to do it. MJ let out a little grumble as what Peter was saying made a bit of sense, but that didn't mean she was satisfied with it. Wait, during the monster lizard thing, did I do something unnecessary? MJ suddenly remembered. Peter didn't respond with words. He squinted an eye and pinched his fingers together. MJ sat with a lifeless look in her eyes. Peter was sure he saw her soul escaping from her mouth. Peter kissed MJ on the forehead. Although you didn't need to do it, it was the intention that mattered most in the end, which Gwen and I really appreciate. MJ let out a tired breath. I guess you're right. Peter picked up MJ in a Princess Carrie and brought her to the couch, where he began to snuggle her. I'm sorry for not telling you earlier, Peter said softly. MJ leaned her head against his. Although I'm a bit hurt, I understand why you didn't. So now that there aren't any more secrets between us, I, Peter B. Parker, ask you, Mary Jane Watson, if you would officially become mine. Peter asked with a soft look. MJ twisted her body to look at him face to face while they were still cuddling. She grabbed him by the cheeks and pulled him in for a kiss. As they backed off a bit, MJ looked at him teasingly. Does that answer your question? I don't know how to read lips. I'm going to need some more practice to be able to understand, Peter teased back. He, you're always so quick with your comebacks, MJ giggled and went back for more. The two continued kissing each time, growing more passionate, their hunger to taste each other growing stronger by the minute. MJ had her arms wrapped around his head, unwilling to let go. While Peter held her by the bottom of her waist, pulling her in closer. MJ unconsciously wrapped her legs around his waist. Peter's hands were unable to be kept in place as they started going up MJ. MJ let out a small moan as Peter's rough and large hands made contact with her skin. As his hand went inside her tank top, Peter's kisses started moving to other places. As Peter started kissing her neck, MJ let out a bit of a loud and steamy moan. Peter. Peter started to mark his territory as he started giving MJ hickeys on her neck. As Peter sucked on her neck, MJ started to slowly grind her on his crotch as she felt his cock hardening against her. Big. Was all MJ could think of. Once he was done marking his territory, they both looked at each other once more with burning desire before they began to kiss and taste each other's lips, while they wrestled with their tongues. And just as MJ started to fully take Peter's shirt off, the door to the living room opened, causing them both to freeze like deer in headlights. They saw MJ's mom, Ms. Watson, staring at the two of them with her mouth slightly agape. It's not what it looks like, Peter said with a nervous look. Get off my daughter and out of my house, Ms. Watson said with a tired and angered look. Yes ma'am, Peter quickly said as he whispered to MJ, I'll call you later. He grabbed his shirt from the floor and ran out of the Watson residence. He rapidly crossed the street and rushed into his own house. As he entered, he quickly shut the door behind him and let out a sigh. Peter then froze as he saw both Aunt May and Uncle Ben looking at him with disbelief. It was a bit hot outside, so I took off my shirt, Peter said, trying to justify himself as he realized they were both home. That doesn't explain your messy look and red lipstick all over you, Aunt May said slowly. Uncle Ben then narrowed his eyes and looked at Peter with a warning look. Please tell me you were just with Gwen. Because if you were cheating on that girl with MJ just now, we're both going to have a problem. I will disown you if you hurt Gwen, Peter, Aunt May said with a dangerous look in her eyes. Although Peter knew Aunt May wouldn't really do it, she was clearly very disappointed in him and wouldn't look at him the same. Peter just let out a goofy grin as he rubbed the back of his head. You guys aren't going to believe this, but Gwen and MJ are letting me date them at the same time, so you could say I'm building a harem. He. What? They both shouted as they stood up from where they sat and looked at Peter as if he was crazy. Chapter 113, Chapter 113. Third person's POV. Seeing their shocked expressions, Peter started to stride smugly towards his room. But as he took a step on the stairs, Aunt May took hold of his shoulders. Oh no you don't, young man, Aunt May said as she squeezed his shoulders before pulling him down and pushing him to sit down. We are having a discussion about this, Aunt May said, while Peter looked at her in confusion. What's there to discuss? I think I made it pretty clear. Gwen and MJ agreed to date at the same time, Peter said, although he wanted to sound casual, no one missed his smug expression and tone of voice. Uncle looked to the side and mouthed, "Are you serious?" To which Peter gave him a small nod. Uncle Ben stood up from where he was sitting and walked towards Peter. He crossed his arms as he stood in front of him, and Aunt May nodded her head, expecting Ben to reprimand him. Uncle Ben put a hand on Peter's shoulder and covered his move like he was about to cry, "I'm so proud of you, Ben." Aunt May chastised as she smacked Uncle Ben's arm. "Thank you, Uncle. I couldn't have made it this far without your guidance," Peter said as he pretended to wipe away tears. That earned Peter a smack on the head from Aunt May. "Benjamin Parker, what have you been teaching this boy?" "What? All I've taught him was to be respectful, responsible, and to be there for them when they need him," Uncle Ben said with a shrug. Aunt May held her forehead as she looked towards Peter. "Are you being serious, Peter? Please tell me you aren't two-timing the two of them." "I'm being 100% serious, Aunt May. I swear it on my parents' grave." "Peter." Aunt May reprimanded, but although she reprimanded Peter, she now knew that he was being serious if he was willing to go that far. Uncle Ben looked at Peter curiously. "So how did it happen?" Peter rubbed the back of his head shyly. "It was actually Gwen's idea, believe it or not." Uncle Ben looked at Peter in surprise before he patted him on the back. "That's my boy. I couldn't be prouder. I'm literally a superhero saving lives, and that's what makes you proud?" Peter asked teasingly. "Boys," Aunt May scoffed. She then looked towards Peter and said, "Wash up and get dressed, dinner's almost ready." Peter nodded and did as he was told. As they ate dinner, Aunt May turned towards Peter and pointed her fork at him. "Bring them both here when you can. I want to talk to the both of them." "Why?" Peter asked with food in his mouth, looking at her in confusion. "Just do as you're told." "Yes, ma'am," Peter said. After he finished eating, he started to rush upstairs. "And where are you going in such a hurry?" Aunt May asked. "Night watch," was all he answered, with which they all understood and caused them to sigh. MJ was on her bed looking at the ceiling with a dazed look. After a few minutes, she reached for her phone and made a call. Felicia's voice was soon heard. "Hey girlfriend, tell me all the gossip. How was the date?" "In one word. Amazing." "Oh. Someone sounds lovestruck," Felicia said in a teasing tone. "So where did you two go?" "That's the thing, we didn't go anywhere," MJ said as she grabbed her pillow and started hugging it. "What? Exactly my point. All we did was be at my house and bake brownies." "Oh. That sounds a bit romantic if you ask me." And it was. Oh my gosh, you should have seen how nervous he was when he presented the idea. He didn't know if I was going to like it or not, and it was just the cutest thing. MJ smashed her face into her pillow and let out a scream. Okay, I get it, he, Felicia giggled hearing how love-struck MJ sounded. "And then, he pulled out these matching aprons he got for us to wear." Sigh. All right, I get it. You want to fuck him. Chill. We were close to doing it, MJ whispered. What? Felicia shouted, which was followed by loud laughter. Tell me everything, Felicia said, emphasizing the everything part. Well, after we had our little baking date, which was a major blast by the way, we went to the couch to snuggle, and while I was in his arms he asked me to officially become his girl. And obviously you said yes. I didn't actually respond using words, I grabbed his cute little face and kissed him. His lips are amazing, by the way. I said if that answered his question. Oh girl, you were going in strong, weren't you? Wanna know what he responded with? MJ asked with a smile. Hit me. I don't know how to read lips. I'm going to need some more practice to be able to understand. MJ deepened her voice, imitating how Peter talked. Damn. Felicia said, impressed. I ain't no Parkerhead game like that. MJ giggled, if he didn't, I don't think he would have been able to handle both of us. So what happened next? Felicia asked, intrigued. What do you want me to say? I did what any other girl would have done in the situation. We started making out. It was like we were unable to stop, like we were stuck together like magnets, unable to separate. MJ heard Felicia scoff on the other side of the phone. I'm being serious, oh my god, you should have seen his abs, you could grind cheese on those things. Ha 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 ha. Don't worry, I saw, Felicia teased. MJ then let out a regrettable sigh. My mom just had to come home early and catch us in the act. PHTTTT, Felicia said before she broke out into laughter. No way. You both got caught, that is hilarious. MJ pouted as the two continued to talk. They talked and talked into the middle of the night. So your internship at reporting starts Monday, right? Felicia asked. To which MJ confirmed. You have to take me on your first major report, Felicia said with a smile. Huh? Why? Are you kidding me? Being at a crime scene sounds fun, and I'm going to be bored. Peter and Gwen are going to their own internship, and I'm not close to Harry to be hanging out with him like that. MJ shrugged her shoulders. Sure, but don't get your hopes up. I doubt anything major is going to happen. The two continued to talk late into the night. When Felicia hung up, the smile on her face disappeared completely as she wrapped up in her blanket, appearing like a cocoon. She then let out a sigh, unwrapped herself, and reached over to her nightstand where she took a bottle of pills. She then took two into her hands and swallowed them before setting them back onto the nightstand and wrapping herself back again. She stared a bit lifelessly ahead, and after a while, her eyes grew heavier and heavier, and as she fell asleep, a single tear escaped her eyes. Chapter 114, Chapter 114. Third Person's POV. Monday, lunchtime. Peter was seated on top of the lunch table eating his lunch, while MJ, Felicia, Gwen, Harry, and Liz sat around. Harry looked at Peter weirdly. You seem awfully excited. What's with you? Peter just grinned. Our internship starts today, so I'm a bit excited to go. Ah, damn, I forgot that internships start today, Harry grumbled. You don't look very happy about it, MJ said with a raised brow. I have to go and work with my dad, Harry sighed. Yikes, MJ, Gwen, and Peter said all at once. Felicia looked at them in confusion. Why is that bad? Isn't he your dad? And isn't it Oscorp, like one of the biggest businesses around? Aren't you quite fortunate? Peter looked at Felicia with a weary smile. Let's just say Osborne is one very frightening dude. But before they could continue, out of the corner of his eye, Peter saw Flash with a group of other football players coming their way. Seeing them stop in front of their table, Peter looked at them with a raised eyebrow. What do you want, Flash? Not today, Parker. We just want to say something to Felicia, Flash said with a serious expression. Peter turned to look at Felicia with a questioning look. Felicia just looked at Peter with a confused expression of her own, then shrugged her shoulders. What? Felicia asked, looking at Flash and all of them with apprehension. We want to apologize for what Ryan tried to do to you, Flash said. This caused most of Peter's group to look at Flash with surprise, while Peter just lightly smiled. What's that got to do with you guys? MJ asked, looking at them with displeasure and suspicion. One of Flash's friends answered, Ryan was part of the football team. Felicia, who didn't have much experience in these kinds of situations, then asked, still doesn't answer what that has to do with you. Flash was the one who answered, he was part of the team. Although a senior and about to graduate, he was still one of us, which means his actions are still our responsibility. Another of them then added, we're truly sorry for what he did to you. Just know we took care of it, he was officially kicked off the team and everything. And we wanted to make sure you were all right. I see. Felicia kind of stuttered as she was taken aback. I'm all right, though. So you guys don't have anything to worry about, she said, feeling weird about the situation. If you ever need any help, just be sure to tell us. We would be more than happy to help, Flash said with a nod, which caused the others to nod in agreement before walking away. Well, that was weird, MJ said, watching them walk away. But Peter shook his head. It's really not. They all looked at Peter in surprise, especially Harry, MJ, and Gwen. How is it not? It's Flash we're talking about, Harry asked in confusion, while MJ and Gwen nodded in agreement. Well, for starters, Flash isn't as bad as he acts. There's some good in him, Peter said with a smile. Gwen playfully scoffed. You see the good in everyone. Peter just shrugged his shoulders and continued, and a lot of sports are about doing things as a team. Even when they're not playing, if one of them messes up and gets into trouble, then they all do as well. Peter then turned towards Felicia and smirked. "Well, Kat, would you look at that? You have a whole football team ready to go to war for you." They continued to talk about how weird the situation was until the bell rang, signaling it was time for them to continue their classes. School ended rather quickly for them, and they started to leave and make their way towards their internships. As Peter and Gwen were making their way towards the Baxter building, a warning sign appeared on Peter's phone. As he pulled it out, Aria's panicked voice rang out, "Oh, Daddy, I messed up. I messed up big time." Peter and Gwen looked at each other before telling Aria to hold that thought. They turned towards an alleyway, turned invisible, and jumped towards the rooftop. "What's wrong?" Peter asked. "So, you know how excited I got to bring out your project into fruition?" "Yeah. Well, I may or may not have focused all my attention on it and neglected to keep an eye on some things." Before Peter could ask what Aria was talking about, she showed him 3 videos. One was of Dr. Octavius making his way towards Oscorp with an excited expression. The other one was of Electro casually walking towards an electric power plant while siphoning electricity from everything around him with a large maniacal grin. The last one was of the Molten Man walking out of a jewelry store with a confident grin as cops shot bullets at him, which bounced right off, causing him to laugh arrogantly. "Aria, what the fuck?" Peter couldn't help but curse. "We're going to lose the internships, aren't we?" Gwen sighed as she already started to change into her costume. "Possibly." Peter sighed as well as he mirrored her actions. "Okay, so here's what we'll do. We'll both go and quickly take down the Molten Man afterward. We'll have to split up. You'll handle Electro, while I'll handle Doc Ock." Peter gave the brief rundown as they both finished changing. Immediately, they bolted into action. Luckily for them, the Molten Man wasn't that far off compared to the other two. After a few minutes, they arrived just as the Molten Man picked up a cop car and threw it towards another, not because he needed to, but because he believed it was fun. As Peter and Gwen stopped the collision of cop cars and landed on top of them, striking the iconic Spider-Man pose, Peter quipped, "Hey, Goldie. Midas seems to have come alive and blessed you, didn't he?" The Molten Man arrogantly spread his arms out. "Ha ha 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 ha. Spider-Man. Ghost Spider. Just the 2 people I have been waiting for. Once I have beaten you in front of everyone, they will fear me, make me their king. No one would dare oppose me." Gwen let out a tired sigh, already done with his nonsense, and shot a web towards him to pull herself closer. But instead of sticking to him, her web just slid off him due to his smooth golden skin. He then grinned and started to run towards them with both fists to his side. Both Peter and Gwen jumped towards him with their feet out, ready to strike. Chapter 115, Chapter 115. Third person's POV. Molten Man, seeing their kicks coming his way, let them hit him. He slid back slightly before grabbing their legs. But before he had a chance to counterattack, Peter and Gwen dropped down, landing on one hand. And as if they were in sync, they both twisted their bodies, delivering a powerful kick to each side of Molten Man's face. He let out a curse and unconsciously released them as he staggered back, holding his face. Peter and Gwen rushed toward the Molten Man. Their spidey senses then rang, causing them to jump. The Molten Man punched both his fists forward, trying to get them. Both Peter and Gwen landed on his outstretched arm and both kneed him in the face. Gwen flipped back off while Peter flipped upwards, and as he did, he took hold of Molten Man's head and flipped him around before slamming him on the ground with enough force to shatter the road, causing him to sink into the pavement. Spit came out of his mouth, but the Molten Man gritted his teeth and stretched out his hand, taking hold of Peter's hand before he could let go. The Molten Man pulled on Peter and sucker punched him across the face, which sent him flying back, landing against a cop car, destroying it. He let out a groan as he stood up and looked toward the cops. "No one is hurt, right?" They shook their heads, but before they had a chance to say anything, Peter rushed toward the now standing Molten Man. Gwen jumped over the Molten Man and landed, sitting on his shoulders. The Molten Man tried to shake her off, but Gwen held on. She put her hand over his eyes and started to surround them in ice. "What the hell are you doing? Get off me, you bitch. That's not how you talk to a lady. Didn't your mother teach you better?" Gwen then jumped back as Peter slid in. As he slid, he had a glowing blue fist to his side with a hand over it. Molten Man had his face down, trying to tear off the ice. "Hey Goldie, here's a scientific fact. Peter then punched him in the stomach with enough force that it lifted him off his feet. Gold is a highly conductive material. Molten Man's mouth widened as his eyes almost rolled to the back of his head completely. The sound of metal being hit resounded throughout the area, and the Molten Man then went flying back, crashing into the jewelry store, destroying it further in the process. Gwen and Peter then switched their webbing in their web shooters into one with stronger adhesive. They rushed toward the Molten Man and started to encase his entire body in the webbing. The jewelry clerk looked devastatingly at the damage done to his store. Do you have insurance?" Peter asked. The man shook his head with a sad look, causing Peter to just stand there awkwardly as Gwen dragged the unconscious Molten Man outside. "We promised to hold a fundraiser just for you. We'll pay you back," he said with a bit of an awkward smile while holding two thumbs up. Although the clerk wasn't able to see his smile. The man just shook his head. "It's all right, I think I'll manage. Nothing was stolen. I still feel bad," Peter muttered as he started walking outside to Gwen, handing the Molten Man to the police. "The webbing should last for a while, close to 5 hours. That should be able to get you guys to get stronger material to hold him and put him in a cell," Gwen briefly explained. One of the officers tipped his hat towards Gwen. "Thank you." Another officer silently clicked his tongue while muttering, "Ever since these two showed up, more and more freaks keep popping up." Gwen turned towards him and narrowed her eyes, her mask mimicking her expression, causing the officer to shrink back and hide behind his partner. "Sorry about him," the officer apologized with a sigh. Gwen shook her head and headed down the road while Peter headed upwards. They then turned to look at each other and took a running stance. The officers looked at them weirdly, a bit confused by their actions. They started running towards each other with their hands held up slightly. They high-fived as they passed each other and simultaneously shouted, "Take care of yourself." They didn't stop as they high-fived, they continued running and jumped up, using their abilities to boost themselves before swinging away towards their assigned villains. MJ stood in front of the large building with a big red sign that read, "The Daily Bugle." She wore a brown open leather jacket over a white shirt, blue jeans, and a red scarf with a string around her neck, which was connected to a camera she had bought just for this occasion. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. "You got this," she muttered, hyping herself up. MJ then walked inside and headed towards the main office. She found a woman with brown hair in a bob cut sitting behind a desk, checking her nails. As the woman looked up and saw MJ, she smiled politely. "Nice to meet you, I'm Betty Brandt. What can I help you with?" MJ smiled and held up her camera. "I'm here for my internship." "Ah yes, there were 2 of you. Mr. Jameson is already inside with the other one. I'll phone you in." Betty picked up the phone and hit a button. "Sir, the other intern is here. All right, I'll send her in," she said, putting the phone back in place. "He's expecting you inside," Betty said, motioning to a white glass door. MJ thanked her and started walking in. "So someone else is interning. I hope they're friendly." As she entered, she saw a boy around her age with a green flannel shirt. He turned around to look at her, revealing a black shirt underneath. He had blonde hair and bright blue eyes. He smiled charmingly upon seeing her. "Holy smokes, she's a total babe." He extended his hand towards her. "Hello, I'm Eddie Brock, a fellow intern." MJ smiled politely and shook his hand. "Mary Jane, but people call me MJ." "All right, enough with the introductions. I didn't get you two just to chit-chat in my office," Jameson said, taking a pull from his cigar. "I didn't even want to hire kids in the first place. It was all that stupid new company policy, but hey, I get cheap labor, so I call that a win in my book," he thought with a smile as he took the cigar from his mouth. He then pointed at them with it. "You two are just in luck. I'm in need of 2 reporters, and I have 2 stories lined up with no one to follow them. I just got word that Oscorp and Times Square are being attacked as we speak by 2 weirdos." He smirked, thinking about how it would appear on the front page. "I need you 2 at the scene. Think of this as your debut, a way to make a name for yourselves in this business. That should motivate them to get me good pictures and a good story." Jameson then pointed to Eddie. "You, Eduardo, are assigned to Times Square." "It's Eddie, sir," he awkwardly corrected. Jameson ignored him and pointed towards MJ. "And you, Marley Wayne, go and scout Oscorp. You can just call me MJ. I said that earlier, she said, her eyebrow twitching. Doesn't matter. What's important here is getting me a good story. So what are you standing around for? Go. 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 Yes, sir, they both said as they rushed out. Well, he's just a ray of sunshine. MJ grumbled. This caused Eddie to chuckle. May the best story win, he winked as he walked out. When MJ walked out, she reached for her phone and dialed a number. What? Shouldn't you be interning right now? Felicia said over the phone. If I remember correctly, someone was begging me to take them on my first story, MJ teased. You already got a story. It hasn't even been 30 minutes, sigh, I just got home too, and now I have to go out. Very well, where should I meet you? Oscorp building. It's getting attacked, apparently. Nice. Felicia said, but then remembered that Harry was their friend and coughed. I mean, oh no, poor Harry. Luckily I'm not that far off. MJ scoffed. Just meet me there, and with that, MJ got on the bike Peter lent her and started cycling her way towards Oscorp. Chapter 116. Third person's POV. Peter quickly made his way towards Oscorp upon realizing where Dr. Ock was going. Daddy. I'm sorry, Arya said in a sad voice. It's not your fault, Peter said as he swung. How is it not? It was my job to look after them and make sure they didn't turn into villains. I failed you. Arya, if it was only one villain that was created, I would say it's kinda your fault, but it would have been acceptable since everyone makes mistakes. If it was two, it would have been a strange coincidence. But it's three. So when I say it's not your fault, I mean it. I'm not trying to be nice. 3 villains being created at once is no coincidence, it's the work of fate. For one reason or another, they needed to be born. So when you took your eyes off them, the mechanism of fate started to come into play. So if anyone's to blame, it's fate. Peter arrived in time to see Doc Ock standing at the edge of Oscorp, with some of the windows shattered. Norman was by his tentacle arms, extending outward over the ledge, struggling, while police helicopters flew around them. Ha 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 ha. Norman, Norman, Norman. Oh, how I longed for this day, the day you get your comeuppance for the state you put me in, Otto cackled. Norman was struggling for air as he held the mechanical arm, trying to pry it off his neck. How many times do I have to tell you, Otto? I didn't do that to you, I didn't hire those men. Liar. Otto spat with venom in his voice. You were always jealous, Norman. You were envious of my abilities. Put me down, you psychopath. Norman shouted. Otto smirked. With pleasure. No, wait, but it was too late. Doc Ock had released Norman and watched him with glee. Norman looked up, flailing his arms trying to grab onto something, until he heard something apart from the gushing wind and the mortified people screaming below him. WHPSSSHH. He then felt himself being grabbed out of the air. Spider-Man. Norman asked as he looked at the one who grabbed him. Peter lowered his descent with Norman in his arms. The one and only. Want an autograph, he said, deepening his voice a bit. As Peter brought Norman to the ground, he ignored the people cheering below him and the audience of newscasters recording everything as he started to run up the building. He used his webbing to shoot himself upwards, speeding his way up. Just as Peter was about to jump over the ledge, his spidey senses kicked in, causing him to move to the side. Where he once was, a tentacle arm pierced the spot, destroying part of the ledge and causing rubble to fall to the ground. Spider-Man. Otto said with hate in his voice. Dude, come on. I just met you and you already hate me. Take me to dinner first, Peter said in a flirtatious way. You just had to show up and stop my revenge. But it matters not. I was expecting you to get in my way. From Peter's back, 4 mechanical limbs appeared. You know, since I had this appearance first, I could sue you for copyright. How? You know what, forget it. I'll get the answer from your corpse, Otto said as he launched himself towards Peter. Peter ran towards him, their limbs clashing against one another. Peter went and punched Otto in the face, but Otto tanked it and laughed. You gotta try harder than that. With my damaged nerves, I barely feel any pain. Peter gathered electricity in his fist and sent a punch towards Otto, but one of Otto's mechanical limbs stopped attacking and moved to take the punch. Instead of being destroyed, the limb absorbed the electricity and flowed it back to Otto's harness. The limb snapped its claws onto Peter's fist as Otto smirked. "Thanks for the juice. I was hoping you would do that," Otto said as he lifted Peter and slammed him on the rooftop, causing it to break and hurling Peter to the floor inside the building. As he fell, Peter took hold of Otto's mechanical arm and pulled him in with him. He flipped him around, causing Otto to break through the floor they landed on, making them further descend down the building. Due to how close they were fighting, Peter was able to dodge most of Otto's attacks, but so was Otto. Peter kept punching Otto across the face, causing blood to drip down his nose and mouth. One of Otto's mechanical limbs grabbed Peter by the leg and threw him far enough that he smashed through a window, ending up outside. Once Peter flipped through the air, he shot a web towards the building and pulled himself back inside. As he entered, he did so with his legs out, kicking Otto with both legs, sending him out through another window, landing outside. Otto's arms protected him from the fall. Once on the ground, he shook his head to reorient himself, grabbed 2 cars, and sent them flying towards the building, creating an explosion. He then used his mechanical arms to propel himself up, climbing back into the building. Once back inside, he saw Spider-Man helping people escape. He went to tackle him, but Peter's spidey senses were too great. Peter flipped into the air, shot a web towards Otto, and flipped him around onto the ground, causing it to break apart and fall through. One of Otto's limbs curled up into a fist and punched Peter across the face, sending him flying back and crashing through a wall, sending papers flying and breaking a pipe, which caused steam to expel out. Peter then surrounded himself in lightning and rushed towards Doc Ock. Before Doc Ock realized it, Peter appeared in front of him and started swinging his fist left and right while swaying to the side, building momentum. Blood ran down and stained Otto's face. His mechanical arms opened and started expelling fire from the middle of them. "I've been studying the both of you. I don't know where your partner went, but I was prepared to fight the both of you. Not prepared enough, and you never will be, Otto. You may think." Boom. Peter didn't have time to finish his words as the fire Otto started hit a gas leak that was created. From the audience's perspective below, the floor suddenly blew up. The windows all shattered as flames and fire escaped from every corner, almost causing the helicopter that was recording everything to catch on fire. MJ gasped as she covered her mouth, almost blurting out Peter's name out loud. But her fears went away as she saw Peter swinging out with Doc Ock in his arms. This caused her to aim her camera up and start taking more pictures. "This is so sick," Felicia muttered with a fascinated look. Spider-Man and Doc Ock then began to once again fight midair as they started to fall down. Once they were at a safe distance, Peter rolled Otto under him and used him as a springboard, causing his descent to quicken. Otto's arms took hold of the closest building next to him. Due to his momentum, part of the building started to fall apart from Doc Ock's limbs trying to slow him down. Once he was back on the ground, he looked at Peter with a large grin, exposing his bloody teeth. "Ha ha ha ha. Wanna know something, Spider-Man? I know your weakness. It's the weakness every hero has." Otto's mechanical arm grabbed a car and hurled it into the sky, causing it to go flying and hit one of the propellers of the helicopter. The people. Peter clicked his tongue as he turned around and headed for the helicopter. "Mayday. Mayday. We've been hit. We're going down." "AHHHHHHH," the pilot yelled as he tried moving the joystick. The news helicopter ended up hitting the police one as well, causing it to smoke and fall down. As Peter saw both helicopters falling towards everyone, his world slowed down to a screeching halt. To Peter, everything felt as if he was moving in slow motion. He was in front of everyone and started shooting webs everywhere below the 2 helicopters, creating large spider webs. He then jumped up and propelled himself towards them. Once he was over them, he was upside down, started shooting the propellers with webs to stop them from rotating. He continued to flip over and get behind the 2 helicopters, shooting multiple webs at their backs. Once he was done, he landed on the ground. Once on the ground, everything returned to regular speed, and Peter started pulling. Everyone screamed as the crowd saw the helicopters coming their way. They all instinctively ducked until they heard a strong yell. They all slowly looked up, and even though the helicopters were coming their way, they were now being slowed down. They all looked towards the scream and saw Spider-Man pulling on the two helicopters, stopping them from continuing. Once they fully stopped, Peter's pulling momentum pulled him up and onto the top of both helicopters, which were covered in webs. Peter ended up landing in the iconic Spider-Man pose. MJ instinctively went for her camera and started taking pictures. She felt that if she didn't take the picture, she wouldn't be doing the universe justice. After he landed, Peter went to both helicopters, pried the doors open, and brought everyone down. Peter didn't wait for their words and did a power jump, sending him flying towards Otto, who hadn't managed to get far away. As Otto turned around and saw Peter coming towards him, he turned around and smirked, showing a button in his hand. "I win, Spider-Man," Otto said as he pressed the button. Peter shot a web towards it, but it was too late as he heard multiple explosions, causing him to go pale. He immediately forgot about Otto, turned around, and shot two webs to the side, slingshotting himself back towards everyone. He saw how an explosion occurred on each pillar of the ground floor. It's going to come crashing down, and there are still people inside. Peter surrounded himself in lightning as he rushed inside. As soon as he stepped inside, the building came crashing down but stopped. Everyone grew pale and shocked at what they were seeing. Due to the explosion, they were able to see inside the first floor of the building. They watched as Spider-Man held up the entire 108-story building with his bare hands. They watched as he knelt down in all the rubble and fire, holding up the entire structure on his knees. "Ayawa! Quick, get everyone out!" Peter yelled. He felt like he was going to collapse due to the strain. Due to the unbearable pain and agony he was in, Peter started to grow delirious. He kept telling himself words of encouragement, not knowing he was yelling out his inner thoughts. "I have to do this. Come on. Come on. You got this. I have to save them. I have to save all of them. I can feel all of my muscle fibers ripping apart, but I can't give up. God damn it, I'm Spider-Man. And Spider-Man doesn't give up." MJ had tears streaming down her face as she quietly sobbed, "Oh Peter," she mumbled between her quiet sobs. Felicia's eyes widened as she turned towards MJ, before looking at Peter. Seeing him struggle with the weight of the entire building, her eyes also began to water upon realizing who it really was behind the mask. She pushed forward and shouted at the top of her lungs, "You got this, Spider-Man. You can do it." Felicia's shout was like a spark that started a forest fire. Everyone began to chant, "You can do it, Spider-Man." Even those who were watching the news were shouting at Spider-Man. Uncle Ben hugged Aunt May as she sobbed while watching the news, his face also streaming with tears. Hearing everyone shouting his name, Peter started to take deep breaths. "In and out," he said, talking about his breathing. He made a large grunting noise as he started to shift. He put one foot down and began to yell at the top of his lungs. "Aya." While he slowly stood up inch by inch, lifting the building higher and higher until he was on both his feet. "Aagh," he shouted as he lifted both his arms up and stood on both legs, which caused everyone to cheer in excitement. MJ, with tears streaming down her face, lifted her camera and snapped a picture. Peter felt all the bioelectricity of the people slowly leaving the building, each one of them being escorted out. A fireman then shouted, "That's all of them." Upon hearing that and not feeling any other bioelectricity, Peter let out a sigh of relief, which caused his feet to give in and the building to come crumbling down on top of him. The crumbling building sent a storm of dust flying everywhere, knocking everyone back and onto their butts. Seeing this, both MJ and Felicia grew as white as ghosts. When the dust cleared, they rushed past everyone towards the mountain of rubble. Wait, some of the cops and firemen tried to stop them, but they were already ahead. Once they were by the rubble, Felicia and MJ tried moving what they could until they saw a hand punch out. Seeing the hand, they both took hold of it and tried to pull Peter out. As they pulled him out, his spider mechanical limbs started to help him crawl out. As they pulled him out, they both fell on their butts while Peter was face first on the ground. As they landed on their butts, they looked to the skies and let out a sigh of relief. But while they were looking at the skies and Peter was face down on the ground, none of them realized 3 little spiders that survived the explosion had crawled out from the hole Peter was just under. One of the spiders went and crawled towards the unsuspecting MJ, while the other one crawled towards the unsuspecting Felicia. As for where the third one went, that remains to be seen. Peter started to come to consciousness and slowly picked himself off the ground. He held his limp arm and slowly limped down the mountain of rubble with MJ and Felicia helping him down. Once they reached the bottom, Peter got off them so people wouldn't question their connections, and started to slowly limp his way towards the crowd while holding his injured arm. His suit had chunks of it ripped off, but was covered in blood, not exposing his skin. When he arrived, a single brave reporter walked up and held the microphone to Peter. "Please tell us, Spider-Man, how are you feeling at the moment? Are you all right? You want to know how I feel?" Peter asked, his voice groggy and strained. "I feel like an entire building just collapsed on me." With just those words, Peter continued to make his way forward as the people started to part like the sea and make way for him. Chapter 117. Third Person's POV. A few minutes earlier. Max slowly made his way towards the city, wearing a gray hoodie and sweatpants with his hood up and face down, while his hands were in the sweater. Invisible strings of electricity moved from the ground and lampposts to his shoeless blue feet. "Such power," Max said, his voice crackling with electricity, giving him a powerful tone. "Not far from here is an electrical power plant. Once I have siphoned all its power, I will reach my ultimate form. A form of pure, unbridled energy. An energy god. Then people will truly know who I am. They will remember the name Max. No, that's not who I am anymore." Max looked at his glowing blue hands as he continued walking. "I'm different now. I am destined to be a god. And as a god, I'm going to need a new name." Max accidentally bumped into a man in a business suit, who seemed to be in a hurry and was on his phone. "Hey, watch it." Max put a hand on the man's chest. "Nobody talks that way to me anymore," he yelled. "Wah. Not to Electro." Electro's voice crackled with power as he sent a bolt of electricity from his hand, hitting the man in the chest and sending him flying into a car, which created a large dent. The man slid down, lifeless, his chest burnt and his head dropping. "Ah!" Some of the pedestrians screamed, witnessing the sight, and ran away. Electro grabbed his hoodie and sweatpants, ripping them off to reveal his glowing blue figure. Slowly, he began to rise from the ground, blue electric arcs coming off him. "Even if the power plant is close by, Times Square is closer. My patience runs thin, my thirst for power must be fulfilled," he muttered as he took to the skies. Even in the middle of the day, Times Square was brimming with people, each going about their day. As Electro appeared, he floated down to the level of the electric billboards, each displaying advertisements. "People of New York City." Electro's voice boomed, causing everyone to slowly stop and look towards the source of the voice. Seeing Electro's figure and appearance, people pointed and talked among themselves before taking out their phones to snap pictures and record videos. Electro's fists started to glow brighter than the rest of his body. "Kneel before your new god. Kneel before Electro." Electro reached out towards the electric billboards. A large bolt of electricity shot out from one of them and came towards Electro. The billboard turned off as Electro let out a satisfied sigh. He opened a palm and charged electricity into it, then aimed it downwards. "I said kneel," he shouted, sending a bolt of electricity towards a parked car. The car exploded into flames, causing the crowd to scream and duck. More electricity charged towards his palm, and he sent it towards more parked cars, each causing an explosion. "If you don't kneel in the next second, prepare to face divine judgment." "Hey, Sparky," someone called out. Confused, Electro turned towards the sound of the voice but didn't see anyone. That was until Gwen undid her invisibility and punched Electro across the face, her knuckles covered in hardened ice. "Take a chill pill." Electro was sent hurtling through the air, crashing into a black billboard sign. He growled in anger and grabbed the billboard, siphoning electricity from the entire building, which all happened in 1 second. Gwen's spidey sense kicked in, and she shot a web, pulling herself to the side as a ray of electricity shot out from Electro, destroying other billboards. Gwen shot webs everywhere as she dodged all of Electro's attacks elegantly. She pulled herself towards Electro with her fist ready to punch him. But Electro didn't let it happen. He sent out a punch of his own, causing both of their fists to meet. Electro grunted in pain as her punches were strong, but as he grunted, he smirked and sent a strong jolt of electricity through their connected fists, bypassing her suit and electrocuting her. It was Gwen's turn to grunt in pain, but she gritted her teeth, disconnected the fists, and aimed another punch at Electro's face. Electro quickly moved his head, causing Gwen's fist to punch into the billboard and rip through it. Electro then punched Gwen in the stomach, sending her flying back and crashing into another billboard. Even with her spidey sense, the best she could do was block it with her palm. Ha ha ha. That's why you don't go against a god. Gwen, sticking to the billboard with her feet, shook her hands in front of her. You have a god complex, that's so disgusting. Electro gained an enraged expression as he blitzed towards her. Gwen's spidey sense warned her of the danger, and she twisted her body at an impossible angle, causing Electro to miss. As he missed, he siphoned more electricity. Gwen didn't miss her chance and kicked her leg towards Electro, hitting him in the stomach as she held on with her hands. Electro grunted in pain but grabbed her leg and transferred electricity to her, causing her to scream in pain. He grabbed her leg with both hands and flung her towards the ground. As she fell, Gwen twisted her body just right to soften her landing. She quickly rolled and went into the iconic Spider-Man pose, further lessening the damage. Her spidey sense once again activated, and she jumped and flipped back just as Electro appeared from above, landing with his fist through the floor and a knee on the ground. As they both landed, Gwen propelled herself towards him and kicked him in the chin, sending him flying up and back. Gwen then shot her webs, pulled herself forward, and punched him across the face with her momentum before landing another punch. Seeing Gwen winning and gaining the upper hand, the crowd cheered, "Whoa! Go Ghost Spider!" Multiple police cars then arrived, surrounding the area. All the cops exited and pointed their guns at Electro. Electro let Gwen's last punch carry him out of her range and shouted, "Don't cheer for her. Cheer for me. Cheer for your new god, damn it." Electro's electricity then reached out, took hold of the cop cars, and levitated them off the ground before tossing them towards the crowd. Gwen jumped up and shot her web towards the two cop cars, stopping them from hitting anyone. All the cops then began shooting at Electro, but the bullets disintegrated against his skin. "Mortal weapons are useless against a being such as I," he declared. Electro lifted the vents from the ground with his electricity arcs and went to stick his hands inside. But Gwen shot her webs towards him to pull him away. As the web clung to him, Electro took hold of them and sent static electricity towards her, which sent her flying off and crashing against the cop cars, denting them. Electro then stuck his hands in and started pulling electricity from the underground wires. He let out satisfied sighs as his skin glowed bluer by the minute. Seeing this, people started getting scared and began to worry. The cops screamed at everyone to get away. But it was too late as Electro discharged a powerful electric surge that spread everywhere. As the electrical arc spread, Gwen's world started to slow down. She let out a breath, which came out as a white mist. She did a handstand and propelled herself towards the sky. Once in the sky, she started to shoot webs everywhere. She was upside down with her arms crossed and her eyes closed. Her spidey sense, ability to sense heat, and agility worked in tandem. She pulled people out of the way, lifted them over the electrical arcs running along the ground, and moved empty cars in front of the arcs, protecting groups of people at the same time. She landed back on the ground in the iconic Spider-Man pose, and everything returned to normal. Cars exploded, people fell back down, and everyone dodged the electricity that was discharged. Eddie Brock had his camera in shutter mode and managed to take action-by-action pictures of everything. "Whoa, she's amazing," he thought. Electro was on the ground on one knee, gasping for air as he had expelled too much electricity at once. But the aftereffects weren't over. Gwen noticed sparks coming from the billboards and saw them swaying. Her spidey sense slowed down time for her once more. She pulled herself towards the closest billboard and threw a web grenade. She then jumped and flew over the next, throwing a trap mine towards the wall as it was tipping over. The trip mine shot a web and held the billboard in place. She landed on the next one over and put her hands by the metal bars that were coming undone, freezing them with her ice. As she jumped towards the next, she twisted her body and threw a web grenade across in the opposite direction. It exploded and held the billboard in place as everyone started running away. She shot webs from her wrist and from her web shooter at the same time to fortify some of them. Her spidey sense then rang, but as her head slowly moved towards where the danger was coming from, she saw a blue lightning arc slowly turn into Electro, who tackled her. She went through the windows of a building, past clothing, and through a wall before being pushed out through another window. Gwen's mechanical limbs extended from her back and took hold of Electro's limbs. She began to punch Electro with great force as they both fell towards the ground. Electro kept drifting in and out of consciousness. With all his willpower, he pulled his head back and headbutted Gwen. They both landed on the ground with a thud and bounced up slightly. They slowly stood up, taking a moment to catch their breath before resuming their attack. Meanwhile, Eddie Brock, instead of running away, tried to keep up with them, camera in hand. "This is it," he muttered excitedly. "This is why I love this job, the thrill is amazing." Gwen slowly brought her hands together while Electro held his hands out. Gwen formed a staff out of ice, while Electro conjured two whips made purely of electricity upon seeing Gwen create a weapon. Gwen charged towards Electro, her mechanical limbs extended and her ice staff to the side in her hands. Electro cracked his whips, causing the ground to become charred with electricity. Meanwhile, police secretly positioned themselves on higher ground. They set up a sniper and aimed at Electro. The sniper put a hand to his ear and said, "I'm in position, over." He heard someone say, "Shoot when you have a clear visual of the target." A helicopter was then heard, circling Gwen and Electro as they rushed towards each other. As Electro started swinging his whips, Gwen's mechanical limbs stopped them. When Electro punched, Gwen deflected with her staff, swinging it across his face. She kicked, swung her staff, and kneed him while elegantly dodging, showing off her flexibility. She did the splits as Electro swung both whips towards her head. While in the splits, she pointed her staff up and thrust it towards his chin, causing him to stagger backward. Electro pretended to be more stunned than he was, staggering more than needed. As he did, a bullet was shot. "Look out." Gwen warned Electro, but he still got hit in the head by the sniper's bullet. Like the others, it disintegrated on contact. The real reason for his staggering back was revealed as he stood atop another vent. He looked towards the sniper before turning to Gwen. "Why did you warn me just now?" he asked, secretly powering up. "Because I don't want you to die, obviously." "Yes, you've done horrible things, and I want to take you down, but that doesn't mean you don't deserve a chance for redemption. You have to face justice like everyone else," Gwen replied. "I see," Electro muttered before scoffing, "you're naive." He turned and sent a beam of pure electrical energy towards the sniper. Gwen tackled him, causing his aim to swerve. Instead of hitting the sniper, the beam passed through the foundations of buildings on both sides of the street, causing them to start collapsing. There are people inside those buildings and some outside. If they fall, there will be many casualties, Arya warned. Hearing this, Gwen punched Electro in the face with enough force to shatter the ground before jumping up and throwing a few web grenades over him. She swung towards the collapsing buildings, took a deep breath, and started spamming webs everywhere. Standing in the middle of both buildings, she pulled on the webs she had shot. "Ah," she screamed, flexing her muscles to hold both buildings in place. "Get everyone away from here. I don't know how long I can hold these two buildings," Gwen yelled to the cops. Eddie Brock watched in awe, slowly raising his camera to take pictures of Gwen amidst the webs. Gwen couldn't pull too hard, or else the buildings would tumble towards her, ending in disaster. But she couldn't lose her grip, or they would collapse completely. She had to maintain a constant hold, a difficult task even for her strength. Additionally, she was fighting against gravity, adding to the weight of the buildings. Gwen occasionally screamed in pain, wanting more than anything to release her hold, but didn't knowing it would result in countless deaths. "The pain I'm feeling right now is only temporary. The guilt I'd feel would last a lifetime," Gwen repeated like a mantra to reinforce her will. Tears rolled down her cheeks as she held on, taking deep breaths and grunting in pain, but she stayed strong. Gwen saw firefighters arrive, setting up ladders to help people climb down from their apartments. A couple of long minutes soon passed as Gwen still held on. Her head was down and arms spread out like a crucifixion. Seeing this, Eddie Brock took another picture. A news helicopter flew close to Gwen. "Ghost Spider, you can let go now. Everyone has been evacuated to safety," a newswoman said as the cameraman recorded her. Gwen didn't respond. "Ghost Spider." Still no response. "This is unbelievable, she's unconscious." They all stared in awe at what they were seeing. "That's crazy." the reporter said. She is still holding up both buildings with nothing but her willpower alone. We have to help her. Give me the camera. We'll lower ourselves enough for you to grab her and pull her in, the reporter said to the cameraman, who nodded. He handed her the camera, held onto the helicopter handle, and extended his hand towards Gwen. He took hold of her arm and slowly pulled her up, causing the webs to slip off her hands. Both buildings collapsed as the helicopter floated up and away from the dust storm created by the collapse. The cameraman struggled to pull her in. Help me, she's too heavy. The reporter put the camera aside and helped get her inside the helicopter. The helicopter flew a bit further away before landing. As it landed, Gwen started to regain consciousness. Ms. Ghost Spider, tell us, how are you feeling currently? The reporter asked as Gwen stood up, thanking them for helping her. Seeing as they helped her, Gwen decided to answer, I'll tell you what I'm not feeling. My arms, she said, slowly trying to lift them but unable to. Gwen then started to turn invisible as she walked away from them. Chapter 118. Third person's POV. Peter and Gwen both looked at each other and at their banged-up appearance. You look like shit, they both said at the same time, causing them to slowly smile and start laughing. Ow, owie, they both said, holding their bodies in pain as they got dressed back into their civilian clothing. Gwen's hair was sticking up and had soot from the electricity over her face, while she had cuts and dried blood over her nose. Peter wasn't any better, he had multiple cuts and scrapes with bruises everywhere. In their banged-up state, they both slowly and painfully walked towards their internship at the Baxter building. When they entered, they were getting a lot of looks from everyone. Can I help you? The receptionist asked. We're here for our internship. They both said with an awkward grin. Oh yes, I've been given the message that if you two arrive to take the elevator and go to the 20th floor. Thank you, they both replied. I'm sorry, but do you need to call the hospital? You both look very hurt. No, they both replied as they left towards the elevator and went up to the 20th floor. As they arrived, they knocked on the door. Oh, Johnny, that must be them. Open the door, they heard a woman call out. Yeah, sis, I heard. I'll go get it, Johnny responded. A few seconds later, the doorknob turned, and the door opened. The person that opened the door was a boy just a bit older than them with blonde hair and blue eyes. Image. You guys are late, wow, you guys do not look okay. Johnny stopped mid-sentence and looked them over. They both gave Johnny an awkward smile. There was a cat stuck in a tree. We were helping an old woman cross the road. Both Peter and Gwen said at the same time. They then turned towards each other before looking towards Johnny. We were helping a granny cross the road to get to her cat that was stuck in a tree, they both said simultaneously before nodding their heads in agreement. Johnny was leaning against the wall. Aha, he said in a tone that expressed that said he didn't believe a word they said. So can we come in? Peter asked as they continued to smile awkwardly. Oh, yeah, my bad. As they went inside, Johnny called out in an amused tone, Hey sis, you're going to want to see this. What is it, Johnny? You better not be bullying the intern, oh God. The woman who appeared had blonde hair and blue eyes, similar features to Johnny. Image. Are you two okay? What happened? She asked with worry while walking towards them. We were helping a granny cross the road to get to her cat that was stuck in a tree. I'm being serious here, why didn't you guys go to the hospital? She said with concern and anger. They looked a bit embarrassed as they answered, we didn't want to miss the internship. Ha 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 ha. Johnny laughed as he heard them. They then heard footsteps coming towards them. What's the commotion? Why the mention of a hospital? Okay, I see why now. The man was tall with dark hair and brown eyes and a beard. He had 2 streaks of white hair going from either side of his head. Behind him was a taller man with a large, built, broad muscles, brown hair, and eyes. Image, Richard. Image, Ben. Are you serious? Susan said with a tone of disbelief. You could have just called us, and we could have worked something out. I didn't think you would have believed us if we told you that we both got injured over the phone and couldn't make it to the internship. We didn't want your first impressions of us to be that of irresponsible teenagers, Gwen said. I respect the hustle, Ben assumed, said behind Richard. Ben. Susan reprimanded, glaring at him. What? He said before shrugging his shoulders. It's true though, if they did call saying they both couldn't make it because they were both injured, we would have just assumed them to be irresponsible kids. Even while they're clearly in pain, they came to work. Come on Sue, even you have to respect that. So when can we get started? Peter asked. Richard let out a sigh as he massaged his head. Here's my admission test, Peter said as he painfully reached into his bag and pulled out 2 sheets of paper. Admission test? Johnny said, confused. We had something like that. And here's mine, Gwen said, doing the same and handing Susan the papers. We don't, both Susan and Richard said at the same time as they took the paper and studied it over. What is this for? Susan asked. Some of our ideas, so you guys don't underestimate us, Peter said proudly. As Richard studied, he had a look of disbelief before he started laughing. Seeing him, they assumed he lost it. I only began to think of something similar, and the probability of it, an unstable molecular suit. Ha ha ha, and you went and did it. He, I impressed him with his own idea. Oh, the sweet irony of it all. Well, I haven't made it yet, but I know how, Peter explained. Richard then studied the second sheet of paper. Hearing aids. Ah, I see. They release an undetectable sound wave, which bounces off its surroundings and returns back to the receiver. The receiver then converts it into an image inside the person's mind. This is incredible and will help a lot of people who can't afford surgery. Richard then looked towards Peter with a serious expression. Why are you showing me this? Aren't you afraid I would steal your ideas? No. Peter said, looking at him in confusion. You are deemed the smartest man in the world. I doubt someone of your status would stoop so low as to steal the ideas of a child. Peter then smiled towards him. Plus, I know a really good lawyer. Peter then said, oh, I heard how you guys barely get any funds or anything like that, so I created that as a way to make you guys money. I mean, I obviously would get 25% of the total money, but still. Susan then looked at the sheet of paper in front of her and read, biosensors. They give real-time feedback about a person's health, and if they have a disease, it gives a progression status. This is genius. Susan and Richard both released a sigh as they handed the papers back to them. Peter and Gwen looked at them in confusion. What, you guys don't want it? Peter asked. Richard shook his head. No, we do, but you two need to go home and rest. When you both have recuperated, I want both of you to come here. You don't have to worry about anything, I won't cancel your internship or anything of the sorts. Both Peter and Gwen let out a sigh of relief and nodded. As they put away their sheets of papers, Peter looked towards Richard. Well, while we rest, you better start studying and preparing. One of the reasons I chose to intern here is so I can take your title of the smartest man. Hearing this, Johnny and the others chuckled while Richard smiled and shook Peter's hand. I'll be waiting for you. It's a challenge. Both Peter and Gwen then started to leave after saying their goodbyes to the others. As they left, Johnny shook his head. I feel bad for the guy, he said. Richard looked at Johnny in confusion. Why? Oh, come on, you're the smartest for a reason. No matter how he tries, he won't be able to take your title, so it seems he's doing something pointless. And when he fails, he would be pretty devastated. Richard just smiled. You may never know, Johnny. The kid has a lot of potential. He could very well do it. You seriously believe that? Johnny asked, not fully believing him. He brought forth an idea I was just developing in my mind, which shows we think very similarly. So yes, I do believe. Chapter 119. Third Person's POV. A few minutes earlier. MJ walked with her camera hanging from her neck while pushing her bicycle by the handlebar. There was an awkward silence as Felicia and MJ didn't say anything. MJ looked down, embarrassed, wishing the ground would swallow her whole. I only just learned that Peter was Spider-Man and I accidentally blurted it out. Peter's going to kill me, MJ thought, not wanting to be in this awkward situation. So, Peter, Felicia finally said, unable to handle the silence between them. MJ let out a painful groan at hearing that. So that means that Gwen. Please stop, MJ pleaded, wanting Felicia to drop it. I mean, just whoa. Felicia continued. MJ parked the bike and squatted down, covering her face and letting out a scream. Felicia was taken aback. "What's wrong with you? Peter literally just told me, and now because of me you know. What if he hates me? What if he breaks up with me because of it? I finally managed to be with him, to be his girlfriend, and I went and messed it up like this," MJ cried a bit. Felicia scratched her head, unsure of what to say. "Look, if Peter really loves you like you love him, then I'm sure he wouldn't get mad at you. Sure, he might be a bit disappointed and not trust you with his secrets for a bit, but he wouldn't be mad at you. Plus, you were watching him go through something like that. You blurted out his name because you were scared and worried for his safety. I'm sure he would understand. Peter is a pretty understanding guy, it's one of his good qualities." MJ stood up and took a few breaths to calm herself. "Thanks, Felicia, but don't fall in love with him," she said with a straight face. Felicia's eyes twitched. "You and Gwen are the freaking same, I swear." As they continued to walk, Felicia turned towards MJ. "This is where we split. I'll see you tomorrow." MJ nodded. "Later," she said as they gave each other a side kiss. MJ soon arrived at the Daily Bugle where Eddie was getting out of a car. "Ah, MJ, we've gotten back at the same time," Eddie smiled. "That we did," MJ smiled back. "Ready to see which one of us got the best picture?" MJ parked her bike, lifted her camera slightly, and smirked. "I don't know about you, but I got some awesome pictures." I don't know, mine aren't bad either," Eddie said. He then noticed some dust on MJ's jacket. He went to sweep it off, but MJ smacked his hand away. She smiled politely and said, "I don't know you that well, so I would appreciate it if you didn't just casually touch me out of nowhere." "Ah, right, my bad. You just have dust all over your shoulders," Eddie said awkwardly. MJ nodded and dusted it off herself before they both went inside. Once inside, they got their pictures printed before heading towards Jameson's office. "About damn time," Jameson said, seeing both of them enter. Jameson laughed at the pictures. "Ha ha ha, these are amazing. I can already picture the headlines." Jameson picked the picture of Spider-Man on top of the helicopters and waved his hand across it. The headline for this one would be, "Spider-Man destroys police property." "What?" MJ said, looking a little pissed. "Spider-Man stopped those helicopters from crashing into a crowd of people and rescued those pilots' lives. Why would you go and defame him like that? Listen here, Missy, nobody cares about his superhero nonsense. They want to see something new, something exciting. They want to see when a good guy turns bad. Saving a bunch of people. Bah, what's so special about that? Our brave policemen and firefighters do that every day, it's not something new." Jameson waved her off. He then looked at the picture of Spider-Man carrying Doc Ock out of the building. "Here we go, Spider-Man is shown helping out the villain, are they perhaps in cahoots? Please tell me you aren't being serious?" MJ said, looking at Jameson with disdain. "You took the picture. What does it look like to you then?" Jameson scoffed, looking at the picture of Spider-Man holding up an entire building with his own hands. He looked at the picture before extending it outward and tilting it to the side. MJ slammed the table. "Stop trying to look at it from a bad angle and put one of your dumb headlines to it," she shouted. "Remember, MJ, strangling someone is illegal, it's illegal. But I'm a minor, I can get away with it, right?" She really thought about it, seeing the way Jameson was looking at the picture. "I got it," Jameson snapped his fingers. The consequences of his actions, Spider-Man destroys Oscorp in his battle with his foe, which results in his loss. Perfect. MJ reached over, grabbed Jameson by the collar, and started to shake him. "Listen here, you son of a bitch. Spider-Man saved a lot of lives today. He was injured greatly because of it and suffered the weight of an entire skyscraper on his body. He is a hero to all of those people. My pictures will not be used for you to defame him like this. Either you use the tiny brain of yours to make a real and truthful story about the events that happened, or I will literally sue you for defamation against Spider-Man while using my pictures. Got it, mister?" "I think you should calm," Eddie started to say, but MJ's head snapped towards him. "Don't you dare tell me to calm down." Jameson made MJ release him. "You crazy woman. I could fire you for what you just did, you know." But since you're just a kid who doesn't know any better and I have a big heart, I'll let bygones be bygones. But I'll have to deduct your pay. MJ turned around and walked through the door. You can take my pay and shove it where the sun doesn't shine. MJ yelled as she walked out. She even wanted to raise her finger but decided he didn't even deserve her efforts. Jameson shook his head and looked towards Eddie. Women, am I right? But Eddie didn't hear him. He was looking towards the door with an enamored look. My God. What a woman, he thought, slowly becoming infatuated. Jameson, seeing that, rolled his eyes. Teenagers. MJ biked away angrily, the events of the day swirling in her mind. As she neared home, she suddenly felt a sharp pain on her neck. Son of a God, nothing is going my way today, she inwardly whined, slapping the back of her neck. She stopped her bike and reached over to her neck, feeling a string connecting to it. Confused, she yanked it, yelping in pain. Bringing the string to her face, she yelled in fright as a red and blue spider dangled from the other end. Flicking it off her hand, she dusted her hands in disgust. EW, 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 EW. EWWWW, she shivered in disgust before getting back on her bike. As she arrived in front of her home, she started feeling woozy. Was the spider perhaps poisonous? MJ wondered as she tried to insert her keys in the keyhole but kept missing. After a few more tries, she managed it and headed inside. She closed the door behind her and slowly trotted up the stairs to her room. She staggered backwards and almost fell, but steadied herself against the wall. She walked into her room and put her camera down on the nightstand. Collapsing on the bed, she reached for her phone. Gotta call the ambulance. I think I'm going to die, she thought as she very slowly typed 911. But as she hit the final number, her hands collapsed and her phone fell. She became unconscious, sweat dripping down her like a broken faucet. Felicia got home and threw her keys in a basket before walking to her room. Once inside, she took off her leather jacket and shirt. Felicia suddenly felt something crawling on her. When she looked down to see what it was, a silver and black spider was already on her chest. Before she could react, it bit her. Ouch! Ahhhhhhh, she screamed, dusting off her chest while jumping around. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, she squealed repeatedly. As she dusted it off and jumped around, she accidentally stepped on it, causing her to lift a foot and jump around holding it. This is so disgusting, she cried out. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, she muttered, I was literally only going to change shirts. Now I have to take a whole dang bath. Getting nude, she grabbed her toiletries and headed into the shower. As she let the water hit her face and body, she looked down and touched the place where the spider bit. Suddenly, she was hit with a wave of dizziness. She staggered backwards and held her hands out, putting one against the wall and slowly sliding down. I don't feel so good, this can't be good. Am I going to die? She wondered as her eyes became droopy and heavy. Just perfect, Felicia thought sarcastically before she felt her consciousness leaving her. Chapter 120. Third person's POV. As Peter and Gwen left the Baxter building, Peter's phone rang. It was Uncle Ben. Peter speaking, he said in a customer service voice, which earned him a strange look from Gwen. Ah, hey kid, when can you come home? If you don't mind me asking. Uncle Ben said. Why are you being so polite? It's weird. I can stop by now if you want. Peter said. That would be perfect, Uncle Ben said as he hung up. Looks like Uncle Ben wants to talk, Peter informed Gwen, who nodded. As they walked home, Gwen leaned her head towards Peter, still feeling pretty tired. Peter just smiled and wrapped his hand over her shoulder as they continued walking. It took them a while due to their slow pace, but they eventually arrived. As they walked in, they were practically tackled into a hug by Aunt May, who began to cry. They wanted to cry out in pain but held it in as they patted Aunt May's back and comforted her. May, you're hurting them, they're in pain, Uncle Ben said with a sigh. Aunt May quickly backed away and apologized, but they dismissed it as nothing to worry about. Please, Peter. Please, Gwen. Stop this, she pleaded with tears in her eyes. It hurts me to see you like this. I mean, look at you guys, you're injured. Next time you might not get so lucky. I don't want the next time I see you guys to be in a duffel bag, dead. Peter and Gwen looked away and bit their lips, unable to look May in the face. Peter took a deep breath and stared into Aunt May's teary eyes. I'm sorry, Aunt May. We can't. This shows why we can't stop. If we did, who would be out there protecting them from something like this happening? Gwen nodded her head in agreement. This city needs us more than ever. More and more of these freaks are going to keep coming, and we need to be there to stop them. Uncle Ben went and hugged both of them, placing a hand on the back of their heads. You guys. Truly, I'm so proud of you. You are carrying a burden no kids your age should. Aunt May wiped her eyes. I'm sorry for asking that of you too, even after what you did. But I just couldn't help it. Gwen shook her head. We understand, Aunt May. You have nothing to apologize for. After she cleaned her tears, she smiled at them. And it goes without saying, even though I want you guys to stop, I'm very proud of you both as well. Uncle Ben then looked them over. Have you had time to look over your injuries? They gave him an awkward smile and shook their heads. We had to stop by our internship, Gwen said. Uncle Ben let out a sigh. Come, I'll give you guys first aid. That's all right, Peter said. We have equipment for that back in my lab. Uncle Ben just looked at Peter sadly. Please. But you know what, a building did fall on me, so a little first aid never hurts anyone, Peter said as he followed Uncle Ben. Both Peter and Gwen ended up receiving first aid from Uncle Ben. Ouch, 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 ow, Peter complained as alcohol was applied. Uncle Ben looked at him with a straight face. No one told you to get a building to collapse on you. If you can deal with that, you can deal with this. Stop being a baby. After he was done with them, Peter and Gwen said their goodbyes as they had other matters to take care of. They made their way towards their hideout, and when they arrived, they found Harry waiting for them nervously. He let out a sigh of relief. I'm so glad you guys are all right, he said, then looked towards Peter gratefully. And Pete, thanks for saving my old man. Peter just waved him off. Don't worry about it, dude. What are you doing here anyway? Harry looked a bit embarrassed. I got worried about you guys and came to make sure you were all right. Gwen gave him a teasing grin. You know you could have just called us, right? Harry rubbed the back of his neck, his cheeks gaining a small red tint. I wanted to see that you were okay with my own eyes. Sorry, he said apologetically. Peter and Gwen just giggled, causing Harry to grow redder and stand up. Anyways, I'll be going, he stuttered. Peter stopped him. Dude, relax. You can stay a while longer if you want. We were just about to get ourselves checked out before I go back to building some things. I have some research to do. We wouldn't mind the company, Gwen said. Wait, you guys aren't planning on getting some rest? Harry asked, looking worried. Peter and Gwen shook their heads. We can't really rest now. We don't know what else might show up, so we have to make some preparations. Harry let out a frustrated groan as he ruffled the back of his hair. You guys really should get some rest, but fine, I'll stay. But it's only to make sure you aren't overworking yourselves. Thanks, Mom, Peter and Gwen teased. He slowly raised his middle finger at them, causing them both to laugh until their injuries hurt. After Peter and Gwen received more intensive first aid, Gwen went on to work on her secret project. Meanwhile, Peter put on the neural transmitter headband. So, Arya, how close are we to completing the creation of all the spider bots? Actually, they're already done. It only took a week to make, Arya said seriously. We underestimated how helpful the spider bots were in creating the others. The more that were built, the faster the productivity became. Good, Peter said excitedly, while Harry looked at them in confusion. Spider bots. Peter just smirked. Watch this. Harry was still confused until he heard multiple pitter-patters on the metal floor. The door burst open as a tiny wave of what looked like baby spiders appeared. Peter controlled them to form into a hand and wave at Harry. Harry subconsciously waved back, amazed at what he was seeing. My goodness, Peter. With this, the possibility of creating something is virtually endless. Peter nodded, then smiled at Harry. Yup, and that's what you're about to witness. We can even bounce some ideas off each other afterward. 2 hours later. Felicia was woken up by the continuous water hitting her face and body. She stumbled a bit, holding her head. "I'm so cold," she muttered as she reached out to turn the shower off. The handle of the shower came off easily, causing a geyser of water to splash her face. She held out her hand, trying to stop the water, but it wasn't stopping. She reached out from the shower to grab a towel but ended up accidentally ripping the towel rack from the wall. She looked at her hands in surprise and tried to flick off the towel rack, but it seemed glued to her. What the hell is going on? My luck couldn't possibly be this bad. She got out of the shower carefully, with the water still running, and walked towards the sink mirror. Reaching over, she carefully started wiping the condensation from the mirror, but as she did, bone claws appeared from all 5 of her fingers. "Ow," she said as blood poured from the 5 holes in her fingers. Her bone claws ended up scratching the mirror, leaving claw marks. With the towel rack still in her other hand, she carefully and slowly reached over and turned the sink on, washing the blood from her fingers. She watched as the blood ran down the drain and as the bone claws slowly retracted back into her fingers. She watched as the 5 holes ever southwest slowly started to close before returning to normal. As they returned to normal, the towel rack unstuck from her fingers, falling to the floor. Felicia tried to lean over the sink but ultimately ended up breaking it by accident as well, taking a big chunk out. Felicia was just another incident away from breaking down into tears at all the chaos she was experiencing. She ever so slightly picked up the shower handle from the ground and carefully did everything to turn it off, which worked and caused her to sigh in relief. She wrapped herself in a towel before carefully twisting the doorknob and exiting the bathroom. She walked towards her room, and once inside, she went towards the full-body mirror. When she looked into the mirror, she examined herself in confusion before undoing her towel and examining her body. The more she looked, the more shocked she became. "Felicia, you went from being as cute as a kitten to a full-on cougar. Since when was I this toned? My butt looks big, and my stomach looks so defined," she said as she ran her hand up her stomach. Felicia then started measuring her chest with her hands. These definitely developed as well. As she was examining her chest, she noticed the spider bite mark. In the corner of her eye, she saw the setting sun hitting the Spider-Man poster. She looked at the poster before looking at the bite mark. "First of all, now that I know who that is, I have to take it down. It's weird now. And 2, what the F?" She had to stop herself and take a deep breath. "Why is this happening to me?" Felicia whined, laying back on her bed. Felicia raised her hand to the ceiling, then looked back at her own hands before glancing at the Spider-Man poster. "Should I call him? He'll know what to do in this situation," she thought. Felicia shook her head. "I need to adjust to this before seeking help. Besides, I'll see him tomorrow, I hope. Not to mention he's injured and exhausted. I wouldn't want to bother him." She sat up once more and began to fully dry herself before very carefully and delicately putting on clothes to relax. "How do they do it? It feels like I'm living in a world made entirely out of glass," she muttered to herself, closing and opening her fist while laying in bed. But as she lay there, sleep started to come to her rather quickly. Her body still needed to rest and recover after having its genetic makeup rewritten. Chapter 121, Chapter 121. Third Person's POV. The next day. MJ woke up the next day feeling refreshed. She did a little stretching while yawning before looking around for her phone. When she saw it on the ground, she went to pick it up, but as she touched it, it crumbled into pieces. Still a bit disoriented from just waking up, MJ looked at her phone in confusion. As she let go, the broken phone pieces still clung to her hand. She tried to shake them off, but they stuck to her fingers. What? She sat up on her bed and continuously tried to get the pieces off. Then she got up and headed toward the bathroom, thinking maybe some water would help. But as MJ turned the doorknob to exit her room, the entire door came off its hinges. MJ froze in shock, holding the door. She slowly and softly tried to place the door back in place, hoping that by some miracle, everything would fix itself. Am I still dreaming? She thought as she headed towards the bathroom. She stood by the door, staring at it, afraid to touch it and cause any more mess. She slowly and carefully twisted the doorknob before heading inside and sighing in relief. She looked at herself in the mirror. Just what is going on? Wait, what's the last thing I remember? MJ then started to recount everything she had experienced, and that's when her eyes widened. The spider. MJ then smiled toward the mirror. Looks like I just hit the jackpot. I'm the same as my little tiger. As she smirked at herself in the mirror, she mimicked Peter's hand sign. WHPSSSSH, she mouthed. Accidentally, a shot of webbing shot from her wrist, hitting and breaking the mirror. MJ jumped back in shock and covered her mouth with her free hand. I got too excited. Mom's going to kill me. She then looked at her broken phone in her hand. I can't even call Peter and ask for help. I have to see him at school, if I can make it, that is, she muttered. Midtown High. Peter and Gwen were seen with their heads down on their desks, each sound asleep. Harry didn't look any better, as he was tired from working with Peter. Meanwhile, everyone was talking about Spider-Man and Ghost Spider's amazing feat yesterday, with Flash being the loudest. This is why Spidey is the best. Flash said, replaying the clip for everyone. Another person came and showed a video of Ghost Spider. She isn't bad either. She was amazing, holding 2 buildings from falling. The teacher appeared. All right, everyone, settle down, take your seats. Class is about to begin. The teacher then looked around the room and saw Peter and Gwen asleep. Harry, wake those 2 up, he instructed. Sorry, sir, but I think it's better to let them sleep. They're exhausted from working at their internship, Harry said, coming up with a lie on the spot. The teacher released a tired sigh. If they can't handle working and coming to school exhausted, then they shouldn't be working in the first place. The teacher then looked around. Where are Felicia and Mary Jane? They're absent, sir, someone responded. The teacher nodded. Very well then, let's begin. A few minutes after class began, the door was opened carefully. Peter and Gwen abruptly stood up, pushing their chairs back, looking towards the door in shock. It was like the world slowed down for them. They all felt a tingling sensation in the back of their heads as they looked towards Felicia, who was confused by the sudden feeling. They then heard footsteps of someone running and entering the classroom. Sorry I'm late, MJ said before stopping, bombarded by her spidey sense. Behind Peter was a blue and black coloring, while Gwen had white and cyan. MJ was white and red, and Felicia was silver and black. Harry looked at them in confusion, unsure of what was going on, while everyone else looked at Peter and Gwen in confusion for their actions. Everyone just get to your seats, class is already in session, the teacher reprimanded. As Peter and Gwen sat down, they followed MJ and Felicia with furrowed brows. MJ and Felicia looked at each other for a bit before walking towards their seats. Harry leaned over towards Peter. What's going on? He whispered. They've been bitten. Peter whispered in a tone of disbelief. Harry's eyes widened before he looked towards MJ and Felicia. Peter and Gwen couldn't fall asleep again as they continuously looked towards MJ and Felicia, unsure of what to make of their situation. Due to them thinking a million things at once, class ended rather quickly. When class ended, Peter and Gwen grabbed and dragged both Felicia and MJ to a secluded spot while Harry followed close behind. What the hell happened to you guys? Peter asked in surprise. When I was changing, I felt something climbing on me. When I looked down, I saw a spider on my chest before it bit me, Felicia explained. I was returning home from the Daily Bugle when I felt something sting my neck. After I killed it and went to check, I found a spider on my neck, MJ shivered at the memory. How did you 2 even come in contact with spiders in the first place? Gwen asked, confused. Promise not to get mad. MJ said nervously, while Peter and Gwen just looked at MJ in confusion. So, during your fight with the octopus guy, when you were holding Oscorp together, I became super worried that I accidentally said your name. Felicia was next to me when it happened, and she heard me, so when the building collapsed on you, we both rushed to get you out of the rubble. So I'm only guessing here, but maybe during that time, a spider from Oscorp climbed on top of us while we were getting you out. I mean, that's where you 2 got bit, so maybe it was the same for us, MJ hurriedly explained. Peter and Gwen facepalmed, while Peter let out a sigh. So what, are you guys like all spider people now? Harry asked a little bitterly. It appears to be. Peter replied, patting his shoulders. After school, I'll take you guys over to my lab so we can run some tests, Peter said. A lab? Felicia asked, looking a little confused. Meanwhile, MJ looked a bit excited. Am I finally going to? Her expression turned serious as she deepened her voice, the spider cave. Peter rolled his eyes in amusement. Yeah, I've been meaning to take you for a while, and it looks like we'll be having more guests, he said, looking at Felicia with a weary smile. The bell suddenly rang, causing them to sigh as they still needed to get on with their day. Later in the evening. When school ended, Peter took everyone a few blocks away. They watched as Peter started talking to his watch. Aria, bring the car around and do it in stealth mode, Peter said. Felicia looked at Peter in confusion. You have a secret butler or something? Peter just confidently smiled. You'll see. It didn't take long for a car to appear in front of them and undo its cloaking. Get in, Peter instructed them. Wait, this car has such a function? Felicia asked in surprise as they all started getting in. Once inside, Peter started flipping some switches. Aria, speed us to the spider cave, he said, replicating what MJ did earlier. They watched as the car started turning invisible. On it, Daddy. Aria's voice said. Daddy. Felicia and MJ asked, looking at Peter weirdly. And who was that? MJ asked. Harry made air quotes as he answered, that's his AI daughter that calls him Daddy. An AI. Both MJ and Felicia asked in amazement. Peter just smirked. Hold on tight, everyone. They were then blasted like a rocket, which caused MJ and Felicia to scream out in surprise. They moved haphazardly as Peter performed crazy twists and turns, almost hitting a few people and crashing into cars. After hitting a large bump, they jumped a bit in the air before heading downwards toward some train tracks. Peter, we're heading toward a wall. Felicia shouted with a frightened look. Peter, the wall. MJ shouted as they rushed toward the wall. MJ and Felicia both closed their eyes and waited for the painful collision. They then felt the car slow down. But there was no collision. When they opened their eyes, they found themselves in what appeared to be an abandoned subway station. What, where are we? Felicia asked in confusion. In an abandoned subway station. The wall you saw before is just there to stop people from looking or finding out about the place, Harry said before getting a lost and lifeless look in his eyes. Peter likes to trick people by making them think they're about to crash into a wall. Unfortunately, you two weren't the only recipients. As they all got out, the car drove away by itself into the train tracks, disappearing into the darkness. That isn't ominous in the slightest, Felicia mumbled before following Peter. Peter put his hand towards a wall, which began to scan his hand before a retina scan appeared. After Peter completed the scans, a tiny microphone appeared. Spider-Man musical notes. Spider-Man musical notes does whatever a spider can. Musical notes. Felicia looked at Peter with a straight face. Did you really create your own theme song? There was steam that came from part of the wall before it split open, revealing a whole new world. As they walked through, the wall behind them closed before they were blasted by disinfectant gas. Harry and I made some renovations, so enjoy, Peter said as they walked out from the entrance. None of Peter's or Gwen's equipment was anywhere in sight, it just appeared to be a resting place. There were a few couches and chairs, making it look like a lounge. Not to mention the glass-encased mannequins, although there were only two. One wore Peter's first Spider-Man outfit, while the other wore Gwen's first Ghost Spider outfit. Apart from that, everything looked like a comfortable lounge, complete with a refrigerator. Welcome back, Daddy, they heard the voice of the little girl again. They turned towards the large monitor at the back, where it showed Aria's figure. Ah, both MJ and Felicia said once they saw her. She's adorable. Aria let out a little giggle as she ran her hand through her purple hair. MJ grew confused as she felt something calling to her. She walked towards a big tank that looked like it was for some animals. When she looked closely, she saw a little spider with electric markings on its body. MJ was confused by the feeling and put her hand against the glass, while the little spider did the same. MJ? Peter asked in confusion. MJ blinked a few times before shaking her head. Sorry, it was just a weird feeling I was getting. Peter and Gwen looked towards each other before looking towards MJ. Well, I've seen you've met Daddy Long Legs. MJ gave Peter a look that read, really? Yup, it's the spider that bit me. Anyways. Gwen intervened, let's get you all tested, so we can see if you guys are alright or if any of your fluids are radioactive. What? Felicia and MJ said, looking towards Gwen in shock. It's only a possibility, so don't worry. Follow me. They went away from the large resting area and walked through a few doors before appearing in what appeared to be a typical science/doctor's laboratory. Gwen grabbed a few syringes and looked at them with a smile. Who's ready to have their blood extracted? Shouldn't there be a few consent forms we have to sign? Felicia asked a bit nervously. Gwen and Peter looked at each other before laughing. Oh honey, in this place we don't believe in anything like consent, Gwen said with a creepy smile, flicking the tip of the syringe. Chapter 122. Third person's POV. You know what this calls for? Peter said with a smirk. Everyone looked at him in confusion while Gwen went towards her lab with vials of blood. Peter lifted his arms in the air. A training montage. Seeing them look at him with a straight face, he grew a bit embarrassed before coughing and clearing his throat. In all seriousness, we need to have some tests. We need to test your strength, speed, endurance, and flexibility. First is the strength test. Follow me, he said, leading them through a few rooms until they reached a gym. The gym was filled with large weights and strange machines. There was one that appeared to be a large hydraulic press, a high-tech treadmill, and a pulling machine with weights measured in tons. Now then, I want one of you to stand by the hydraulic, Peter said. Felicia looked at Peter like he was crazy. Are you trying to squish us or something? Peter just smiled. Yes. But wait, I forgot something. Be right back. He surrounded himself in lightning and rushed out of the room. MJ and Felicia turned towards Harry, who gave them an awkward smile. So how's the superpower life treating you? I destroyed my bathroom, Felicia said with a straight face. I broke down my door and mirror, MJ said, a bit embarrassed. Peter then returned with 2 black outfits and handed them to the girls. Here, these are made from unstable molecule fibers. They should fit you perfectly and handle everything you're about to go through, something your regular clothes wouldn't. The next room over is a dressing room you can use. They looked at the suits in their hands before looking at each other and walking towards the dressing room. Wanna handle the machines? Peter asked Harry. Harry knew it was Peter's way of making him feel included, so he shrugged his shoulders. Fine, it's not like I have anything else to do. After a few minutes, both MJ and Felicia returned wearing the unstable molecule fiber suits. So, how are they? Peter asked. It's weird. They feel just the right size, Felicia said, looking around herself. MJ started to flex. Do these show off my muscles? Peter gave her a small nod with a thumbs up. Okay, first things, Felicia under the hydraulic, MJ on the treadmill. Once Felicia was under the hydraulic press, she looked up a bit nervously. Meanwhile, Harry shouted, I'm pressing start and will be increasing the pressure. Yell to me when you can't handle any more. Are you ready? As ready as I'll ever be, Felicia said. Harry nodded. We're going to start low. We're starting with 100 pounds. The hydraulics started to come down on Felicia as she reached up her hands to hold them up. As the pressure increased, Harry yelled out, 500 pounds. 1,000 pounds. 1,500 pounds. 2,000 pounds, which is 1 ton. 2 tons. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. Felicia started to feel the weight. 8. 9. Felicia's knees started to buckle as sweat appeared on her forehead. 10. 11. 12. 13. 14. 15. Once it reached 15 tons, Felicia's knees were already on the floor. I give, she yelled. Harry hit the stop button and retracted the hydraulics. Meanwhile, MJ was sprinting on the treadmill. You're supposed to run with your back straight. Posture is very important when running. What does it say? MJ asked, unable to look at her speed. 130 miles per hour or 209.2 kilometers per hour. You're saying I'm going as fast as a car? That is so cool, MJ said excitedly. All right, that's enough, Peter said, causing MJ to slow down. Felicia walked up to Peter and asked, so how much can you hold? Currently, around 90 to 100 tons, Peter said with a smirk. What? MJ and Felicia asked at the same time. Peter nodded, reassuring them. But don't worry, in a few months you two should be around the same. We all have a healing factor, which Gwen and I abuse the hell out of. And how much can Gwen hold? MJ asked. 80 to 90 tons. I see, they both said pensively. About your speeds? MJ asked. I can go 200 miles per hour or 321.8 kilometers per hour, while Gwen can go 210 miles per hour or 337.9. So she's faster than you? Felicia asked. In our base figures, yes. She's more lithe than I am, making her more aerodynamic. Since I'm more robust, I get hit with wind resistance. But when I use my lightning, I get a 5x boost and just push through the air resistance. They nodded in understanding before heading to other machines to test their strengths and speeds. MJ can lift 10 tons, and Felicia can run up to 140 miles per hour or 225.3 kilometers per hour. You've written it down, Arya? Peter asked. Don't worry, I'm keeping track of everything, Arya replied. Now to test your endurance and reflexes. However, before Peter could continue, Gwen rushed into the room. Peter. You're not going to believe what I just discovered, she shouted excitedly. Her shouting jump-scared everyone in the room. What? Calm down, Peter motioned her. Gwen rushed towards Peter and took hold of his hands. I can't calm down. You have to see this. She started dragging him as Peter turned towards the others. Everyone, please take a 5-minute break. Gwen dragged Peter towards her biology lab where holographic figures of DNA helixes and other biological forms floated amidst various apparatuses. Okay, Gwen said, trying to calm down. So, I was studying all of our DNA, right? And as I was doing so, I started comparing them to regular DNA, ones that didn't have any enhancements or anything. Peter nodded, looking at Gwen curiously. Well, I was looking at how our regular DNA bonded with the spider DNA, and that's where I found something incredible. A chemical element, never before seen, is holding and stabilizing our regular DNA with that of a spider. Because of this little element, you, me, Felicia, and MJ are able to be spider people without having grotesque appearances. It's blending our two DNAs absolutely perfectly. Gwen held Peter's arms and started shaking him back and forth. I just freaking discovered a brand new chemical element. Peter looked at Gwen in surprise. Are you for real? And that's not the best part. It's not. Peter asked. Gwen started pacing excitedly. That element is what we need to complete the SSS. That's what the Vita rays, which made Captain America, and the spider venom were for, to stabilize the DNA. The new chemical element is a stabilizer, so we have no need for radiation or a venomous animal to enhance someone. Peter grabbed Gwen and started spinning her around. Gwen laughed, holding her arms around his neck. She grabbed Peter's face and gave him a kiss before jumping off and celebrating. So, do you know how to create that element by itself? Gwen nodded. I can complete the SSS right this instant. Did you have Arya run the necessary tests? Peter asked. Gwen nodded. Of course, I had to make sure I was right about my thought process. Peter hugged Gwen once more. I'm so proud of you. Gwen puffed her chest with pride, then looked up at Peter with her arms around him. Peter, let's give it to Harry. Peter smiled. I was thinking the same thing, but since it was your discovery, I didn't want to make such a suggestion in case you wanted to try it for yourself. Gwen shook her head. We are all getting superpowers, and Harry is just as much a best friend to me as he is to you. Peter nodded before sighing. I think we should tell Harry the truth about his condition as well. Are you sure? Weren't you the one who wanted to keep it hidden? Gwen asked. Peter nodded. If I keep it for too long and then he somehow finds out we knew without telling him, I don't think he'll appreciate it. It could ruin our friendship. Gwen smiled and nodded. You're right. Arya, can you call Harry over and, in the meantime, give the girls a tour of our place? Peter instructed. I'm on it, Arya said. Arya made a hologram of herself appear before everyone in the training room. MJ and Felicia were climbing the walls, seeing what that was like, while Harry was on his phone texting Lizzie. Arya turned towards Harry. They want to see you in Gwen's lab. Harry looked up from his phone, nodded, turned it off, and put it in his pocket before walking towards Gwen's lab. Arya then started walking up the wall towards MJ and Felicia. In the meantime, I'll be your tour guide. As Harry walked in, he saw the serious expressions on Gwen and Peter's faces, causing him to look at them apprehensively. What's wrong? Why that expression? Peter let out a sigh. Harry, we've been keeping something from you for a while. Yeah. Peter scratched his head, trying to find the right words. Harry, you aren't sick, and you never were. What? What are you talking about? Harry asked in confusion. Harry, we were poisoned, and we believe that so was your mother. Harry looked like he couldn't believe what he just heard. He took a step back and held out his hand. I'm sorry. What did you just say? Peter turned towards Gwen. Gwen, show him. Gwen nodded and sat in her main chair, clicking on her computer to show Harry's DNA scan. She pointed towards his DNA. See here. This shows that what you have isn't hereditary. This is poison designed to make it look like it was. Harry grabbed a seat and sat down, his foot tapping the floor. And how long have you two known? A week, at minimum, since you gave us your DNA. You had an entire week to tell me, and you guys didn't. Harry asked, his expression flashing with anger. It was mostly me. Gwen wanted to tell you right away. Okay, that still doesn't answer the question of why you waited an entire week to tell me. Mostly because I was scared about how you would react. I didn't want you to do something stupid, like go and try to confront the people that did this. Why? Because I don't have cool or fancy powers like you do. Yes, Peter said plainly. Peter, Gwen said, looking at him. Harry scoffed, but before he could react, Peter continued. You don't have any power or anything that could protect you, so I didn't tell you. I was scared and worried that if I told you, you would do something crazy and I would lose my best friend, that I would lose my brother. Harry looked at Peter for a second before his shoulders slumped down in defeat. He leaned his head back and looked towards the ceiling. So why tell me now, he asked, tears pooling in his eyes. Why tell me that my mother was murdered, and for what reason, he asked, his voice shaking. Because if I held it in any longer, I felt like it would destroy our friendship. And as for the reason, we believe it was to control your father, and now they're using you to do the same. Peter then went into more detail about what he believed occurred since they were little. Harry had a hand over his face as tears rolled down his cheeks. So that's all I am, a pawn in someone else's game, to control my father. He choked up, I've never felt so powerless. Well, the good news is that you don't have to feel that way for long, Peter said, giving him a reassuring smile. Harry turned toward Peter, looking at him in confusion. What? Peter turned towards Gwen. You tell him. It was your discovery. Gwen smiled and nodded. You remember the incomplete super soldier serum Peter retrieved from your father's lab? Well, I just discovered a brand new chemical formula that could complete it. And we want you to have it. Harry was surprised. Are you guys serious? Gwen nodded. This is the first ever completed SSS in years, and we want you to be the first to have it. Oh right, and I may or may not have made some adjustments, making it stronger. What? Peter and Harry asked at the same time. You don't know about this? Harry asked, looking at Peter. This is the first time I'm hearing it. Peter said. What did you do to it? Okay, so you guys remember the lizard serum, right? Yeah. Peter and Harry nodded. So, this chemical element stabilizer should be the key ingredient to perfecting it, allowing someone to gain its regenerative power without turning into the whole lizard thing. And that's not all. If we add different animal DNA, it could enhance you without any negative effects. You could have the part of the DNA that makes a gorilla strong and a part that makes a cheetah fast. The most DNA I can mix is 3, and the 3 I just mentioned are the ones I have and have been studying. Gwen hit a button on the computer, showing a DNA helix with images of a gorilla, cheetah, and a lizard merging into a new DNA structure. Although it could only work for Harry. Wait, really? Peter asked. Gwen nodded. We can take the normal SSS, but not the one Harry will be receiving. Think of our DNA strands as a canvas waiting to be painted. Harry's canvas is white and can be painted with different colors, creating a brand new art piece. Ours is like the Mona Lisa, already a masterpiece. Adding new things to our canvas could destroy the masterpiece that it is. We can add tiny bits to enhance the image, but too much and it gets ruined. But Harry's, his is a blank canvas, waiting for a painter to come and create his masterpiece, and the KOJ serum is the painting material. KOJ serum. Peter and Harry looked at her in confusion. King of the Jungle serum, since we're using animals from the animal kingdom and he's taking the best parts of each animal. So, KOJ serum. Smart, right, she said proudly. So, when is it complete? Harry asked. Gwen looked towards a machine holding a vial and shaking it up and down. In about 2 minutes. I'm not going to start growing fur or get fingers for toes, right? Harry asked nervously. That's what the stabilizer is for, so that doesn't happen. You have nothing to worry about. Harry nodded, then sighed and turned towards Peter. I'm sorry for snapping at you earlier. Before Harry could continue, Peter shook his head. I shouldn't have kept it hidden from you and told you as soon as I found out. Harry smiled appreciatively. And maybe with this, I'll be able to take some of their burdens away so they're not always so tired. Thank you guys, truly. Ew, Peter said. Harry groaned, rolling his eyes. Do you always have to ruin the moment? Yes, Peter said with a serious expression, lifting a hand. When you start doing mushy, disgusting things, as your best friend it's my job to put you in your place. Harry let out a sigh and shook his head. Why are we even best friends? Peter raised a finger to answer. Well. Don't answer that, Harry said with a straight face. Before hearing a ding. When they turned towards the sound, they saw that the machine was done. Gwen grabbed the blood-red vial, examined it briefly, and nodded. It's the color Arya predicted. Gwen grabbed a syringe and siphoned all of the liquid from the vial. She flicked the tip before nodding. Arm, she instructed Harry. Harry took a deep breath and extended his arm. Gwen put the syringe by his vein. Harry, once this goes into your system, it could change your life forever. Are you sure you're ready? Harry nodded, his expression serious. I'm ready. Wait, is the poison inside him going to make it worse? Peter asked. Gwen shook her head. The lizard serum will expel it all. He'll be at his peak condition. Peter nodded and gave Gwen the go-ahead. Gwen nodded and started to inject Harry with the KOJ serum. Harry's eyes rolled back as he fainted. Peter quickly caught him. Quickly, put him on the table. I'll be monitoring him in case something goes wrong. You can go back to testing the others afterwards. Peter nodded and placed Harry on the medical bed. Harry started to sweat profusely, his breathing became labored. From his mouth, green smoke slowly began to expel. That's the poison. That means everything is working as it should, Gwen said. Peter nodded before walking out. He paused and looked towards Harry one more time before leaving the room. Chapter 123. Third Person's POV. MJ and Felicia found themselves in Peter's personal work lab. They discovered holograms of different inventions floating around, along with images of Spider-Man suits in various colors and designs. On Peter's main desk, 5 watches were displayed in glass cases, each of a different color. Felicia's lips curled into a small smile as she walked up to the watches. Is this what I think they are? She asked. Yeah, Arya said, appearing beside the cases. Daddy actually completed them when he first mentioned them to you. He was supposed to give them to you the following day, but even with his eidetic memory, Father can be so forgetful. Wait, Peter has an eidetic memory? Felicia asked, surprised. He can forget things. MJ added. Yes, he does. Arya said towards Felicia before turning to MJ, it's not so much forgetting as it is having so many thoughts and ideas at once that when he completes something, he puts it in the back of his mind. That's why they are forgotten, Arya explained, making air quotes. Two of the glass cases then lifted up, the red watch and the silver and black one. Fancy, Felicia said, moving towards the silver one, instinctively knowing it was meant for her. How do they work? Felicia began, instinctively twisting her body as a laser shot narrowly missed her and hit the wall. Felicia turned to MJ who a shocked expression, she slowly put her hands behind her back and began whistling while occasionally going on her tiptoes. You turn the outer part to control the intensity of it, Arya said. I'm always surprised by how much of a genius Peter is, Felicia said, fidgeting with the watch. So, are you girls ready to start testing your instincts and reflexes? Peter asked, walking towards them with his hands in his pockets. Yeah, but before that, I have a question. How the heck can you afford all these things? Are you like some sort of secret millionaire? Felicia teased. And where's Harry? MJ asked, looking around. Yes, Peter said, glancing at Felicia before turning to MJ, and he's being a little caterpillar right now. Peter then put a hand on his chin. The Monarch, it's a good name for Harry, but it's his choice at the end of the day. MJ looked confused, while Felicia looked at Peter in shock. You're serious? Ever heard of Parker Industries? No way. You're the creator of Instagram and all those games. My mom is practically obsessed with Candy Crush. Instagram has been out for like 2 months and it's become super popular super fast, Felicia said, surprised. When you have an AI manipulating the market and knowing how to make advertisements, making an app popular is surprisingly easy, Peter bragged. You never put 2 and 2 together? MJ asked, giving Felicia a strange look. Felicia rolled her eyes. Oh yes, because Parker is just such a rare last name, she said sarcastically. All right, you two chatterboxes, we have things to do. Let's go, Peter said, leading them back to the training room. Oh right, you had your internship with Jameson. How did that go? Peter asked, teasingly. MJ wrapped her arms around his and groaned. He's such a pain in the ass. I literally almost choked him out yesterday. MJ went on to explain what had happened. You said that and still left the photos with him? Felicia asked, disapprovingly. MJ rolled her eyes. It wouldn't make much sense to threaten to sue him and then take the pictures away. I wanted to see what he would do with them. Before they could say anything else about the matter, they arrived back in the training room. All right, we can continue this conversation later. Let's get down to business, Peter said. Arya, you know what to do. Prepare to engage in sense training. As he spoke, the walls began to open up, and the machines and everything else around the room started to be pulled back towards the wall, leaving the room completely empty. Arya, 3 blackout gear, Peter commanded. From the wall, a shelf appeared with 3 bandanas. Here's an important lesson I want you all to remember about us, about what we have become. Our greatest gift isn't our super strength, ability to cling to walls, or shooting webs, it's our spidey sense. Spidey sense? MJ and Felicia asked in confusion. Peter nodded. It's a danger sense in some way. It comes off as a ringing in the back of our heads that warns us of danger. Oh, Mr. Parker. Felicia raised her hand, acting like an eager student. Yes, you spider cat. Any questions? Peter played along, pointing a finger gun at her. Ooh, I like that name. Why is that considered our most important gift? She asked. Excellent question, Ms. Hardy. It's what I believe keeps us alive. And it's the ability with the most potential. Remember when we met for the first time after you guys were bitten, and we were hit with that tingly sensation? They both nodded as Peter continued. That was our spidey sense warning us and telling us that there were beings like us in the room. Now, enough with the explanation. Wrap those bandanas around your eyes. They're made from material that completely blocks out any light. When some of our senses are blocked, the others get enhanced, which is a great way to train our spidey senses. So apart from testing them, we would be training them at the same time. And I would be training alongside you guys. Later, we can review the footage Arya records and keeps track of. Felicia snickered towards the end. Peter looked at her in confusion. You said, enough with the explanation, and then went on a tangent. Peter looked at her with a straight face before rolling his eyes and grabbing the 3 bandanas, tossing one to each person. Everyone soon wrapped their eyes. As they did, different kinds of machines started coming out from the walls, all in the shape of machine guns, each with a blue glow. Commencing sense training stage 1, they heard Aria's robotic voice before the machines charged up. As the first shots were fired, MJ's and Felicia's spidey senses went crazy. Though they couldn't see a thing, they instinctively knew where to move. Trust your instincts. They are a part of you and all they want to do is protect you. Move and follow what your instincts tell you, Peter advised. At first, their movements were rigid and stiff, causing them to be hit a few times, eliciting screams of pain. But slowly, they began to follow Peter's advice. Meanwhile, Peter was seen dancing between the bullets and doing the moonwalk before striking a pose with his hands on his forehead and at his pelvis. MJ and Felicia were jumping and rolling around but were still getting the hang of it. When it started to become easier, they heard Aria's robotic voice once more. Commencing stage 2. The laser bullets began to fire much quicker, becoming a rapid fire that was sporadic and unpredictable. There were occasional grunts and groans from Felicia and MJ, but their movements started to become more fluid. Even as they moved, they never once collided with each other. They came close, but their spidey senses warned them. Thankfully, the floor was padded, so when they jumped in the air, they landed back on something soft. Seeing that they were getting the hang of it again, Aria announced stage 3. From the walls, 2 drones appeared. Although small, they had a string of electricity attached to them as they flew from one place to another. Peter was doing pole jumps over them, while the others crouched into the signature Spider-Man pose, a subconscious act. They had to dodge the string of pure electricity, even with bullets shooting at them, which made it hard. Arg. MJ cried out as she dodged a bullet but ended up hitting the string of electricity, electrocuting herself. Commencing stage 4, training stop, Aria's voice said. Peter. They heard Harry's voice. They had been at it for more than an hour, so when they took off their bandanas upon hearing Harry's voice, they were initially blinded. They rapidly blinked and looked towards Harry. The glare from the light started to lessen, and as they saw Harry, they blinked some more, thinking the lighting was still affecting their vision. Harry looked very different from before. He was shirtless, exposing his muscular body covered in sweat that gave it a shine. He leaned on the doorframe with a tired look. Harry wasn't disgustingly muscular, but had a perfect figure, made for speed and strength, with an 8-pack that looked like it was made of steel and a broad chest. With his glistening brown hair brushed back, Harry said, "I'm hot as shit, man. What the fuck did you put in my drink?" His tired smirk added to his charm. MJ, Felicia, and Peter stared with their mouths agape. "Who the hell are you?" they all shouted in surprise. Gwen walked behind Harry, wearing her lab coat with a swagger in her step. "What do you guys think of the new and improved Harry Osborn?" "Guys, I think it's time I finally open up about something I've been hiding for a really long time," Peter said with a serious expression. "You're not gay," Gwen, MJ, and Harry said at the same time with straight faces. "What?" "I could be," Peter said defensively. Felicia giggled at their banter. "So what type of drugs did you feed him?" "The super soldier serum," Gwen said with a smirk, "the improved version I made myself." MJ and Felicia looked disbelieving. "You mean to tell us that you not only discovered how to make the SSS but also managed to improve it?" Felicia asked. Gwen rubbed her nose. "It was no biggie." "So how do you feel?" Peter asked Harry. Harry grinned sinisterly. "Like I want to kill something," he growled. Peter and the others' faces paled until Harry stuck out his tongue. "Kidding, see Pete. You aren't the only one who can be funny. You did the serum give you a new sense of humor alongside your good looks?" Peter snarkily replied before Harry was smacked upside the head by Gwen. "You almost gave me a heart attack." "Don't joke like that," Gwen reprimanded. Sorry, Harry apologized. "But for real though, I feel amazing. It was like I was never sick to begin with. It feels so liberating." Harry sighed before his stomach let out a big rumble. "Man, I'm starving," Harry said, holding his stomach. Gwen nodded. A side effect of your sudden transformation. It took a lot of energy from you, so you must be famished. I still can't wrap my head around the fact that he's Harry, MJ said with a bewildered look. Harry then started walking away, shouting, I'm getting something from the kitchen. I feel bad for Lizzie, Felicia suddenly said, causing everyone to look at her in confusion. That girl is going to be absolutely destroyed when Harry beds her. MJ and Gwen looked at her with straight faces while Peter laughed out loud, holding his stomach. MJ sighed. Now I know why you and I got along so well. Gwen nodded. And why I had a bit of trouble warming up to you. Felicia looked at them in confusion. You're a female version of Peter, both MJ and Gwen said at the same time, with a defeated look. Felicia rolled her eyes. You both are just lame. That was a top-tier joke. Tell sister from another mister, Peter said, raising a hand to high-five her. She smirked as she high-fived him back. Chapter 124. Third person's POV. As Harry returned, he held a plate with multiple sandwiches in hand. So what were you guys doing? He asked, stuffing his mouth. Testing their spidey senses, Peter said, shaking his head at Harry. Before Peter could continue, Arya appeared. Due to what the two of you went through yesterday, criminals believe you two are too injured to apprehend them, so they're developing heists as we speak, Arya informed Peter. Her figure disappeared, replaced by multiple cameras showing people making plans all over the city, with a confident smirk. Peter let out a sigh. All right, I'll go handle them. Gwen, can I ask you to keep testing them? Gwen nodded. Yeah, leave it to me. I'll join you, Harry said. No, both Peter and Gwen said simultaneously. What? Why? I now have the ability to help, Harry said. I'm going to agree with Harry on this. We can test our skills later. We can help out. Fight a couple of bad guys, how bad can it be? Felicia said. It's not about you guys that I'm worried about, it's more for them. You guys just got your abilities, you don't know how to control them properly, Peter said before turning towards Harry. I bet you $100 that if I go back there, the kitchen will be a total mess because you didn't know how to control your strength. Harry looked away, not wanting to confirm or deny Peter's accusations. Peter then looked around. None of you truly know how to control these abilities, or how to fight regular people. It took Gwen and me an entire month before we actually went out and started doing superhero work. But I know how to fight, my dad taught me before he disappeared, Felicia said. They all raised a brow at that little piece of information before Peter let out a sigh. Here's some advice that'll make you realize you don't truly know your own powers and abilities yet. When a regular person punches you, you're supposed to roll with it. If not, you could end up breaking their wrist and causing unnecessary damage. Harry let out a sigh. All right, we see your point. No hero works until we learn. Peter nodded before surrounding himself in lightning and running out to get changed. Arya, put the room back to default. We'll test Harry's strength and speed first before testing all of their reflexes together, Gwen said with her hands in her lab coat. The room once again began to shift, the walls started to open and expel machines. But I'm still eating, Harry whined. Just hurry it up, Gwen sighed. Her expression then froze as she saw Harry's hands and jaw turn somewhat blurry due to the speed at which he was eating, something he didn't realize until he cleaned the plate. What the hell did I just do? That's what we're about to find out, Gwen said. Harry nodded as he went and stood under the hydraulics. All right. I'm ready to begin. Gwen went back towards the control panel. All right, I'll start it at 1,000 pounds since I believe you can handle that much. As she hit a few buttons, the machine started coming down towards Harry. Harry raised his arms and held the hydraulic. This feels light, like I can hold it with one hand. I'll now increase it to 1 ton, Gwen said, increasing the pressure. Still light, Harry said confidently. 5 tons. 10, 15. 20, 25. 26, 27. 28, 29. 30. Not light. Not light. Harry said, with his knees on the ground pushing upwards. Gwen stopped the machine and retracted the hydraulic, causing Harry to let out a sigh of relief. That's unbelievable, Gwen said in astonishment. That's twice as strong as when Peter started. Harry stretched out his arm and started kissing his biceps before flexing, which caused them all to roll their eyes. Harry went towards the treadmill. So do I just start running? Gwen nodded. Harry subconsciously leaned forward, making himself more aerodynamic, and began to sprint. His arms and legs were starting to blur, his expression focused on what's in front of him. Your top speed maxes out at 200 miles per hour, 321 kilometers per hour, Gwen said in amazement as Harry got off the treadmill. Harry, try climbing the wall. I want to test something. Harry was confused but still did as he was told. To his shock, it worked. He was able to climb up the walls. Holy moly, this is amazing. How am I able to do this? I believe you received 2 gifts from each animal DNA I used. From the gorilla, you received tough skin and super strength. The tough skin needs to be tested to see if it's bulletproof. I had to use some of my strength when drawing out your blood. From the lizard, you received a regenerative factor and the ability to climb walls. From the cheetah, you received super speed. You might have received superfast reflexes or a sense like ours. That needs to be seen, Gwen said with a nod. Arya, go back to sense training mode, Gwen said as the room reverted to its previous state with the laser guns. Gwen motioned for MJ and Felicia to stand next to her as she leaned against the wall. Arya, aim all the guns at Harry and fire, she said with her arms crossed and a pensive expression. Wah. Harry didn't get a chance to question it as all the guns aimed at him and began firing immediately. Harry moved quickly, twisting and turning his body in awkward directions, almost like he was in the Matrix. He leaned back and spun his arms like he was doing a backstroke. Arya, stop. The gun ceased firing, and Gwen asked, so, how did it feel? Did you get some kind of warning signal when dodging? Harry shook his head. I just knew where to move. There was no ringing like how you and Peter described, it felt all instinctual. Gwen nodded. I see. That most likely means you have some sort of hypermotility. Hyper what? Felicia asked. English, please. Gwen sighed. Hyper-motility. Basically, his reflexes are on steroids. He can react and maneuver at incredible speed, fluidly and without any problems. Just say he has fast reflexes, no need to be all sciencey on us, Felicia said sarcastically. I'm using the scientific term because it's more than fast reflexes. It's enhanced speed, agility, and precision. He can run, swim, or climb much faster than normal humans. His reflexes are lightning quick, and he has incredible stamina and endurance to keep going. His metabolism is supercharged, so he heals quickly too. Plus, he can perform complex actions with perfect control and balance. In a fight, he's nearly unbeatable with rapid attacks and evasive maneuvers, Gwen explained. It's that badass? Felicia asked in amazement. Anyways, we have other things to test out, so you two can go back in. Arya, you can continue where you left off with Peter. Commencing Stage 4. They heard the sound of the guns crackle with more electricity, making them more brutal and stronger than before. Meanwhile, in a famous watch store, a man wearing a Kevlar mask pushed through the door, pointing his gun at the cashier and shoving a bag forward. Put the money in the bag. Put it in. At first, the man noticed how frightened the cashier and everyone else were. Then he grew confused when he saw them all breathe a sigh of relief. He felt small taps on his shoulder and began to shake before lowering his gun with a sigh. He's right behind me, isn't he? The masked man saw the cashier smile amusingly and nod his head. When the masked man peeked over his shoulder, he saw Spider-Man standing behind him with a raised hand. Hey there. I don't need to say more, do I? No. I'll hand myself in, Spider-Man, the masked man said, deflated. Peter patted the man on the head. Good boy, he teased as he webbed up his hands. Aren't you supposed to be injured? The masked man grumbled as Peter was exiting. Peter leaned back and pointed a thumb to himself. It'll take more than a building to keep me down, Mr. Robber. The cashier chuckled. Thanks for the help, Spider-Man. Anytime, man, Peter saluted before walking outside and swinging away. Chapter 125. Third person's POV. After making his presence known and taking down a few troublesome people, Peter returned to the hideout. Upon entering, he saw Felicia taking down a couple of drones with her sharp bone claws extending from her fingers. "Gnarly claws, cat," Peter said as he entered the training room. "It's no lightning or ice," Felicia grumbled. MJ was seen practicing her web shooting, aiming for some drones as well, while Harry was doing gymnastics around the place. Gwen was off to the side, taking notes like a doctor. "Is someone unhappy with their ability?" Peter teased. "Hell yeah, I'm unhappy. Listen to this, I'm like a disabled spider person thing. I can't shoot natural webs or turn invisible, but I can see in the dark, have a stronger healing factor, and these claws hurt," she said, withdrawing her claws and then extending them again. "Sounds like a fair trade-off," Peter shrugged. "Fair trade-off my butt. I want to throw ice, breathe fire, shoot lightning from my hands," Felicia whined. "I would kill for some bone claws." "Are you kidding me?" Peter scoffed. Felicia looked at Peter with a straight face. "Look me dead in the eyes and tell me honestly that you would give up your lightning for bone claws." Peter scratched his chin before turning towards MJ. "So what did you gain?" he asked, ignoring Felicia. Felicia clicked her tongue. "Coward." MJ just stared at Peter. "I can do this," she thought. Peter's eyes widened as he heard her voice inside his head. "Holy Mother of God, you're a telepath." "Nope," Gwen answered. "Already tested that with Harry. She can communicate with spiders. Since we are part spider, we can hear it, but since Harry isn't, he can't. It shows she only can communicate with spiders." "I see, so that's why you reacted weirdly to Daddy Long Legs," Peter nodded. MJ sighed. "It's not as cool as the others." "Are you kidding? You can practically command an army of spiders to do whatever you desire." "I'll ask the same question as Felicia, would you give up your lightning?" "So Harry, my guy. What can you do?" Peter said, shifting the conversation. He began to sweat as he felt MJ burning a hole at the side of his head. Gwen repeated what they found out about Harry's power. And not to mention he gained an instinct for parkour due to his gorilla genes. Peter nodded in understanding. He opened his mouth to say something when they all jumped, startled by Aria's shouting. "And it's complete. Daddy. Daddy. Come and try it out already." "Jesus, Aria, you almost gave me a heart attack," Peter said, holding his chest. They found Aria's hologram jumping and cheering with excitement. "So it's finally done, huh?" Peter said with a smile. "That's great." MJ and Felicia looked confused while Gwen and Harry had small smiles on their faces. "What's done?" MJ asked. "My greatest invention yet," Peter smirked. "Before anything, Gwen, Harry, and I need to change into our unstable molecule fiber suits." "So, BRB, he said, walking off with Harry and Gwen following him. "Come, follow me," Peter said when he returned, wearing a snug suit. As they followed him, MJ leaned towards Gwen. "Do you know what he's talking about?" Gwen nodded. "Yes, but I won't say," she smirked. They soon arrived in Peter's workshop. Peter walked towards a wall and double-tapped it. "You have a secret place in your own workshop," Felicia said with an amused and bewildered expression as it slid open, revealing another room. "Yeah, you can never have too many secret doors, I always say." Inside, they found large capsules that looked like tanning beds. Toward the back wall was a large monitor with Aria's face. "Why are there 6? Peter asked in confusion. "I just doubled the original number since I thought more was better." "You never know what may occur, and I'm glad I did," Aria said, looking at MJ and Felicia. "So your greatest invention is a tanning bed?" Felicia asked with a raised brow. Peter scoffed. "No, my greatest invention is obviously Aria. This is actually my second greatest invention." "Aw, Daddy," Aria said, giggling happily. "It's virtual reality." "Virtual reality?" MJ and Felicia exclaimed, looking at Peter in shock. Peter nodded. "Yes, that's a VR capsule that transfers our consciousness to a virtual world Aria created. In that virtual reality, time works differently. 5 hours in the VR world is only 5 minutes in the outside world. Apart from that, it can transfer information directly to our brain, but we have to do it slowly. Too much information too quickly can kill the brain, making us brain dead. He continued, and apart from that, the inside of the capsule has muscle stimulators. It sends electric shocks through our muscles according to the activities we're doing inside. So, if we're practicing martial arts, it helps develop muscle memory. We can still get tired from practicing in there, but with our healing factors, we tire less quickly than a normal person. The muscle stimulators are new, Gwen noted. I thought of it recently, Peter said proudly. Well then, what are you guys waiting for? An invitation. Let's get in. Peter walked towards one of the capsules and got inside. They all exchanged nervous glances before getting into the capsules themselves. The doors closed automatically, and they heard a lock click before feeling something wet around their toes. Looking down, they saw a green liquid rising. Peter. What is this liquid? Felicia asked nervously. Oh, those are just nutrients to keep our bodies healthy. Don't worry, Peter reassured. Ready, Arya? Yes, Daddy. Arya replied happily. Link on, they both shouted with giant smirks. They felt their consciousness leave their bodies, and when they opened their eyes, they found themselves in a vast white space. They suddenly heard the pitter-patter of little feet behind them. Turning around, they saw a little girl, about 5 years old, with light lavender hair and 4 spider legs on her back, running towards them with a giant smile on her face. She jumped into the air and into Peter's arms. Daddy! Arya! Peter yelled excitedly, spinning her around in circles. Hee 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 hee. Arya giggled, her arms spread out. Felicia turned to everyone and mouthed, "What the fuck?" Everyone tried their hardest not to laugh. Peter brought Arya close, and she snuggled into his chest. Carrying her in his arms, Peter turned to the others. Everyone, meet my daughter, Arya Parker, he said proudly. Arya covered her mouth and giggled. She jumped out of Peter's arms and did a little princess bow, pretending to hold the hem of a dress. Hello, Arya Parker, officially at your service, she said proudly. Oh, Gwen cooed, picking her up. Salutations, Mommy. Arya said, raising a hand. Wow, that feels abnormal, Gwen said with a small smile. Arya then turned to Harry, offering a fist bump. Sup, Uncle Harry. PFTTT, Uncle Harry, Harry chuckled, returning the fist bump. Sup to you as well, Arya. Mother Mary Jane, Arya nodded towards MJ. MJ pinched her little cheeks. Call me MJ. Mother. Harry asked in confusion. He understood why Gwen was called Mommy, but he thought Arya would call MJ Aunt or something. Everyone turned towards him as Felicia chuckled. Oh my God, Harry doesn't know. I can't believe I knew before Harry. Ha. Know what? Harry asked, still confused. MJ grew bashful while Peter awkwardly scratched his cheek. I seem to have accidentally built a harem. Stop calling it a harem, MJ, and Gwen said plainly. Out of everything I've learned today, that is the most shocking, Harry said, a bit speechless. So, the three of you. Wow. You lucky mother, Harry started, but stopped as MJ and Gwen gave him straight faces. He cleared his throat. I mean, congrats, he said awkwardly. Arya jumped from Gwen's arms to Peter's shoulders, happily kicking her little feet. So, shall we begin your actual training? Warning, you can actually feel pain in here. Arya, what percentage are the pain receptors at? Peter asked with an evil grin. Hee hee hee, Arya giggled sinisterly before a percentage appeared out of nowhere. 100%, she declared with the same evil grin. Arya, start off with the basic information about martial arts, Peter said. Arya nodded, and Harry, Felicia, and MJ held their heads in pain as information flooded their minds. Why does this hurt so much? Felicia groaned, rubbing her temples. Arya, create opponents for them of the same strength and abilities, Peter instructed, and 3 faceless puppets appeared, each in a fighting stance. So do we just start, ugh? Harry's question was cut short as a puppet's fist blurred and punched him in the face. Harry took on a boxer's stance, following the information he'd received. Peter continued to give instructions to Arya. Create more puppets, and give some of them weapons. When it seems like they've learned and can perform the implanted moves correctly, give them the next stage of information. As more puppets appeared, they all rushed towards everyone, leaving Peter and Gwen alone. Peter shouted, "Oh, by the way. If you die here, you die in real life, so good luck." He gave them a large smile and a thumbs up. "What?" they all shouted, dodging and blocking their opponent's attacks. Gwen whispered to Peter, "Are you being serious?" Peter leaned in and scoffed, "No, I just don't want them to get accustomed to dying, dulling their sense of reality." Gwen nodded in understanding, looking at her hands as frost started to accumulate. "You managed to bring the sensation of using our powers into the virtual world?" Arya smiled at Gwen. "It's because of the biosensors you created. I was able to replicate everything in your bodies perfectly." Gwen looked impressed. "I never thought it would be used for something like this." Peter asked Gwen about her plans. She responded, "Well, I did say I wanted to know what it's like to be a doctor, so I'll probably use my time to try that out." "What about you?" "I always wanted to learn swordsmanship," Peter said proudly. Gwen rolled her eyes in amusement. Peter scratched his cheek. "But apart from that, I'll be using this extra time to come up with the formulas to create an artificial sun." "You're still on that?" Gwen asked, thinking Peter had been joking. Peter nodded. "It's possible. I need to calculate gravity, the effect on the electromagnetic field, power output, radiation release, stability, and thermal energy output." "Wait, you're serious?" Gwen asked, surprised. Peter nodded. "I can't keep using my bioelectricity as a power source. I couldn't get started before due to our hero work. Now, with all this extra time, I can finally get started." "Unbelievable," Gwen muttered. She softly put her hands under his chin and kissed his cheek. "Well, if anyone can create an artificial sun, I know you can." Peter playfully covered his eyes and started swaying side to side. "Gosh, Gwen honey, you're making me blush." Gwen giggled and walked away. "Arya, can you isolate the space around me?" "I'll take you to another server so you can study and practice in peace," Arya said. "That would be lovely," Gwen nodded. "Arya, whiteboard," Peter said. A white screen appeared before Peter. "It will grow as you write," Arya explained. Peter nodded and started writing with his fingers, ignoring the painful screams behind him. "We need to calculate the density and mass of the sun and also its rotation," he muttered as his fingers moved. "We need to calculate the effect of the speed of rotation on gravity and the sun's gravitational pull. It can't be too slow, or it won't offer the required energy and will die out, but it also can't be too fast, or it will turn into a black hole, which would be catastrophic. I need to calculate it to the very decimal, the slightest miscalculation could end up as a catastrophe." Peter continued muttering to himself, completely absorbed in his work. "Magnetic fields, right, we need a stable containment field. Something like a tokamak or a stellarator, but on a much larger scale. We'll have to generate powerful magnetic fields to contain the plasma, and they need to be precisely controlled. Any instability could lead to a breach." He paused, tapping his chin thoughtfully. "Electromagnetic field equations. Maxwell's equations will help model the field dynamics. But we also need to factor in the plasma behavior, the Hall effect, and the effects of turbulence." His fingers flew across the whiteboard, writing down integral and differential equations. "Energy conversion, we need efficient heat exchangers to convert the thermal energy into electricity. Thermoelectric materials. Maybe, but we also need to look into advanced materials that can withstand extreme temperatures." Peter's eyes gleamed with excitement as he scribbled more notes. "Radiation shielding, the artificial sun will emit intense radiation. We need materials that can effectively block or absorb this radiation to protect anything in its vicinity. Maybe a combination of lead, boron, and some advanced composites." He took a deep breath, reviewing his calculations. "Fuel supply, continuous fusion requires a steady supply of hydrogen isotopes, deuterium, and tritium. We need a system to extract, process, and supply these isotopes efficiently. Electrolysis of water for deuterium, maybe lithium breeding blankets for tritium." Peter's muttering grew more intense. "Cooling systems, high-efficiency cooling to dissipate the heat generated. Liquid metal cooling might work, but we also need redundancy to prevent overheating." He paused again, staring at the intricate web of equations and diagrams. Automation and control, we can make another AI but one not as advanced as ARIA to monitor and adjust the parameters in real time. Something that can handle massive data streams and make split-second decisions. Peter's hand moved faster, almost a blur. Safety protocols, emergency shutdown procedures in case of a malfunction. We can't risk a runaway reaction or a containment breach. Redundant systems, fail-safes, and backup power supplies are essential. He stepped back, looking at the vast whiteboard covered in his meticulous notes. This is just the beginning. There are so many variables, so many unknowns. But it's possible. I can do this. Chapter 126. Third person's POV. 2 hours later. The green liquid in their capsules started to drain, and as it did, they were blasted with hot air, drying them immediately. The doors of the capsules then slowly opened as they all began to open their eyes. They stepped out and started stretching. Peter smiled at them. Now that everyone has had a bit of training, I want all of you to fight against me. What? They asked in surprise. I want to see how much you've all learned, Peter said. He guided them to the training room, where he stood in the middle, surrounded by MJ, Felicia, and Harry. Peter looked around with a smile. You guys waiting for an invitation? Felicia was the first to move, quickly followed by the others. She jumped into the air and performed an axe kick while MJ went to his other side and did a low jab. Peter blocked both of them with his forearm as Harry came behind him and did a side kick, which Peter also blocked with his leg. He then jumped and spun in a circle, trying to kick all of them, but they blocked it by crossing their arms while Peter landed back on the ground in the iconic Spider-Man pose. This is going to be fun, he smirked. They all charged at him once more. Peter continued to block their attacks while redirecting them into each other. He threw in some attacks as well, but they managed to block, though they had to take a few steps back due to Peter's overwhelming strength. He would stop their kicks with a palm and throw them in each other's way while also dodging their attacks with great flexibility. Both Harry and MJ got to his side and threw punches, but he blocked them with his palms by crossing his arms. He then took hold of their fists and used them as support to kick Felicia, who was charging towards him. Felicia was sent to the floor as Peter dropped back down and took Harry and MJ to the ground as well. This continued for a good 30 minutes, ending with all of them on the floor. This is bullshit, Felicia said with a straight face. Agreed, Harry and MJ said at the same time. Peter pretended to clean his ears. I don't know, it seems like a skill issue to me, he said as he blew on his finger. I hate you, Felicia glared. Peter stretched, looking smug. Just get good. Felicia rolled her eyes before kicking her feet up and landing back on them. Well, I better get changed. It's getting late, and my mother will be home soon. The others agreed it was getting late, so they all went and changed back into their regular outfits. As Felicia got out, she held her head as she remembered something. Oh no, my bathroom is completely broken. When my mother gets home, she's going to kill me. Ugh, mine as well, MJ said, groaning in annoyance. Don't worry about it, I'll help you fix it, Peter said, rolling his eyes before going to his workspace and bringing out a briefcase. A briefcase? Felicia asked. You'll see. Come on, I'll take you all home, Peter said. Gwen raised her hand. Can you drop me off first? My dad doesn't want me staying out too late since what happened. He was pretty worried. Peter nodded before they went to his car, and he started to drop them all off. Peter gave Gwen a goodbye kiss, and they said they loved each other. While dropping off Harry, Peter just looked at him. I'm not going to kiss you goodbye. Harry let out a snort as he rolled his eyes. Now come on, don't be disappointed, Peter continued to tease. You're so annoying, Harry said as he was about to leave. Then he realized something. Peter, what am I going to do about this? Harry said, motioning to his muscular body and everything else. I didn't really think that far if I'm being honest. Wait a minute, Peter said as he looked around the car. He opened a compartment and pulled out a pen, handing it to Harry. A pen? Harry said. No and yes. It's a pen that puts a holographic projection over you. It should change your image to what you desire, but be warned, any contact can disrupt it. So I advise not relying on it too much and just wearing baggy clothes. Harry nodded as Peter further explained how it worked. Before long, Harry looked a bit more like himself again. He then said his goodbye, and Peter went off to drop off Felicia. As she exited, Peter turned towards MJ. I'm going to talk to her for a bit. I hope you don't mind. MJ was confused but told him to go ahead. Peter grabbed the briefcase and followed Felicia inside. So where's the destroyed bathroom? Peter asked as Felicia led him to it. Oh wow. Peter said, looking at the mess. Felicia grew embarrassed. Please help me fix it. Can we fix it? Yes, we can. Peter said, opening the briefcase. He pulled out a green visor which he put over his eyes. He gave them a double tap, and as he did, little spider bots came crawling out. Felicia watched in amazement as all the spider bots started moving around the bathroom. They picked up pieces and carried them where they belonged before letting out little lasers which sealed the cracks up perfectly. It took Peter less than 5 minutes to finish everything. The spider bots went back in the briefcase before he took off the visor and put it back inside. Thank you, Peter, Felicia said gratefully, breathing a sigh of relief. Peter waved it off. Can we talk for a moment? Felicia looked at Peter in confusion before nodding suspiciously and bringing him to the living room. There really is no better way to start this conversation than to ask you, do you even want to be a superhero? Peter asked seriously. Felicia was taken aback by the question. What? Listen, I don't want the reason you go out there risking your life to be because everyone else is doing it. It's only going to get you hurt or worse, killed. I haven't really thought about it, Felicia muttered. Peter nodded. I also don't want you to think that if you say you don't want to do it, I or anyone else is going to think any less of you, Felicia. Or something stupid like we can't be friends. Peter paused, letting Felicia digest what he was telling her before continuing. I just want you to be sure that this is something you truly want to do and it's not just something that was thrown onto you. Because once you take the mantle of a hero, your life doesn't belong to just you anymore. There will be the lives of hundreds of people on your shoulders. Why do I feel like I'm being singled out? Why didn't you have this conversation with everyone else? Felicia asked defensively. Because I can confidently say that I know what MJ and Harry are going to say. So in a way, I kinda am singling you out. I mean, I've known you for a couple of months compared to Harry and MJ, who I've known for years. It would be preposterous of me to think I know you well enough to know what you would decide. And ultimately, it is your decision to make. This is just too much to think about to give you an answer. What? Of course I don't want an answer right away. I'm telling you this now so you can really think about it and give it some deep thought on your own. Felicia nodded, processing everything Peter had said. I'll give it some thought and give you an answer. Peter nodded. Remember, Felicia, you can say no if you want. Felicia sighed as she nodded her head. Thank you. Peter grabbed his briefcase and did his two-finger salute. Anytime, Cat. If you have any doubts or questions, you can come to me or even Gwen if you're more comfortable with her. Felicia nodded her head as Peter walked out. When Peter arrived back in the car, MJ asked, So, what did you two talk about? Peter looked at her with a teasing smirk. Is someone already getting jealous? Shut up, I was curious, MJ blushed. Peter chuckled and kissed her cheek before giving a very brief explanation of their conversation as he drove her home. MJ nodded in understanding as they soon arrived at her place. Peter helped fix her door. MJ sat on her bed, batting her eyelashes at Peter. So, do you need to leave as soon as you're done? Peter just smiled. No, I do not. He smiled and joined her on the bed, cuddling with MJ. She giggled as they wrapped their arms around each other, foreheads pressed together, staring into each other's eyes. MJ closed her eyes and aimed her lips up towards Peter. The two began to kiss MJ's hands around his neck while Peter held her waist. As their kiss deepened, MJ had a hand on his cheek while she brought her body closer. Peter's hand naturally went lower, taking a hold of her gluteus maximus. MJ rolled over as Peter was on top of her, her legs locked around his waist as Peter was kissing her neck, making her bite her lip, causing her to let out a soft moan as she held the back of his head and arched her back a bit. She then felt his hard-on pressing against her privates, and so she took his face and brought him close to continue tasting each other's mouth. MJ didn't hesitate as she used her new acquired strength to rip Peter's shirt off of him, leaving his broad chest and shoulders exposed. MJ put a hand on his chest and ran her fingers through his abs. "Rawr," she said teasingly. Earning a chuckle from Peter. "And you call me the tiger," he teased. "I can't help it, tiger, you just make me so feral," she teased as they continued to make out. Peter soon started taking off her shirt as they kissed before reaching over her back and unhooking her bra. Peter then threw his mouth closer to them, giving them little kisses before playing with them in hands. MJ bit her knuckles to stop herself from moaning as her breast and nipples were her most sensitive spot. Peter started to lick, suck, and bite her nipples and boobs, which sent MJ over the moon, making her moan loudly. "Ah, Peter." She lifted his face from her chest and made him look at her. She had a wild hunger in her eyes as she panted heavily. "Take me, Peter, make me yours." Peter smiled. "With pleasure," he said as he got down to business. Chapter 128. Third Person's POV. While MJ and Peter were getting freaky, Gwen was in her room, lying in bed, scrolling through her phone with a bored expression. As she was about to put her phone down, Arya's little avatar appeared, peeking her head from a corner while holding what seemed to be the edge of the screen. "Hello," Arya said. "Arya?" Gwen asked, looking at her in confusion. "What's wrong?" "I just came by to inform you that the Trapster is close to finishing his adhesive creation," Arya said, informing Gwen. "The Trapster?" "Sorry, I didn't really read the villains list, I just skimmed through them." "Who's the Trapster?" "Peter Petruski, also known as the Trapster or Pastepot Pete, is known for his expertise in creating adhesive substances that can immobilize opponents. He uses wrist-mounted devices to shoot streams of highly adhesive paste, which hardens upon exposure to air," Arya explained, showing Gwen all the information she had. "I see. Did you tell Peter yet?" Gwen asked curiously. Arya started pressing her fingers together as she shyly said, "No, he's kinda busy currently." Gwen looked at her in confusion. "Doing what?" Arya covered her eyes. "Let's just say Daddy and Mama MJ are busy in the act of procreation." "Are you serious?" Gwen asked with a straight face before covering her face and letting out a sigh. "So the two of them are currently going at it, huh? Why is it kinda hot?" Gwen muttered as she bit the bottom of her lip. "Mommy Gwen," Arya called out, looking at Gwen with a strange look. Gwen coughed into her hand as she grew a bit red. "Right, where were we?" "The Trapster." Right. Since Peter is the one that studies this, does he have any countermeasures for him?" Gwen asked. "Yes, Daddy has built a solution based on the files that were presented. They are currently in the lab." Gwen nodded and quickly changed into her ghost spider outfit. Turning invisible, she jumped from the window and began to swing away. "But wait, he hasn't done anything yet. I can't really go to him, beat him up, and take him to the police. What am I supposed to say to them?" "Oh yeah, I just beat him up because in another universe he's a bad guy," Gwen said sarcastically. "God, do I have to follow him around until he does something bad?" "That's going to be annoying," Gwen said as she still went and retrieved the solution. Once the solutions were in her hands, Arya said, "The Trapster has finished creating the adhesive." "Show me where he is," Gwen said as she put the solutions on the side of her waist on her utility belt. A mini-map appeared in her peripheral vision with a flashing red dot. Gwen nodded and exited the lab before swinging over. She turned invisible and appeared by what looked like a large working factory building, with different buildings around it. She went by a window and opened it using her strength, taking the lock with it. While invisible, she walked around, passing through many doors, taking a peek inside and just finding them empty. Except for one, where a man appeared to be setting up a machine in a workshop with bottle containers scattered around. Gwen knocked on the door, causing the man inside to stop what he was doing. He turned and looked at the door in confusion. "That's weird, there shouldn't be anyone here right now." He hoisted the machine to his back and grabbed what appeared to be a blaster in his hand as he made his way toward the door. He took a peek through the window but didn't see anyone there. He opened the door and held the blaster close to him while looking side to side. He then closed the door and shook his head. "I've been working myself too hard and staying up way too late. I'm starting to hallucinate. But it doesn't matter since I have finally completed it." With this adhesive, I'll be unstoppable. They will be trapped, unable to do anything. He aimed the blaster to the side and fired it. A giant blast of adhesive was then sent flying, creating a miniature mountain. I'll be the Trapster. Gwen was on the ceiling with a hand on her chest, breathing a sigh of relief. I dodged it in time. The spider couple is a bit worrying, but it doesn't matter. I believe in what I created. No one should ever escape once they're trapped. And if they do, I'll already be miles ahead of them. This will slow them down, he muttered to himself as he made some last-minute arrangements. Once he was done, he safely strapped it to his back once more and walked out, unaware of the ghost spider watching his every move. Gwen watched as he made his way towards the bank. Why does everyone love the bank? This place is like villain hotspot, she thought as she watched him go inside. As she went after him, she watched as he aimed his weapon towards everyone. Everyone don't move. If you do, I quickly make sure you don't, he shouted. Gwen jumped over him and webbed his weapon away from him, leaving him empty-handed. She undid her invisibility while mid-air and landed back on the ground. With you and what weapon? Gwen teased. The Trapster looked a bit shaken upon seeing the ghost spider, since he didn't expect to get caught so quickly. He took a grenade stuffed with adhesive paste, but before could activate it, Gwen webbed it out of his hand. Don't you know these toys are dangerous in the hands of a child? A child? Before he could retort any more, Gwen webbed his mouth, before knocking him out with a punch, and down goes the pastemaker. That sounds wrong now that I'm saying it out loud. After webbing him up, Gwen turned towards the staff. You guys got it right? She asked them. The staff that was available gave her a thumbs up and thanked. Can we get a picture? My daughter is really big fan. Sure, Gwen said happily. Afterwards, with nothing else to do, she did a night shift taking down criminals and saving those in need. The next day, MJ woke up laying her head on Peter's chest. When she looked up, she looked at him with a smile before closing her eyes and listening to his powerful heartbeat. MJ went and kissed Peter on the cheeks, waking him up. When Peter woke up with his arms around MJ, he smiled towards her and kissed her forehead. That small intimate action sent butterflies through her stomach, as she giggled happily while rubbing her face on his chest, which caused Peter to chuckle. MJ let out a satisfied sigh. Last night was amazing. I think I've become fully addicted. You're going to make my ego bigger than what it already is, Peter said smugly. I don't want to get up, MJ cutely pouted. Let's just skip school and stay like this all day. Peter sighed out in reluctance. You know we can't do that. Not even if I. MJ snaked her hand down his chest and past his abs. But Peter grabbed her hand and kissed the back of it. You naughty little minx, you know once we start we wouldn't be able to stop. We have to get ready. I'll pick you up later. Peter gave her a kiss before jumping out of bed and grabbing his clothes before turning invisible and leaving through her window. MJ laid sprawled on the bed. She took a deep breath, letting the smell remind her of the fantastic things they did together. Just the smell is making me horny. Sigh, I better get ready. After taking a warm and refreshing bath and getting dressed, reluctantly took the sheets and put them to wash before heading down and making herself a cup of coffee. She held the cup in her hands as she drank with a blissful expression. She then heard footsteps and turned to look at her mother coming down in a robe with messy hair and circles under her eyes. You look awful. Did you work extra shifts? MJ asked as she went and took a sip. The mother glared at MJ. You aren't exactly very quiet in the middle of the night. A bit of coffee came out from her mouth. Oh God, you heard that? Heard it. I was practically there with how loud you were, the mom said irritatedly, before putting a hand over her face. At least tell me you used protection. I took the pill, MJ mumbled. And wasn't Peter going out with Gwen? What happened to them? MJ didn't respond and just chucked her coffee before grabbing the bag. MJ. MJ. The mom called out and saw her run out before sighed and shaking her heads. Teenagers, she grumbled. So when are you bringing them? Aunt May asked. Huh? Peter asked, looking away from the TV as he ate breakfast. Did you forget I told you to bring the both of them here, so we can have a serious conversation? Right, my bad, a lot happened, I forgot. I'll bring them after school, Peter said awkwardly. Aunt May sighed. You better. Peter returned to watching TV as it was the news about Stark Industries. As he watched, he couldn't help but think to himself, I wonder when he'll get kidnapped and become Iron Man. I'm such an idiot. Peter mentally screamed, he isn't Iron Man yet. The reason I was worried about sneaking in and getting the reactor was because I was scared of getting caught. But he isn't Iron Man right now, his tech is not as advanced as it should be. Son of a bitch. I could have had the arc reactor much sooner otherwise. Peter thought as he finished breakfast and cleaned the plates before leaving. Where he found MJ running out of her house. She crossed the street and hid behind him. Seeing that her mother wasn't chasing her, she let out a sigh of relief. What's going on? Peter asked, looking at her weirdly. MJ only looked at him with embarrassment. My mom heard us last night. God, I could die. Ha. Peter laughed as he took out his bike. He then leaned back and smacked MJ in the ass, causing her to yelp and let out a soft moan. I certainly hope she enjoyed the show then. MJ began smacking Peter in the back. You bastard, that's my mom you're talking about. Peter only madly laughed as he made his way towards school with MJ hugging his back growing redder than her hair. Chapter 129. Third Person's POV. When Peter and MJ arrived at school, they found Gwen, Harry, and Felicia waiting for them. Gwen greeted them with a teasing smirk as they exchanged pleasantries. Shortly after, Lizzie arrived and wrapped her arm around Harry's, giving him a playful squeeze before noticing some changes. Is it me, or are your muscles bigger? And you're definitely taller. Lizzie observed, standing on her tiptoes to get a closer look at him. And you're more handsome too. What's going on? Did you get plastic surgery or something? Harry raised a brow at her comment. Are you saying I wasn't handsome before? You know what I mean, Lizzie rolled her eyes. So. It's puberty, Harry quickly explained, preempting any further questions. Lizzie responded skeptically. Are you sure you're not taking drugs? Peter couldn't help but stifle a laugh, covering his mouth and looking away. Rolling his eyes, Harry assured her, I'm not. Their conversation was interrupted by the bell signaling the start of class. The day passed without incident, and after school, Peter turned to Harry and Felicia. We'll meet you at training in a bit. You guys go ahead. My Aunt May wants to talk with MJ and Gwen. We can just go in. Isn't it heavily secured? Felicia asked. Don't worry, Arya will let you in, Peter reassured them as they parted ways. So, how was it? Gwen teased MJ with a smirk. You know. MJ blushed slightly. A bit, Gwen replied knowingly. Embarrassed, MJ covered her face. Do I have to answer? Gwen glanced at Peter, who was walking smugly as he pushed his bike aside. Maybe when it's just the two of us, she suggested, shaking her head at Peter's demeanor. He's not forcing you to be with him, is he? Aunt May asked, looking at MJ and Gwen with concern. Aunt May, do you really think I would do something like that? Peter defended himself, placing a hand over his heart. You shush, this is a conversation between me and them, Aunt May insisted, pointing a finger at Peter. No, Aunt May, Peter isn't forcing us, Gwen reassured with a teasing smile at Peter. It was my idea in the first place. That's the part that confuses me. Why would you do it? Aunt May inquired. Because I'm sexy as hell, Peter chimed in playfully. Aunt May gave him a stern look, prompting Peter to gesture, zipping his mouth and raising his hands in surrender. They delved into a deep discussion about their relationship and future together, explaining to Aunt May why they chose to date Peter simultaneously. There's a bright side to all of this. It means twice as many grandchildren for you in the future, Peter teased with a thumbs up. Gwen and MJ blushed at the thought of having children, while Aunt May appeared lost in thought, imagining little children resembling Peter running around calling her grandmother. Interlocking her fingers, Aunt May gave Peter a serious look. Peter, if you somehow mess this up for me, I would never forgive you. Rolling his eyes, Peter retorted, do you even love me at this point? After gaining Aunt May's approval and discussing potential future grandchildren, they all headed back to Peter's lab. Once there, Peter addressed Gwen and MJ, you guys can enter the VR world. I still need to complete my routine for today and attend to something important. Gwen and MJ nodded, joining Harry and Felicia who were practicing their powers. Meanwhile, Peter changed into his Spider-Man outfit and summoned a single spider bot. He upgraded it with high-tech sensors and light reflection panels, securing it in his utility belt before swinging away towards his destination. As he made his way towards his destination, he stopped a couple of petty crimes due to his great speed and soon arrived on top of a building a few blocks away from Stark Industries. Peter pressed his utility belt and outshot the spiderbot. On top of it was a little parachute made out of webs as it flew closer to Stark Industries. Once it landed on the ground, Peter controlled it mentally and made it turn invisible while it crawled rapidly through the busy streets. Through his lenses, Peter was able to see everything the spiderbot was seeing. "Arya, show me and guide me towards where the highest energy signatures are detected." "I'm on it," Arya said with a serious expression, showing a blueprint image of Stark Industries. "The main power source for Stark Industries is mainly in this building off to the side," she said, highlighting the section she was talking about. Peter nodded and controlled the spiderbot to go towards it. Due to its small size, it was able to enter through the vents of the building and navigate through many twists and turns. It soon arrived at its destination. There, Peter found many scientists in their lab coats examining the giant arc reactor, ensuring everything was in order and that all of its power was being distributed fairly. Peter made the spiderbot climb down the wall while still undetectable and climb on top of the arc reactor. "Arya, how long will it take for it to examine the entire thing?" Due to its size and the size of the spiderbot, it could take close to an hour. "All right, then begin the scanning. In the meantime, I'll go and be Spider-Man for a bit," he instructed as he jumped and swung away. While patrolling, he saw two window washers hanging out of the side of a skyscraper, screaming out in panic. Luckily, Peter was able to swing by and save them. "Thank you, Spider-Man." "Yeah, man, you saved our butts." "You're welcome, random citizen," Peter said with a salute as he swung away. Peter saw an old lady trying to cross the street but having trouble with bags in her hands. So he landed next to her. "Why don't I help you with those, miss?" "That would be wonderful, thank you, Sonny," the old lady said. Peter helped her cross the street and carry her bags. "My house is just around the corner," the old lady said, pointing with shaky fingers. After dropping her off, she reached into her purse. "Here, Sonny, you've been such a good boy." "Sorry, ma'am, but I don't accept money." Peter stopped as he saw her pull out candy. "Oh. Thank you then," Peter said as he ate the mint. "Butterscotch. Yummy, I love butterscotch." "I'm glad you like it," the old lady smiled at him before heading inside with her bags. Peter then swung off again. As he was swinging from building to building, Arya informed him that the scan was completed. Peter nodded as he waited for the spiderbot to come crawling back towards him. He picked it back up and swung back towards his lab. "Arya, you know what to do," Peter said as he got changed and walked towards one of the capsules. Once inside, Peter's consciousness was brought to the VR world, and his brain was bombarded with the information the spiderbot had gathered. As he finished digesting the information, he looked around and noticed that everyone was engaged in practice missions and learning what to do during hostage situations, house fires, and how to safely apprehend someone without causing harm. Peter smiled as he saw that and went to a different server to not disturb anyone. "All right, Arya, here's what we're going to do. We're going to make the arc reactor as small as we can." "What about the sun project?" Arya asked. "We'll be mixing the two of them together. Inside the arc reactor, there will be two cores of a sun orbiting each other, feeding into each other, giving us a supply of limitless energy. We'll essentially be creating a fusion reactor. The first step: making a miniaturized arc reactor." "Arya, pull up all the information we gained about the arc reactor in front of me," Peter commanded. Arya presented Peter with a holographic screen displaying all the acquired information. And so Peter began to slowly break down the large arc reactor and take its main components and elements. He stood in a digital replica of the Stark Industries lab, surrounded by virtual tools and components. Peter began by summoning a virtual model of the large arc reactor, watching as it materialized in front of him. "All right, let's start with the core," he muttered to himself. With a gesture, he isolated the palladium core, studying its virtual blueprint. He manipulated the model with his hands, rotating it and zooming in to understand every detail of its structure. Next, he created a virtual copy of the core, reducing its size and adjusting its parameters to ensure it could still provide the necessary energy output. The VR interface allowed him to instantly see the effects of his changes, making the process much faster than in the real world. Satisfied with the core, Peter moved on to the electromagnets. He used the virtual tools to deconstruct the large electromagnets, examining their functionality. He then designed smaller versions, simulating their electromagnetic fields to ensure they could stabilize the energy around the miniaturized core. The cooling system was another critical component. In the virtual environment, Peter could test various designs quickly. He experimented with microcooling systems, running simulations to check for efficiency and effectiveness. The VR allowed him to see thermal maps and identify potential hotspots in real time. Peter worked tirelessly, iterating through designs and running countless simulations. The VR world offered unparalleled flexibility, letting him push the boundaries of his creativity and engineering skills. Finally, after numerous tweaks and tests, Peter brought all the components together in the simulation. He watched as the miniaturized arc reactor assembled itself, each part fitting perfectly into place. He initiated a virtual startup sequence, holding his breath as the reactor hummed to life. The holographic readouts showed stable energy output, efficient cooling, and a stable electromagnetic field. Peter smiled, knowing that he had successfully designed a miniaturized arc reactor. "Aria, save this simulation. We have our prototype," he said, feeling a sense of accomplishment after hours. And hours of trial and error. Peter exited the capsule and returned to the real world, quickly realizing that all these projects required more money than he actually had available. Deciding to expand his resources, Peter chose to diversify Parker Industries. Apart from his online games, he ventured into car manufacturing and other electronics. Due to his age, he needed his uncle's signatures for some transactions, but the business still flourished. During this time, his friends continued training diligently. And before long, 2 weeks in the real world had passed. Chapter 130. Third Person's POV. On a late Friday afternoon. "I don't understand, why are you making it with your hands? Why aren't you using the spider bots?" Harry asked. Peter stopped what he was doing and slowly turned towards him. "This will be my greatest invention." Peter paused, exchanging a glance with Aria before refocusing on Harry. "This will be my second greatest invention yet," he restarted. "There's no way I'm not doing this manually, and I'm almost done as well. Just have to do the final touches." "And aren't you working on something too? Since the KOJ serum, you seem smarter and have been working on a few projects in your own lab." "Fair," Harry said with a nod. Peter then returned to concentrating on his project, his tongue subconsciously at the corner of his mouth. All right, their mutual gravitational attraction combined with their orbital motion would keep them from colliding. This balance creates a stable orbit where the centripetal force, pulling them toward each other, is equal to the centrifugal force, pushing them away due to their motion. To maintain this, each core must have the correct velocity to keep a stable orbit. If they move too slowly, they would spiral into each other, and if they move too fast, they would fly apart. They must also stay at a sufficient distance to avoid disruptive tidal forces or other interactions, Peter muttered rapidly to himself. There's also the emergency shutdown where if anything happens to the reactor, instead of an explosion, all of its energy would just be safely dispersed, whether someone manages to get it in their hands and crush it or gets through its protective barrier and hits it with projectiles. I've already run all the simulations and made all the calculations. I repeated the calculations 100 times, and if anything was wrong at any point, I reset it until all 100 times gave the same answer, he finished muttering. Peter took a deep breath. Aria, summon everyone. Soon, everyone gathered in Peter's workshop. What is it? Is it done? Gwen asked. I'm about to start it. I want everyone to witness it, Peter said with a serious expression. Felicia leaned against the door with an intrigued expression. Harry smiled as he leaned back against the wall with his arms crossed, while Gwen and MJ stood behind him, looking over his shoulder. Peter reached from his desk and grabbed a large red button, with an arc reactor displayed on the table. All right, is everyone ready? Peter asked, eyeing the red button. What if it blows up and we end up dead? Everyone slowly turned and stared at Felicia, who smirked as she leaned on the doorframe. Now why would you say that? Peter shook his head. All right everyone, count down with me, Peter said in excitement. 3, 2, no one's counting, it's just me. And 1. Peter hit the button, and they watched as the arc reactor slowly powered up. They watched in anticipation as 2 tiny white balls of flame appeared inside the arc reactor, one at the top and one at the bottom. Slowly, Both balls of flame began to move in a circle, maintaining a distance from each other as they chased one another. Their spinning speed increased, becoming faster and faster. Soon, they blurred into a single large circle of light around the arc reactor. It made no noise, but if one paid close attention, they would hear a faint hum as it pulsated with energy. After a full minute of watching, Peter asked eagerly, "Arya, what are the readings?" Readings indicate the arc reactor is operating at optimal efficiency with an energy output of 4.5 terawatts and an energy conversion efficiency of 98.7%. The dual-sun configuration is spinning at 150,000 revolutions per minute. The magnetic containment field is stable at 99.9%, with an ambient temperature of 5000 Kelvin. Radiation levels are 0.3 sieverts of gamma radiation, 0.1 sieverts of neutron radiation, and 1.2 sieverts of electromagnetic radiation. The gravitational force between the two suns measures 1.8 times 10 to the power of 12 newtons, maintaining a relative distance of 10 centimeters. Each sun has a mass of 1.2 times 10 to the power of 4 kilograms and a surface stability of 99.8%. Fluctuations in the magnetic containment field are minimal at plus or minus 0.01%, with energy output fluctuating by plus or minus 0.02% and rotational speed by plus or minus 0.005%. Harmonic oscillations have a frequency of 50 Hz and an amplitude of 0.001 Tesla, while the pulsation frequency is 60 Hz with a variance of 0.5%. All readings are within expected parameters, indicating the reactor is fully operational and stable, with no immediate risks detected. Congratulations, Father. You have successfully created a fusion reactor, Arya said formally, with a hint of pride in her voice. Whoa. Peter celebrated loudly, thrusting his fists into the air. He then picked up Gwen and MJ and gave them each a big kiss before celebrating again. Everyone grinned as they watched Peter's joyous celebration. Peter closed his eyes and spread his arms. I have transcended humanity. Gwen patted his back, shaking her head in amusement. So, what are you planning now that you have basically unlimited energy? Well, for starters, give Arya an upgrade. We already have plans for a quantum computer, but we needed the energy to do it. But right now, I'm making this the heart and core of our base, Peter said, carefully holding the reactor like a newborn baby. They followed Peter through the rooms until they reached a meeting room with a black table and leather chairs. On the wall was a large dull blue spider design, with an empty space in the center. Peter inserted the fusion reactor into the design, twisting it until it audibly locked into place. Light spread through the spider, transforming it from dull to neon blue. The light continued to spread like webs throughout the room and beyond into the base. The table beeped and a holographic image of New York City appeared above it. So, Arya, how is it? Peter asked. Everything is in order. Power has been successfully distributed throughout the entire base, Arya informed him. So, who has two thumbs and is the smartest guy around? Peter said, smirking and wiggling his thumbs at himself. This guy. He's going to have a big ego about this, isn't he? Felicia sighed. Harry, MJ, and Gwen, who had known Peter for a while, nodded with a smile as they watched him brag and celebrate, doing Michael Jackson dances and moonwalks. Felicia checked her phone and realized the time. Damn, it's late. My mom doesn't like it when I stay out late. I have to go. See you later, guys. Peter stopped playing around and asked, need me to drop you off? Nah, I sometimes like walking. Thanks for the offer, she said, waving as she left. Anyways, I'll see you guys tomorrow. After saying their goodbyes, Felicia left the base. I hate lying to them, but I need to clear my head, she thought to herself. As she walked home, she thought, although he said not to worry and to take my time, I can't help but feel like there's a timer to make my decision. Staring up at the moon, she muttered, I barely even know what I want to do for myself. Deep in thought, she gained an idea. Seeing no one around, she sneaked into an alleyway and began to jump between the walls before grabbing the ledge of a building and flipping onto the roof. Landing perfectly, she bowed. A 10 out of 10 if I don't say so myself, she chuckled to herself. I see why Pete likes to make little quips here and there. She sat on the roof, staring aimlessly, lost in thought. After a few minutes of swinging her feet, she stood up and effortlessly jumped from rooftop to rooftop. MMHMMMM. Hearing the muffled screaming, Felicia turned towards it and saw something that made her heart skip a beat. Up in another alley, a woman was pressed against a wall with a knife to her throat, her mouth covered by a man. She had tears in her eyes as she shook like a leaf. The woman looked around, trying to call for help, but the men pressed harder, silencing her screams. Felicia jumped closer and perched on the roof behind the men. "Stop squirming, you bitch." The men then began to feel her legs up the woman's pencil skirt. "That's the reason you dressed up so provocatively in the first place, right? You want to get raped, don't you?" he said with a nasty grin. The men started to kiss the woman's neck, causing the woman to cry out, "Move a muscle and I'll slice your throat. Your body will still be warm for me to have my fun, so don't think I won't do it." Felicia froze and started to hyperventilate a bit as she looked at the woman frozen with fear, unable to move. It reminded her of how helpless she felt that night, unable to call anyone for help. The woman's eyes shifted as the men began to move his hands. She glanced up and saw Felicia looking down at them. When their eyes met, all Felicia saw was a plea for help in the woman's eyes. Felicia felt her body move on its own. She dropped down on top of the man, wrapped her legs around his neck, moved his arm away from the woman, and flung him towards the brick wall, causing it to crack and dust to fly off. The man was knocked out, hanging upside down against the wall. Felicia looked at him coldly. Suddenly, she was tackled into a hug. "Thank you. Thank you for saving me. I was so scared," the woman cried, clinging to Felicia. As the woman held onto her, Felicia saw a silhouette of herself clinging to her mother. "You're my hero," the woman continued, her cries turning into angry shouts as she approached the man and started stomping on him. "You filthy animal," she screamed, stomping on the man's groin, causing him to wake up in pain. As he stirred, she grabbed her purse and began beating him with it, venting her frustration. The man, still in pain, managed to grab her swinging purse and snatch it from her hands. He stood up on wobbly legs, holding his knife threateningly. Felicia acted swiftly and without emotion. She kicked the knife from his hand and delivered a powerful kick to his chin, followed by another to his chest that broke some of his ribs. He flew backward and crashed into a pile of garbage, knocked out once more. The woman wiped her tears and looked at Felicia in amazement. "Wow, you're amazing." She grabbed Felicia's hand. "Is there any way I can repay you?" Felicia shook her head absent-mindedly. "I was just passing by." "Still. Thank you. Truly. I thought." The woman choked up, tears welling in her eyes again. Feeling uncomfortable with the emotions, Felicia said, "Call the cops." "Don't worry, he won't wake up for a while." With that, she began to leave the scene. The woman waved towards Felicia. "Thank you. I'll never forget you." Felicia hurried home and locked herself in her room. She lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, replaying the scene in her mind for an hour. Eventually, she climbed out of her window and sat on her rooftop, her silver hair flowing in the night wind. She thought about everything, her powers, her trauma, her future, when she noticed a glowing figure rapidly approaching. Turning, she saw Peter dressed as Spider-Man swinging around. Raising an eyebrow, she watched as he passed by and then stopped midair, turning back. Peter landed on the rooftop and tilted his head in confusion. "What are you doing? I should be asking you the same question. Shouldn't you be off building something with your new reactor? What are you doing out?" Felicia asked, looking at him oddly. Peter looked down, slightly embarrassed, and pressed his index fingers together. Let's just say there was a mutiny that occurred behind my back." "You were kicked out because you were bothering everyone," Felicia replied matter-of-factly. "I was kicked out because I was bothering everyone with my celebration," Peter confirmed with a nod. Felicia covered her mouth, giggling and shaking her head. "I mean, can you believe it? All I did was celebrate a bit, and even Arya got annoyed. She suggested I go on patrol to cool off. My own daughter turned against me." "Your bragging can be a bit annoying, so I can totally believe it," Felicia teased. She scooted over and patted the space next to her. "Come sit down." Peter raised an eyebrow but shrugged and sat next to her, crossing his legs. "Stargazing, I see." She hummed in confirmation. There was a comfortable silence between them before Felicia leaned her head on Peter's shoulder. "What are you doing?" Peter asked, still staring at the night sky. Felicia shrugged her shoulders. Don't really know myself. Just felt like the natural thing to do. If MJ or Gwen found us like this, I'd be in a hell of a lot of trouble. Especially MJ, who's been a bit more possessive recently. Felicia teased with a smirk, I won't tell if you won't. Peter scoffed, causing Felicia to giggle. After her laughter subsided, she let out a small sigh. There was a brief pause before she said, I saved someone today, you know. Really? Felicia, still leaning on Peter, nodded. Yup, walking home I heard muffled screaming and went to check it out. A woman was about to be raped. Peter turned his head to look at her but remained silent, letting her continue. I'm not proud of it, but I froze. I saw myself in that woman, how helpless she was, unable to escape or defend herself. When she looked at me, all I saw was her pleading eyes, asking for help, asking me to save her. It reminded me of that night, silently wishing someone would come and rescue me. There was another pause. Then you appeared, busting through the door and saving me, just like I had hoped someone would. Remembering the relief, and having my hopes answered, my body moved on its own. I jumped down and took him out quickly and efficiently. It was almost anticlimactic, really, she said with a chuckle. But it felt good afterward. It felt nice to be someone else's hero, to have someone look up to you to save them and answer their prayers in their times of need. So I can see why you are a hero and why you like being Spider-Man. But I want to hear it from you. I want to know why you like being Spider-Man. I see you come to school exhausted sometimes, without much sleep. Is it really worth it? So you want to know why I'm Spider-Man, huh? Peter said with a nod. Well, it all starts with one simple reason. But as you do it more and more, the reasons keep accumulating. So there really isn't one specific reason why I like being a hero. There are multiple. My uncle has this saying. I've said it so much that others groan in annoyance every time they hear it. What's the saying? Felicia asked curiously. Peter cleared his throat. You ready for this? Felicia nodded, growing more curious. With great power comes great responsibility. Felicia looked at him in confusion. What does it mean? She asked, raising a brow. It means when you have great power, you have a moral responsibility to use it responsibly and help those in need. I possess amazing power, so it's my responsibility to use it for what's right and to help those who can't help themselves. That's what started my Spider-Man career. But as time went on, it became more than just doing the right thing. It became something I deeply love. It's not just about stopping the bad guys or saving the day, it's about making a positive impact on people's lives. Seeing relief on someone's face or gratitude in their eyes, it's incredibly rewarding. This journey has shown me that being a hero is not just about physical strength or extraordinary abilities, it's about compassion, empathy, and making tough choices for the greater good. It's about standing up for what's right, even when it's not easy. Sure, it may seem like it's all about me at times, but being a hero also means acknowledging our own humanity. We have feelings, doubts, and desires just like everyone else. Yet, despite the personal sacrifices and challenges, the ability to bring hope and safety to others is what truly drives me. It's about spreading joy, making people feel safe, and inspiring others to do the same. Felicia closed her eyes, listening attentively. Whoa. You sure are passionate about this, aren't you? Peter scratched his cheek, embarrassed. Well, I'm glad I listened. I really had no idea being a hero means so much to you. Felicia said as she stood up and stretched, smiling at Peter as he also stood up. She leaned forwards a bit and kissed him on the cheek. You're doing a fantastic job as Spider-Man. You've even inspired me to be a hero, she said with a wink. Peter held his cheek, looking at Felicia in surprise. She turned around, arms behind her back, and walked away. Jumping down from her roof, she entered her window. Peter chuckled, shaking his head. He let out a sigh. Didn't I tell her not to fall in love with me? Ha! You wish. Felicia's head peeked out from her window. Peter chuckled again as he jumped off the roof, did a flip, and continued swinging into the night. Looks like Felicia has made her decision. The others will be glad to know we can now begin.